Hello everyone and welcome to Spooky Week here on NECC Valorant Mondays. I am Hazza, once again joined alongside Cairo on the mask, who, I don't know, are you underdressed, overdressed?
I'd probably say overdressed. I mean, people usually say I've got a funny looking face, so...
I also realised that I said not on the mic but on the mask.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I tend to have different masks. People call me two-faced as well. I'm slowly just degrading myself at this point.
You certainly are. Look, anyway, let's not go on with that any longer. We do, of course, have some Valorant to get into. And yeah, the first of those two teams we're going to be getting a look at is Baker University. These are the players here for them in the Emergence Division. So, you know, we are starting at that level here. We do have some more games coming on later, a best of 3 to follow this one up. Komi, King Complex, T James 75 Tipsy and Cool Volcano are the ones which round this out.
Certainly do look like a good team, to be honest. And we've even got a psych major there, Hazza, so hopefully they can maybe keep their team's mental in check.
Give an evaluation of my mental with this costume, I think is probably a good one. It is just a onesie that I fished out from my cupboard, and I think that gives us a fairly good segue to then fish out the second of these teams, which will be Central Methodist University.
Yeah, exactly. We've got Ganzen and NyQuil Red and El Zandor. That's going to cause me a few problems on cast today.
Yeah, I think you missed out Andy. Poor Andy, man.
I don't say that, said Andy.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's getting late already. We've barely even started the cast and already the wheels are starting to come off. Let's hope that's the end of that in terms of blunders. But yeah, those are the two teams that we've got. Not too much of a precedent necessarily coming into this one, other than the fact that Methodist are currently 6-0 for the tournament. So they're looking to continue on their rampant run by collecting the skull of yet another victim. And in terms of victims, well, I think that's probably the best way to describe the performance we've seen from Baker thus far. 4 games played, 3 lost, 1 victory to take away from it all. How do you feel you've got to approach this one mentally, like you said, coming into it if you're them?
I mean, there's so many different ways. I think just not getting beaten down and making sure that mental is good. Got to keep up with your opponents here, Hazza. I mean, and also poking and prodding and making sure that you're also challenging. That's going to be the big one.
Yeah, exactly that, right? Not letting it slip the net, not letting it slip the goals, however you want to put it, right? Putting yourself in that resigned mental position, right? Downtrodden, those kinds of things. Essentially, if this is a game that they end up losing, which the statistics say that they would, you can't feel too hard done by it. There are other games in the season that you've got to look towards, right? You look at the Premier League table, it's like Nottingham Forest versus Arsenal. That one finishes off 5-0. This is the team that is 6-0. We have to see how this one is going to go, but you can only wish for the best, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. You can't be a bit like Norwich yo-yoing up and down. Got to be a bit like one of the better teams. But we do have a map veto, Hazza.
Yes, we do, and it's going to give us an indicator of where things are headed. First of all, Baker's opting for Ascent as their map pick, and we speak about picks and bans being slightly more favourable towards one team or another.
Yes,
with them currently on the opposite side of these results, 1 and 3, selecting that common ground as their opener. How do you think that sets us up?
Hazza, I mean, both teams looking equal with chances going in towards this one. It's how you play out. It comes down to those fundamentals. We need to see how good it is. We are in the emergence divisions, and sometimes those fundamentals leave opportunities to other teams to, I guess, exploit.
Yeah, always, 100%. These small issues crop up for every single team. It's just whether they go punished or not. You see that towards the higher level, towards those Champions games, every small little gap left open is one which is capitalised upon. At this level, perhaps not. We'll have to see how that works out. They will be starting on the defender's side for Ascent. That is one which will certainly be helping them out. Icebox the next to follow it up. 2 maps, I think, to open us here, which, you know, were very happy choices for a lot of these teams in NECC last time around. The only difference being is that if we do go the distance, Pearl lays in wait, not something which we've seen so far this split.
Yeah, and Pearl is a massive map as well in terms of the space that's there. A lot of angles and points of entry. I guess is how the default is for both teams when we get towards that map.
Yeah, if you know, the question is there, the answer is yet to be seen. I think that Pearl plays similarly to Ascent, and I think it's an interesting take to be making here, in the fact that mid control can be quite important. Ascent a little bit different, perhaps because of those extremities towards A and B main being, you know, the poke and prod of the defense. How that works is yet to be seen, but that is where we will get started here this evening as we do head towards that first map of Ascent. And yeah, with Baker starting off on the defense, they have a good chance to shut out their early aggression.
Yeah, I think the Venice is a lovely place to be going, Hazard. I just wonder exactly what will both teams consider to do when we move in towards this map.
Yeah, and agents is definitely something to have a look at, right?
Yeah.
I think recently we've seen teams really iron out what compositions they want to try and run. Each time a new agent comes in, there is always a question to be posed. Are they viable? And if so, which maps can we adopt them into strategy? Fade has found herself ever present as far as initiators are concerned, and will actually be a hovered choice here for NyQuil to start us off. In the Sentinel department, another question: is it Chamber? Is it going to be Killjoy? Already both sides cropping up with different answers to that.
I like the KG pickup. Something that we saw a lot through Champions, something that is continuing to find a rise. And I mean, the fact that they can lock down B site by themselves is absolutely massive and can prove dividends when we get in towards this matchup.
Yeah, I find it funny as well with the faces popping up, and the couple of times I've already mentioned questions and answers. It's like a game of Guess Who, right? You know, where you flip up the faces, say, oh, is it going to be this one? Is it going to be that one? In terms of initiators as well, we're seeing a KO here picked up for CMU, a Phoenix in terms of duelists. A lot of differences between these two teams, and I'm interested to see how that will reflect on the style of play.
Choose your agent.
Almost immediately here, I would perhaps hazard a guess towards this attacking side being the more aggressive of the two. But by the same margin, the initiation that CMU have here as well, I think KO and Fade probably being the premier of the choices that you could possibly look to forward on this map. And with a Phoenix as well, definitely lots to be found out.
It's one of those ones as well when you look at it, like the fact that they've picked up a Sova and a Sky is very it's very an old style comp, like before we had Fade. Yeah, exactly. It's something. It's not as if it's something that is completely out of the blue and you're like, why would you pick that up? It's just one of those ones where you're surprised and intrigued by what potentially could be brought to the table.
Yeah, this is the great thing about Valorant as well, and something sometimes I think people forget, you know, surrounding yourself in this competitive environment, seeing the pros play and their tier 1 experience and whatnot, you automatically assume that there's a set way to play it, and these agents are going to be the very best at achieving that end goal. But these two teams, they'll have their own ideals about how they want to try and play things, and you know, already we have seen a difference in styles. It's just going to be, well, at least on the agent front, right? It's just going to be depending on how they choose to implement that.
Yeah, big time, and it's all about who can do it the best. I still can't help but feel as if that B site will be an interesting one to watch when the execute comes through, but for now, it'll be A.
Yeah, something else to note about these agent choices as well is the dark cover slowly greets its way on down towards the box there, and the players behind it in Gelato is that from this defensive side, they have no way of taking an early fast pick, right? The Jet and Chamber, both very meta picks on the opposite side, will be looking to do a similar thing, and it is Comey on that Jet roll that looks to take first contact, but the duelist on the reverse Gand not wanting to challenge anything just yet.
Watch your eyes!
Oh no, the curveball just doesn't work out. Bounces off the ground but doesn't bounce the way they want it to. Not past the wall, which now means they're going to have to give up that space. A lovely info dart comes in and Gand season is going to have to just drop out.
Yeah, Gand deciding not to challenge that one. Walks away from the face of danger when the recon dart is placed in front of them. Speaking of recon darts, one's come back through. The spike looking to get planted here, and it will so. 001 getting the first kill there, and well, getting the second as well. A little bit outside of what their name would suggest, but lots of good work from them thus far.
Yeah, and things get even better as these players come through. The flashpoint does as well, but it only leaves one player. It's red, and well, they are going to be red. In the face, I guess, after they get smacked with a bullet and they get brought back to spawn.
And it's all red in the kill feed as well. A singular kill being found by the defense, very happily conceding that space there and allowing for Baker's University to walk on through and take the kills necessary to open things up for them. Full set of Spectres. This is typically how things go, right?
Yeah.
You know, it may be a special event in terms of holidays, of course. It is Halloween, but in terms of how the economy works, nothing has changed. Same as usual. From the defense, however, they'll look to try and shake things up. An aggressive play towards Tiles. 001 is anticipating it, perhaps, but Andy claims, and that's a great start.
Yeah, dropping the Spectre off to Andy as well because they know that they're on low HP. They want someone with more health to be able to deal with that. Already, though, they engage into spawn, but NECC going elsewhere will not be able to put their opponent to sleep. And now we're put in a tough spot as the players engage in towards spawn. They lose out, and somehow this is looking like a very good thrifty.
Oh, and it's off the back of Andy as well, which these players are toppling to the ground. Only one remaining. Komi's still here with a Spectre alive and has a chance to get something done, but that flash is a curse. The drive popping out, red claiming. And I mean, yeah, we said we wouldn't expect a spook here on Halloween weekend, but that is a real phantom thrifty response.
It really is. No Phantoms being bought up either, all Vandals and Spectres. So this is going to reset everything as if it is 1-0 to the Central Methodist University in terms of the economy, as if they just won the pistol.
Yeah, and with these Spectres potentially being kept through into the round following as well, then it's almost treated as if Central Methodist will be having their bonus rounds of sorts.
Yes.
But the way that things do end up panning out is yet to be seen. Always a difficult one to try and call when we see rounds go back and forth like that in such an early fashion. Gand already moving up in towards Wine, trying to hold this off angle, has a player to watch the cross for them here from Heaven position in A. Alarm bot in towards Market. Lots of control currently being expended for this defensive team. And on the offensive side, you know, Baker University looking for chances to try and punish.
Not much opportunities coming their way. Not much in terms of engagement. Both teams playing very reserved in how they want to play this. Again, very defaulty from Baker, which is what you like to see here on Ascent because it's a very default-heavy map.
Yeah, this is the thing with Eco, right? It either goes one of two ways. You try and play for a heavy stack, a set execute, and use the number advantage that you'll likely have moving your way through to the site. Or you'll do something else, right? You'll just hedge your bets, look for picks, and see if those pistols can get to work. But unfortunately for King Complex, it's too complex of a task. That's not going to happen. They're dropping to the hands of...
30 seconds left.
I'm going to need to see that name up again because it's so difficult to read out. But an advantage for Baker, or an advantage taken away from Baker nonetheless. CMU in the lead.
Yeah, it seems as if we are slowly seeing the stack favour A. The Jet moving through mid will get taken out by Andy, what we expect there, but this is the thing, they're not players out wide, and this is it, capitalisation. Gand comes through, the curveball as well, unfortunately not able to find the head with the Sheriff, but Red will come in to help out. 1 player left, the time runs out. Cool Volcano tries to get something from it, but won't get much, but will give away their life, just to get that extra eco in towards their pockets.
Also drops an additional ultimate orb towards those players, but more than anything, I think as well, means that a weapon isn't being kept through. I can't remember exactly the interaction there. I probably should know it, but yeah, leaving yourself saving a classic in that situation, far from ideal. So that is why we see them die in that situation as well before the round closes. Speaking of rounds, now CMU hold the lead after losing out on that pistol round into the third round. Not something that you would usually expect. Volcano going for that aggression towards main, and one punishes on both occasions. Only a singular kill found for the defense from that action.
Rough there, 0-0-1 coming up huge and showing that they are good enough to go on that luck. But the defence feeling a bit stricken now, and that regrowth is going to be huge for bringing that chamber, well, I guess, back onto more of aggressive positioning.
Yeah, it sort of builds it from being half a player to a complete bar of health to try and work with. In terms of player numbers, they do have the advantage, but there is Killjoy utility to work with, one of which has been destroyed. The alarm bot towards Market, giving a little bit of control, a hinge from which CMU can look to pivot, but Baker University, they've twisted, turned their attention towards A. player waiting in main to potentially shut them down, but they are aware of this. At least they should be. At least they should be.
That's the big question, although Andy missed it. The swing comes through from NECC, but there's a player elsewhere. Sando will come huge with 2 and brings it to 1 versus 1. That repositioning towards main, huge there. And the spike down. It's now up to the Jet, Hazza.
Yeah, just tapping away. Kobe, the remaining player. But look at the time, Caro. Barely any left to speak of. Just wants to try and hold the cross, but could maybe even just wait for this tap. Doesn't need to overexpose himself. Goes for the reposition and claims the kill. Alzandor finds it. A triple for them and a 3rd round for CMU.
That's a tough loss considering how well Baker University opened up there. 0-0-1 coming up massive, and that's going to pose big questions moving through the rest of this best of 3.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? A difficult situation to be in now. Another buy shut down, and they've got to scramble for answers here, right, Baker? We know them to be not having the greatest of splits so far. 1 and 3 against a 6-0 opponent. You expect the quality to be there, but even on those low buy rounds, not able to do too much. Nice opening kill here that we see as well from Gand on the operator. Phoenix, I mean, really feeling it.
It's a fact that it was the chamber as well, has it?
And the tour de force, right?
Yeah, exactly. The fact that they had propped it ultimate, lost down, and with that being said, at least they have one operator, I guess. I was going to say operator, I'm getting mixed up in games. We at least got one agent with an ultimate online. It is the Jet, and we'll see what they can do without Bladestorm.
Alright, scoped weapons all the same. Who really cares? And speaking of all the same, not too much changing here in terms of this Baker University offense and what they have to offer in terms of damage. The Killjoy turret still standing. It's eaten 2 blades, however many bullets, but finally will get... Did I say get taken down? It's still there!
Yeah, this is rough. This is really starting to get rough here. As all the players now start to get mowed down. They're all getting taken out. T. James has went elsewhere, but that alarm bot is perfect here. And it's Serpandi to pick up another 1 left. It's Cool Volcano. What explosion can they create? Nothing. Flawless in the round. And Central Methodist are really posing themselves in Ascent.
Yeah, you know, the only eruption of note right now is from CMU and how they've quickly boiled over and bursted away from Baker after that initial pistol round loss, right? That 1 round, which can be so 50-50 sometimes, and that's why you've got to play it with some serious care. And you know, just like that, it's the care that Baker didn't pay to in the 2nd round, the follow-ups, right, that's now allowed this lead to be established once more. Just looking for that aggressive push as 5. Haunt lands towards B main, information collected elsewhere, perhaps a rotate soon to follow, but with market left open this time around, Killjoy utility on A, the players may just stay where they are for the time being.
Yeah, that info dart unfortunately going to land in the next series coming up, Hazza. Just slightly missed and went off the map. The players now looking to reposition and go elsewhere. A nice trade back placed as they look to go towards the B site, maybe catch a few players off guard with that.
Yeah, and you know, we're seeing here as well a nice smart rotate to come through. Understanding that a little bit of time has elapsed, there are 3 players there. Make sure market is under the watchful eyes of them. Speaking of watchful eyes, Gant has an eye on this with the operator. An eye on operator, in fact, it is in their hands, but swiftly dropped. Komi finds that one. That's the B site completely open, and this retake is going to have to happen after the spike goes down, I think.
Yeah, the good thing is they have a lockdown to get back onto site. The unfortunate thing in response, though, is there is a Hunter's Fury and Seekers available for these attackers. Spike planted, and now time starts ticking.
Utility still available. Nightcall has some of it, with no Haunt to speak of. And no Killjoy utility down either. Elsewhere on the map, perhaps not the worst to lose, but Kobe on a triple. It's combing away this defense currently. Red is there to trade one back, keeping them, you know, within a respectable level of players. Flash breaks out the swing. King Complex is there, and she will get a double. I mean, from the name, you wouldn't think that King Complex was a she, but you know, it's King, right? Still top of the scoreboard, very nicely done.
King or Queen, royalty, and that double kill, Hazza. That's one thing we have to say.
Exactly.
Thank you.
beautiful stuff from you, mate. Textbook every single week.
Do you know what? Actually, do you know what it is? It's just nice, relaxed. I'm enjoying myself already.
Yeah, me too. And you know what? Baker will be feeling a little bit better about this one as well, right?
Yeah, but
a big round to pick up, especially the fact that that was their full investment, breaking away from that tired eco cycle, which could have been heading towards a scary figure for CMU. But against a well-drilled opponent, they seem to be faring the odds decently so far. Comey, you know, the bulk of that threat. And hunting here for a couple more kills from the back of that initiation.
Yeah, but there's not much to find at this moment in time as the players just stand a little bit resolute. Flashpoint ready, red, trying to ready themselves.
Yeah, Andy here. The utility has moved back across. It's on B this time around. A change to be made, and a wise one, I think. Killjoy most likely favoured a little bit more on B, I think it's fair to say. A as well. Looking towards that retake, you have the lockdown available, the run it back to try and work with. You know, obviously, there is a player towards short currently, so not one that you're going to be able to use if that is the plan of attack from Baker. But could be also used by Gan to put them on the front foot. We'll have to see. It's a split push all the same. A is the target. 30 seconds left on the clock. They need to get a move on.
Yeah, they do. The one-way was put up there, which will be a bit hard. Oh, sorry, I thought it was a one-way. It's not. It's just a genuine block out of main. The swing from Gando to gain information does gain that. And they do see the jet, but do they know the chamber's there? They'll know the jet's there now. Definitely, they take the head out. But the time is so low. Can they get the spike down? It doesn't seem as if they will. Time is now gone. The two remaining players can't get on towards the site in time. And that will be another round for Central Methodist.
Yeah, you can't really see that as anything other than an oversight from Baker against their 6-0 opponents. Perhaps a little bit timid in the execute, waiting for Comey to go and find something. But sitting up in mid, he was looking for some kind of an overpeak. You know, it does come through from Gand eventually, but not before that time is all the way low. Nothing else left to work with. Ultimates on both sides. They had plenty of initiation to work with, but it just was not followed up. I'd like to see them be a bit more incisive, a bit more surgical in the way that they look to approach these following rounds.
Yeah, I mean, with the duelists, you can't really be leaving them to sit up on main. Oh no, they're running back. They're running up and it's paying that money back. They've got one pick, and that's going to start the round off great.
It is. It also allows for Gan to just push up into this space, which he already had. Allows for these players, on the rest of the defense, to set up a bit more accordingly. With all of that mid control expended, you know, perhaps more attention can be focused towards main, and I think that's what we're going to see coming out here from the KO player. The Trailblazer also just running past has absolutely no idea. Red does get found out eventually, which will make things a bit more difficult. And Comey also finding a kill.
Yeah, I think you saw, I was about to say, the shoulder of the Phoenix. They pick them up, and the Sky Smoke's ready to come down. They do so. Andy preparing themselves to potentially peek out, does that, and gets one. Unfortunately, not able to get two from the shadows available for this Omen, but it's whether they want to. We've seen Elzandor do the work, but can they do it here?
The question is, do you really want to invest the ultimate? Will it be necessary? It doesn't really matter either way. One able to find, you know, more than just the one kill for not the first round here. This time on the operator from the attack side, and this is a gun that we expect to see get picked up by either them or Comey. Comey on the jet, more mobile in the offense, good to be using the Vandal, and it's kills from both of those players which has set them off here to close that gap a little bit more. The deficit once again reduced.
Yeah, both teams now starting to trade rounds, which is good for us. The action continues, but has a you need CMU to get another round, so at least they're coming into the next half even, and then they can start having a little bit more leeway, I guess, a little bit more comfortability on their defense.
Yeah, we speak about the agents that they've picked up, right? Having that Phoenix who can spearhead so many attacks. With 5 rounds already secured, how close this map can end up going, I think this is already fine. Like, they could lose the next 4, but all you're doing is filling up the tank of confidence that Baker looked to try and create. Turret for first contact, flash drive loaded up and ready to go, but not going to be booted just yet. Dark cover happy to just slow things down. Lots of utility being used here to slow the B approach. And, well, speaking of Gand on the opposite side, they're making a slow approach towards this push, enabling the stack to just sit towards B.
Yeah, the Nano Swarms go out just to get more delay. Maybe actually, I guess, split up the attack as Kobe goes deep, although they win out. A trade from NyQuil will put their opponents to sleep. The Nightfall Ledge will be used here as all the players that was close on the site get caught out. T. James is known, somehow gets a spam through the smoke, but it's a spam through the wall, which they are feeling. The health gets low, their chances of winning this round get even lower as their ammo count was low. Unfortunately, having to reload in the middle of that gunfight, they lose that round and allow CMU to at least get even on the next half.
Yeah, T. James from that position as well. The only player that he knows of for certain positioning wise is going to be towards spawn. Goes for an intelligent spam, and with the Phantom, always a weapon that you favour to win out in that department. The rest of the forces, you know, something he was aware of towards the site, but much more difficult to pry from their position. 6-3, like you mentioned, CMU at least making good of this half, coming out of it level, but more rounds to be claimed. The setup once more with the Killjoy utility towards B, the ever-present threat of the lockdown towards A. There are counters in the form of Hunter's Fury and Orbital Strike, but the main ultimate of note right now will be Komi finding that opener on towards NyQuil.
Yeah, the Blade Storm working out well there as all 4 players move on towards B, but it's that similar scenario has up with the Nano Swarms, but they've been repositioned and so is the Alarm Bot. This time it seems to be constant adaptations here for CMU, which I think is the big difference. They've got a little bit of diversity in strategy and they know exactly what to do.
Yeah, Komi getting someone else to shoot out the turret there, the blades being saved for a better occasion, a chauffeur to drive them in towards the site, but they've got a pair of wings of their own and will look to go flying forward. That's a nice use of the Killjoy ult to make things a little bit slower, but still the knives will connect. And these players haven't been limited too much space, actually, can continue to move forward. Gan does find that one. Will be looking to heal, perhaps, but instead, it's the curveball. A risky escape to move out of position, not allow anyone to bear on down for the corner. Still at a player disadvantage, but with every chance of taking this round.
Oh no, Gans just walked straight towards the jet. They're going to win out though, as a nice run out. But look at this, the chance now. All on Andy. What can they prove in this round? At this point in time, 2 players walk up on towards that lane position. One drop. The second drops as well as Andy collects 2. 1 left, and they're in towards spawn. They could easily be delayed by this turret. They will do, and that's going to be time run out. Now King Complex has to find the kill. Can they do it? No, they won't. The KJ plays keep away, and it's a clutch for Andy.
That's a huge oversight from Baker. I don't think you can put it down to too much more. With the Killjoy being there, the one to have placed the lockdown, of course, her presence ever in the site, in control of the spike, you know exactly where she's going to be from, right? You have to try and find a way to either take that fight as a team, wait for the final player to come through, and Complex to set you up with her utility to do so, or go towards the other side. There was enough time left on the clock at the time, but it runs dry. Andy with a huge impactful double, and now CMU do, at the very least, have that 7th round and the lead as they move over towards the attack. Still a couple more to take away, though. We'll just have to see how many they can get.
But look what's happening on the other side of the map. The run it back's cleared so much space out of B main, and they've gained so much map control. The Fade continuing through the spawn. Seeker's now going to catch out that player, but I tell you what, Andy comes up huge once again, coming in with a clutch first kill, and that's going to delay the push maybe a little bit longer, just to allow the rotates.
Yeah, Andy mixes the setup, moves towards A this time around. Once more, we see that more reserved plant coming through from Baker, and it is that space from the end of the run it back that's allowed Fade to move up, and now they have a pincer maneuver coming through. Actually drops though, it doesn't matter, put them against the wall and the Hungry Dog will kick back. Gand only finds a singular kill, and cool Volcano, cool as ice with that Guardian to slam down some remaining players and narrow the advantage which CMU currently hold.
Now this is where things get interesting, Hazard, when we look towards this last round, because there's potential for 5 ultimates to come online here, maybe even more, depending on how the kills go. And that's going to be interesting to see what happens in the post plan or even on the execution and towards site.
Yeah, and I think this is the round where the hand is forced, right? Because we've seen Baker hold on to these ults for so many rounds at this point in time. Recon coming through potentially to try and find a tag that could be used for an offensive Hunter's Fury. Half of the reason why you want to hold on to those ults in the first place is to deny the lockdown, but with that out of play a couple rounds ago, you realistically just are looking at making something of them. Null command would be the antidote to that on the opposite side. Right now it's all about timing, spacing, and how we see them used most effectively.
Efficiency is the key word. Efficiency in getting Comey in towards the side. You're not even going to get a chance. Comey gets the head taken clean off.
Speak about efficiency, one bullet does the trick. Very nicely done from Red. And it's an advantage which CMU can sit with. I say that. One is also going to fall in towards market on their lonesome, and things go from bad to worse. Both of the ultimates still in play, a silver lining perhaps to take, but if you don't use it, you will lose it. So we'll have to see what's going to come of them.
Yeah, nice hot hands to clear that close space. Know that there's no one there for the time being. And with the way that this is setting up, all the players are just training towards main. They know exactly what's to come. Orbital Strike's still not used here. Maybe they're waiting for that post plan. A double ultimate for the post plan would work out. But the thing is, though, the fact that we've seen the null command being used is going to be even bigger.
Yeah, and it's been used to cut that time in half. About 30 seconds when it was procced, and even less than that now. Ultimate still available for Cool Volcano, but they too will drop. It goes unused. We didn't see either of them rear their heads so far in the end of this half. You know, that's it. It's done. All she wrote. Gan takes out King, and that will be 8-4.
That's good stuff for them. Has a nice, good gap between them and their opponents, especially after a pistol round, which can easily half that deficit. They'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable moving through then towards this next half. But again, it's an interesting way that this is going to play out in terms of offense versus defense, because the defense don't have as much control as you would if you had that KG.
No, they certainly don't, but they do have the opportunity to press advantages, like I said, through the chamber and the jet. It's just a question of whether they use it or not, and whether they can make good of those gun duels. So far, those two players are the ones which sit aloft the scoreboard, which you would typically expect from those roles. But yeah, more value being found from one here on the defense, you would expect, as the Rendezvous does lean into that style of play a bit more. Short and main, the positions at which they currently hold, but neither of those currently challenged as CMU look to move through A main here with the spike waiting just outside.
Well, the info dart will have a reset of 40 seconds. The players now can feel a little bit comfortable moving up A main, as they've not given any information away, which maybe lead the defence to double check themselves, as they've got mid control, but there's nothing been engaging on that.
No, there isn't. And there is that trademark as well, I mean, like you mentioned, just sitting there, passive control, not even needing to be watched by the Sky player, but they'll hold that position all the same. Now moving right into the middle of this position, you know, the belly of the beast, looking to try and check and double check, but nothing spotted. Could that potentially be a false positive? I'm not too sure. Players still maybe set on this being an A take. More utility from the KO used to fake it out potentially, but the recon does clear. And now the gig is up. They're moving towards B. The execute looking to come through. Red's dropped elsewhere, but one is still here to cause issues of their own.
Oh, they move on towards Switch, missing all the shots. 0-0-1, a player who was proficient. Well, Andy being just as proficient. Cool Volcano with the comes and with a nice, cool double of their own. Only unknown as to where the fights should be taken. They get taken out. The hot hands just brought out at the wrong time. Baker University, they'll get the pistol.
Yeah, for the second time as well, Cairo. So definitely one of the strong suits. Positives to take away from this performance, regardless of the outcome. The only thing they've got to be watching out for now is the immediate response. We saw it last time around, and not with too much weaponry to do so, but now that there's been a spike plant, an injection of cash towards the attacking side, which you would typically favour to make that kind of play, it's just a question of whether we see it or not. Doesn't seem to be the case. May just be utility and the upgrades to a Sheriff, a player who was good for a couple of pistol kills on the previous. This one a little more potent and could perhaps deliver some goods.
Right. It'll be interesting to see exactly who comes up trumps here. Because, I mean, when you look towards this, the attackers always have a little bit more of a disadvantage when it comes towards this.
Yeah, look how
Scanning
exposed Volcano is from this position.
they are.
The recon barely gets broken, actually scans 4 players, and that's given them the idea to move away. That one really could have gone terribly if Volcano hadn't decided to pull away at the bowstring, but pans out for them. And we see a double down, a double fake. CMU want to recommit towards A. The only issue is Baker have lots of information elsewhere. Chamber of 1 posted up outside B main confirming their suspicions. And we should see this come through in a moment's time.
And they're going to have to push out all this Sky Smoke. They did have a run it back, and they're going to use that perfectly. Although Cool Volcano does take down Red, the hot hands propped, but the space taken is good, but there's not much dividends paid out in terms of the kills, which might be the problem there. T. James will take the player out on Switch, doubles down with a nice Q. Second. Now it's all up to Andy. What can they do with this Sheriff? Not much. They get absolutely rifled down, and Baker University won't make a mistake a second time.
Yeah, somewhat similar to the way that Baker played their attack, right? A little bit timid, perhaps, as we're seeing Comey hit the gritty. Very nice. You know, it's a holiday weekend, and why not celebrate as well? Flawless. That's a cause for celebration. All 5 players left standing. First time we've seen Baker do that so far this game. Always more difficult to do so from your attacking side. The defense so far going well for them. They conceded the site both times, but in the retake they look to be strong. The only question mark I have about that previous round is Agan's use of the run it back, perhaps, you know, being better on this occasion, or, you know, even on the previous, if you were to go for it, you know, just commit at the first engagement rather than waiting it out and allowing that stack to form on the other side.
Oh no, 100%. I just think like they obviously saw an opportunity there. The opportunity was fleeting. The thing is though, this opportunity here, potential towards the chamber, is lost out. They're just going to keep feeding Gando's ultimate orbs to see if they can get the run it back on the but sooner rather than later.
You said about traditional picks, right? Specifically in account of Baker and the comp that they have. Phoenix on this map has always been one, when it was played, you know, in meta days gone by, to be using those abilities. One finding the first kill, however. This could fracture the offensive, or the shadow set needs to be good. But King Complex is waiting for it. That's the spike now dropped towards Speedway, and what I called a fractured offense is now shattered in 2. Andy could be the one to puzzle these pieces back together. And that is kills found for them, and NyQuil at the double.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, now they need to go on the offense. That is the defense. Wow. But I mean, what can you say about that?
Yeah, it's all about Andy in that situation, right? Finds the first kill, heads are turned, and with that opportunity arising, NyQuil is able to take it. I think, actually, I say that, right? And like, Andy was acting as a distraction. Obviously, it's an impactful kill, and his position moving forward would have been good for some more advantages, right? Chances to at least win that spike back. I think we might have seen a re-aggression towards site from those players. It was a proactive decision, right? King Complex in that situation with the spike. You know you're going to be attacked from both ends, so maybe finding something to work off of is a good idea, but it doesn't pan out for them, and now Methodist can look to stretch that lead with these moves.
A nice operator shot there. The lockdown coming through now. The players may be feeling that pressure, especially with the HUD coming through. They're waiting for a good opportunity. Well, when maybe the players get caught out, and they're waiting towards the bitter end of the lockdown that comes through, and no capitalisation just yet. As I say that though, Gant will get King Complex, and NyQuil getting Comey.
Stops that fast retake. We saw the 0 point dropped right at the edge of the lockdown, so we couldn't perhaps have a pop flash through or anything of the sort. Instead, it's an offense from CMU to reclaim that space, or gain it, take it away, strip it from the defense of Baker University, which is looking barren at this point in time. The only jewel left in the crown, which has been picked empty at this point in time, will be that operator. A golden gun of sorts to be carrying through, and it's one that currently holds it. Trying to save onto it, but this is such a difficult position. From the corner, Sabrosa by some in that area of mid. NyQuil gets a third, and that is double digits now for the attacking team.
Yeah, I must say, I think NyQuil's my favourite name. out of all of
Yeah,
them.
I mean, look, I think as casters, naturally we can sort of fall into that loop of using a name for a quick play on words like it's a cheap blow. But, you know, once you've done it, you don't repeat it. A lot of these teams, you know, pop up on stream maybe once or twice, so it is good to just get it out your system, I suppose. But, yeah, being named after a drug that puts you to sleep and being as cold as that on the server and killing people left, right, and centre, like, you're dead. It is cool to see.
Yeah, tell you what's even better, Hazard. Tell you what's even cooler. This run it back usage from Gand is perfect, and they're going to get two. As players set up in towards spawn, and they'll catch them out just as it drops out of that ultimate.
You know, we're both hybrid casters, I think it's fair to say, but you were the more traditional player. I need the colour. You like the part where he dives in and gets the kills. I like the part that we see as a response here from them. I mean, okay, maybe I like the kills even more. I was going to say, CMU choose to move towards A instead. They completely bait out the rotate off the back of that Phoenix ultimate. And now in a 5 versus 2, with the amount of control that this attacking team have, you have to say we're most likely looking at a save, but maybe Comey thinks they can do a better job.
I mean, you wouldn't doubt them. The proficiency that they showed on attack, getting those kills. There's one. Nice one to collect. A nice dog tag to put in towards the collection. Is there another? No, close by. Nope, does not. Now it's all up to the brim. They're playing like a sentry turret, but that sentry turret will fail, taken out. And yeah, there we go, 11-6.
I mean, it really depends what kind of sentry we're talking about here, because as soon as you said that, my mind just instantly darted towards flame, like it was a bad thing, right? Like a killjoy turret, just peppering damage. Maybe like I think the strongest turret I've come up against in a game would maybe be like Portal 2, right? Those little turrets.
I was more meaning like the sentry turret that you get in Call of Duty. You've not been playing a lot of that recently.
No,
so.
I haven't. Look, this is the reasoning behind your decisions. Another strong sentry is also from a Valve game. Probably not the best thing to be mentioning on the Valorant broadcast, but you know, TF2 level 3 engineer turret. Those are crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, let's not delve too far into the Valve game repository. There is there is one you're forbidden to mention.
There certainly is, and well, you know, mention as many of those games as you like. It's not exactly like the developer supports them too much. Please update TF2.
Oh man. Typical TF2 fan. Red though is, I don't even know where they can go with that, but I'll tell you what, where they can go with that, they can go through the rest of that site like a hot knife through butter. They find what they're looking for and cut down their opposition.
No more sober.
There's Andy as well, getting in on the act, as he has done on a lot of these rounds. NyQuil 2, an ever-present name in the kill feed. Only Team James is remaining here. This is looking to be a 12-6 scoreline. Twice as many rounds is deficit which Baker University need to try and climb. Not only that, it's 6 map points between them, and CMU getting off to a flyer. Looking at the series they've played so far, 4 of their 6 victories have been 2-1s. So something to take away here for Baker is that, you know, there might be a takeaway. A map 1, perhaps at the second time of asking when we do head to Icebox. But for the time being, a dominant performance here from the attacking team.
I mean, there's one thing that you have to say though, Hazza, is the general control from Central Methodist. You always see Andy coming in from mid and picking up a kill. It's almost like clockwork the way that these players work. And clockwork, that first pick comes within the first 10 seconds, and so does Andy.
Yeah, and also that as well, they're playing both ends of the map. Feeding in towards these ultimates as we're seeing Gand bring the run it back online once again. Andy taking that kill in B main, like you mentioned, pivotal to the way they want to try and play this. You lose that player, that's half of your map control gone almost instantly. The turret doing a lot of work in that regard as well, keeping a half eye on Link, so it allows the players to move up short. The toilet force comes out, but the pants fall down. One is taken out, and now they have the advantage they were looking for. Ultimate being used to send them forward. Does get taken out, but the trade is immediately there. That's why you look to do it. TJ's from the corner, unable to do it. That sentry turret has an electrical failure, and it is a 4 versus 1.
Oh no, King Complex just catches Gand out. And with that being said, they need to find more. They'll get another with that as Elzandor gets him a bit aggressive with a shorty. The player on site, Andy, is low on HP. believe it is Nandy. No, it might be NECC actually, because they're even lower. We are going to see the Seekers come out. That'll identify the location of one of these players. They can't quite find the head. They will now as they pop out at the wrong time. One player left, it's Andy above, but the time is getting low here, Hazza. And at this moment in time, you can't help but favour the KG as they play passively. They pay for the time, but look at this.
What? Surely not. Steps off from it. That is huge from King Complex. A queen in her own right. She clutches out the 1 versus 4, I believe, in the end was that. It was a push in from short from Gan that gifted her an opener, forced Andy to be called back into the fray on that A defense. Really nice use of the Seekers to, well, sink those final 2 players, open things up, confirm positions, and that will be the round for them. Baker bring it within 5.
You can't help but feel Elxander's overstep there was massive in allowing them in towards the site. Walking in with a shotty when you've got 2 players so low. I mean, fair enough if they held the shotty from such a close angle, but moving through the smoke.
It's like the layers to the smoke, right? Once you're sat inside it, you hold the next line of defense in terms of the value it will have from close range, and that's going 1 extra. Already, we're seeing 1 extra from Baker University. They've decided to just full send it here in towards the site. Null Command will stop the orbital strike from coming through and denying that plant. It'll have to be held for a bit longer, but does its value increase? Well, no, it doesn't. You get shut down, you don't use it, and you do lose it, just like that. 4 versus 2. And DeWan has to get to work and strip things back. Finds the first and gets himself off to a start on this retake.
It's hard, but we've not seen an orbital strike properly in this matchup. King Complex, well, they'll have to come up with another huge clutch here, Hazard. If they want to keep their team alive, players jumping at the opportunity of picking up another kill, and with time getting so low, they can't help but feel pressed and moving in towards the site. And who else but Gan Season to come up with the last kill? A team Ace, every player getting their kill, and I mean, that's basically been this whole match, every team helping out in that one.
Yeah, Central Methodist as a whole, a very well-rounded out team, I think it's fair to say. Baker perhaps relying on their laurels a little bit too much through Comey and One to claim those kills on the offensive agents. The rest of the team, you know, sometimes not giving as much worth, I suppose, but you have to be there for that supportive play. We saw King, for example, setting up a few different times, but yeah, looking at Volcano and T-James with those ultimates, I don't think we saw a single Hunter's Fury, a single Orbital Strike. With those abilities available, you have to just simply ask the question, why are they not being used? I don't want to sit here and flame these players. This is the Emergence Division, of course, so plenty to be learned, and that's what this experience is all about. If they can make that adaptation, I suppose, if you even want to call it that, if they can make that change, be more willing to invest ultimates, I think sometimes on the attacking side, be more willing to hit the site and, you know, put their best foot forward, there's every chance that they could take a map here. It ended up within 5 rounds. This isn't some indomitable power in the form of CMU. It's one that can draw blood, but is yet to do so in terms of maps in this series.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest point to pick up there, Hazard. I think the general map control from CMU was perfect, which is going to beg the question when we go towards Icebox, what does that map control look like? And what does the map control look like from Baker? Because if they allow, I mean, mid to be controlled like Andy did in Ascent, Icebox is going to be a very interesting map.
Yeah, it certainly could be. We speak about flanks and stuff, right? We saw them come to deliver huge value in the end, right? And with Icebox as well, it's perhaps a little bit more difficult to do that because you can simply shut down that tube position with, you know, a single trademark, perhaps a barrier orb, depending on which way you want to try and flip it. There'll always be another bit of utility to help out that defense, whichever one you decide to invest. So in some ways that will be, you know, cut out for them, I suppose. CMU won't be able to have as much presence, you would hope, but if they continue to win out some of these duels as well, then yeah, worrying signs once again. I guess I'm curious, you know, we saw Phoenix on Ascent, probably a better map of his, maybe not one that you would pick up on Icebox. Do they keep that the same? I'm not too sure.
Now, well, I'll tell you what I'm sure of, has a 5-minute break.
Yep, that is how it typically goes here on Valorant Mondays, right? Monday night action, but we're going to have to give you guys just a quick break to cool off after that one. Will we be fanning the flames of Gans Phoenix? We will not know until we get there. On towards Icebox up next, but first this break. Boo! Welcome back to the Halloween week here on NECC. It's Monday Night Valorant, and well, so far, CMU off to a flying start. Like a ghost in the night, they have zoomed to action and won 13-7 on Ascent. That was the first map up. Next up will be Icebox, Cairo. So, you know, some fairly defaulty picks.
It should be. I mean, realistically, the kind of standard right now is Sova, Viper, and a Chamber. That's the three that we're expecting to come through. But at this moment in time, we're going to be seeing a Euro.
A Euro, yeah. I was going to say
Euro.
I've not heard. Yeah, I mean, look, this is the thing, right? This agent barely ever gets picked, so when you say it, it's almost a shock for a moment, right? As to what I've actually
Do you know
heard.
what? It's horrible for me though, because there's like certain like vowels and stuff with the accent.
Yeah.
I just don't want. It's like peril.
Mate, for a second, I thought that I thought that Brexit had been reversed and that we were back, that the Euro was here, but no, not happening anyway, right? Look, Euro isn't even in play. We're looking at effectively, you know, nearly a mirror comp. The only difference being that King Complex will be consistent on their choice of the sky from map 1. A role which she delivered with great effect, but it's going to rely on a little bit more of a team performance here from Bakers to win out. I'm liking Comey here, also picking up the Chamber as well. I think this is probably Chamber's best map, so yeah, having your highest fragger from the previous game playing on that Asian could be absolutely huge for their chances in this one.
Something that we actually saw come through, again, I know I'm kind of falling back on champions and stuff like that, and maybe it's not just solely on champions, but we saw some duelist players actually play on the Sage. I'm more thinking towards the, what's their names? Oh, they played on the Brazilian team and I've totally forgot their names, Hazza.
Yeah, I mean, usually if you have a point lined up, it's best to know who it is exactly you're talking about, right? But I think the most important point that you're trying to make here is that of flexibility, right?
Yes.
And players being able to take up multiple roles. We see that here from Andy as well, moving away from the Sentinel and dropping in on the Sova, Gand, yeah, like you mentioned, on the Sage. And well, that's another difference to note between these two teams, actually. The lack of a Sage here for Baker and what that map may do in terms of their offense and, you know, securing the site coming into a retake.
I think it was Pancada that was playing on the Sage. I can't remember. Anyway, nonetheless, NyQuil is obviously going to be straight back in towards the kill field, Tazza, as we already get aggressive on these pits.
We certainly do. Speaking about taking the site, you've got to do it first, and one is able to get that one, putting their team up one player to the good. HP looking pretty much even across the board, right? We've got a couple low players on both sides. This is a nice use of the barrier orb, actually, to shut out some of those angles and stop a player from contesting high, but by the same margin, it does somewhat restrict the entry points that these defenders have back into the site. Shots connected on both sides. Komi gets a couple, so too does Elzandor, but it ends up being the couple of players left on the Baker University side that will claim their third pistol round, Cairo. So they've won every single pistol round in the series so far, despite the fact that they trail.
It's crazy to think that they are one map down. A good start on the second map. I'll put them in good spots. I don't like that Viper wall though.
No, I mean, that Viper wall for me, this is a fairly standard pick, to be honest, Cairo. On the defender's side, you play it in more towards the retake. It is a passive setup. They are just looking for a stack here. Perhaps sitting behind the illusion of the wall could be the best way for them to approach things, but as I say that, Comey takes out NyQuil, who was looking to gain some early information on the Chamber, and actually they will just head elsewhere and take this B side.
Yeah, and they've got so much space taken here. You look towards King Complex, all the way up in towards Kitchen, and they're able to do that because the Chamber's not there, so information isn't gained for these defenders. They might get taken off guard.
Yeah, they certainly could. And, you know, you were correct. It is Pancada, actually, that is the Sage player for Loud. Obviously, that roster now has disbanded almost, or just gone their separate ways as franchising has come around. And speaking of going their separate ways, King straight away from the pack can have was for Alzandor to come in and find 2 kills on the Classic, second round in a row. You know, pissed around, perhaps that's a little more expected, but on that occasion, nicely done work. In the end, with those remaining players falling, the damage isn't too much to note because we do have 3 players left standing for Baker. But now, you know, weapons to be invested and a great chance for CMU to rally the troops.
It's one of those things as well, Hazard, where you can't really take much away from those first 2 rounds due to the pistol and thingy. But the one thing I wanted to talk about is the CMU lack of duelist and whether that will come to haunt them later in this match.
It certainly could. We'll just have to see how things go on as they play out, right? You know, right now, with this being the first encounter we've had between both of these teams on broadcast, you've always got to just look towards what the strong suits are. For Baker, that's always going to be the pissed around and playing through their more offensive players. One, but this time, you know, on the initiator and Kobe as well. Tipsy this time, however, is subbing into the lineup and moving on to that jet, trying to find an opener, but both attempts are denied. The offensive players instantly shut down, and they've got to fall back on the rest of the team. The initiators to get to work.
Yep, the rest of the players are getting to look as wide. They will I was going to say shoot wide as well. The rest of the players clean up what is the remains of Baker University. And now we move in towards our first somewhat even round between these 2 teams.
Yeah, and it is going to be another litmus test for us here on the casting desk. You know, a licked finger put up against the wind to see what kind of stormy nights we could have ahead of us here in this series. Because, you know, sometimes it is just a guessing game as to how things plan out. But right now, the attacking side doing well for themselves. They have a couple of rounds already. They'll just want to keep stretching that advantage, and with a full set of weapons, a great opportunity to do so.
Yeah. 001 getting aggressive here. Remember, this was the chamber player last time round. The shot start's just not quite hitting where they want to hit out. Just narrowly misses out on the Sage. This Stinger obviously better in the maze position due to the shot angles, but as the Viper Wall comes through, it might indicate where this execute is wanting to come in.
Certainly could, and the position of these players will also be indicated off the back of that recon. Traded the opposite way, you know, players being spotted on both sides of this A site. But nothing being done from it so far. Another owl drone coming through. This one also finding a ping to King Complex. Gan tries to widen out the angle and take the pick, but thinks better of it. And it's probably for good reason, because there are players lining up and none of them can be taken. Tipsy instead finds 2 in a row. Puts them at a significant advantage here, moving into the late stages of the round.
Oh, Nico gets on towards King Complex. Tipsy, not a name I remember from that last matchup there, Hazard. So maybe a substitution coming in.
30 seconds
and maybe
left.
that is what's proven Baker to be playing much.
1 enemy remaining.
Nico, they're on for an ace. Can they get it? 001 left to do and deny. But an ace for Nico to go even. That's huge.
It certainly is. I mean, an ace, a statement piece to completely dismount your opponent's buy round. Silver lining is there are ultimates there, but given the track record of how Baker choose to implement them, perhaps we won't see too much come through. The Tour de Force being the main one to focus on in the hands of Komi, who started off the previous game pretty well, but is yet to gel on this different agent. Scoreline tied up. I mean, as long as CMU can keep this close from their defense, moving towards that attack, you have to say they're in a good position.
Certainly look to be Tour de Force used up by Komi, but that Viper's Pit is essentially going to deny all lines of sight. They do have some idea of Gand up here as the players look up. Eldron will confirm that, but it's just continuous denial of lines of sight of space using that Viper.
It's a lot of utility that's already been committed to be a means to this end, and one which will eventually decay. The Viper's Pit, not in that bracket, but everything else surrounding it certainly will be. That's the second Snakebite now used up. The barrier orb slowly diminishing, and King Complex in the back lines. What's the trigger this has been like? It's looking fairly good. Finds the first, but can't get a hold of the wild spray. And just like that, the advantage they could have found was a miss.
It was the fact that they had a rifle as well, it wasn't as if it was just a sheriff. And the fact that they've not spammed that top spot either is a bit worrying. That's usually where the Viper would sit.
It's a Phantom too, right? Like you always favour that to get those spray downs. Now on the rotate here, we're seeing players move on through. There's a player advantage here for CMU, and they do exercise it in the form of having that Viper's Pit elsewhere. Even standing when we look to contend the site hit on the opposite side, but there's an early challenge. Nightcore sends it forward, but loses out in the mirror duel. Oh, one also getting a kill. Shot dart to drop the pit and drop the spike. The curtain has fallen, and Andy looks to be putting forward a curtain call on this round. That's it. Nothing more to be done. Commie can't get anything done. We'll be looking to save a weapon on the tail end, maybe even find a kill, but even denied that at the death.
That could be very game deciding. Certainly for the economy at the very least has it. Say for instance they get through there and that site opens up completely, that spike goes down, and then you're looking at a potential situation of a thrifty. That could be totally turning the game on its head here. Unfortunately not. CMU can, well, count their lucky chickens after that one.
Get out of my way!
Yeah, they can, right? I mean, we saw ultimates invested on both sides, a nice use of it from Baker, but not one which was able to achieve them too much. Seeker's now online. I mean, that would have been a great ultimate to have, looking in towards the previous round and the setup that dictated it on A. So much control for the team that time. Tipsy looking to move on through, has the tailwind, and as the time expires, you expect them to do something with it. Has to back away, but will go in, and at the second attempt, finds the kill onto Xandor. And once more, we go into post-plant here.
Spike down. And now it's what they can do here. Two players in the back line. 001 will be the one to contest.
This is great.
Yeah. Red on the other side does take out King Complex, so the site's slowly starting to open up for these defenders. Although Andy will trade out here. Tipsy feeling the oppression. It somehow totally went in favour of these attackers as they cleared out the site. And both teams just throwing haymakers at the moment.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it, right? The players from Belt just go on a conveyor belt towards Death's Door. Not too much to be done there. And the scoreline is level once more. And look, CMU are buying into this one fairly heavy. Nightcore not opting to use that tour de force and pass a weapon over. Gand holding the judge. They lead the way in terms of ults and what they could do with them, but it's just about being proactive. Always difficult to get additional value from your ultimates from the defender's side, because the best way to play it usually is reactionary. Don't want to give too many away. Keep those cards close to the chest. And that is also the setup we see from Baker. Reserved a default, all ends of the map currently being probed and information collected.
Now, it seems as if with this mid push here, I've not really seen a barrier rob in towards this tube position. Instead, it is actually that trademark, which is going to be active information for Andy here, who's very, very close by as Tipsy moves forward. So whether they can get impact and opening this up. If they pick up Andy, then magic. But if not, if they leave it open here, then that's going to be massive. Andy can drop off there and they'll get further information, and the players in towards that kitchen.
It's a stray tag onto the player deep there as well. Red at the wrong moment reaches into the pocket and pulls out a knife, which blood of their own end. One getting yet another kill. Andy aware of it, had the crosshair placed, but it's a player from a different angle, which is the one to take them down. Now a fourth picked up, a spike plant just about enabled, extra credits on the tail end of the round, and Baker have the lead.
They do, has it, but I'll tell you what else they have.
Significant advantage in terms of economy.
I was going to say a trampoline, but I mean it's essentially the same point. Essentially the same point, mate, because at this moment in time you're looking at these two teams, you're looking at what they can put forward, and you're only going to favour Baker, but at the same time though, we have seen CMU come back from worse.
We have done. Yeah, like you said, they can bound back with 3 rounds of their own in this situation. Tour de Force will be holding down mid, looking for an aggressive play. Rendezvous anchor placed. All of these players now funneled in towards the A take, which looks to be coming to life. I think something as well we have to consider is that mid control, right? The trademark, a lot better way of doing it. The barrier orb still saved. It could be used here towards A, but Gand instead going for that
A.
duel, winning out only for a moment's notice. Tipsy coming in with plenty of kills of their own, even tripling up. A fantastic addition to the team. And you can only feel that the impact they've delivered so far could be enough to take us to that third map.
Certainly seems like it. When you've got players like NECC has it, I mean, at the same point, you wouldn't count these, well, CMU players out. They could easily find something as they clear all the corners. An upgrade here for Elzando makes this a little bit more doable. Streetball stick bites out. Somehow T James misses that, and that's going to leave this opportunity now. The Sea King Complex misses out on that fight, and somehow the Viper loses out to 0-0-1.
Indeed they do. Indeed they do, right? It's binary almost, and the way that we've seen this as well. 0-0-1, 3 rounds, back and forth. Let's see if CMU now with a bye in hand can continue that trend of numbers and lead themselves towards a better half here, because Baker are starting to stretch away from them. I mean, yeah, just thinking back towards what we saw in the previous round as well. Another nice site execute, and Tipsy the one to lead it yet again.
Tipsy does seem like a real spearhead. With the name Tipsy, I can't help but feel the fighting style of the drunken well, I can't remember what it's called. It's like the drunk play style where they're falling about, but they're still hitting all the punches. Although,
Yeah.
talking about hitting punches,
It's like how I imagine you would be after a couple of beers on Dance Dance Revolution, right? Still hitting all of the important arrows, all the important steps, and Gand with a ridiculous wall and a ridiculous shot to follow it up. The head of Komi is found, and it seems as if CMU now getting the success that they were looking for.
we could easily see as well a res being invested here. Although, of course, commentator's curse comes through. A nice snake bite onto the player in Maze as T James begins to move up ever so slowly. They will be the last player to come up here. They get tagged up though, and that's just going to give away their position. At this point in time, you're just expecting them to be picked up at any moment. But the players aren't moving in just yet. They don't want to give up more of these rifles. A lovely shock dart onto their position, and NECC will come through with open arms and collect that operator.
Collects the op, collects the round, and brings us within one. As long as that equilibrium can be felt, that CMU can keep this one close. I said it before, I'll say it again. The way they looked on that Ascent attacker side now transferred in towards Icebox, I think, could be the perfect change, the upload that is required. KO, of course, being the robot in the lineup, and just think about what kind of value that can deliver on offense. We saw the null command used in the previous round to slow things down, but how could that potentially speed things up when they look to get moving? Speaking of pace, Tipsy with a real injection here to start things off. Utility will also back up that push and force NECC to take a much more reserved angle. Ooh.
Well, at that point, Leo has it. It's a 5 versus 4.
Planted.
Yeah, Xandor just tapping through the metal box. I'm not sure whether they knew it was wall-bangable or not. Let's hope that they're not... Oh my goodness. Hunter's Fury does come through. Finds a kill onto Xandor, red with the double. NECC, I think, taking a double kill as well through the Viper's pit, actually killing the planter just as they had got the spike down. And well, as soon as it is dropped, it will be defused. Scoreline now level, and CMU looking to, you know, make good of what is left in this half. It was a 7-5 lead that they held last time around, or an 8-4 actually, and this time looking to, you know, get the last couple.
At this point in time, has up with the 5 versus 5 point. The fact that we're going to see Komi and Tipsy invest 2 big ultimates, that Bladestorm and Tour de Force going to come in through here, well, is going to make this round a lot more winnable, a lot more doable, and they're going to be wanting to get that eluded 6th.
You want to play? Let's play.
Yeah, there we go. The combination, and this is why we call them offensive agents, right? Chamber is a sentinel, at least by role, but offer so much damage with that tour de force. Another one being the Hunter's Fury. Both of those bolts connect, and that will be the first kill for them. With the tailwind now ticking on down, Tipsy looking to make another incision with this blade. So found a couple last time out, and will do the same on this time of asking. A great way to open things up for them. An ultimate traded the opposite way, though. Viper's Pit will stop them dead in their tracks. Seems as if those tracks are being planted in the snowy ground elsewhere as they make a quick exit towards B.
Although Andy is sitting there waiting, very, very reserved in their positioning though, all the way back outside of Kitchen. They may have just given away the spot, not to be. Winning out the fight nonetheless, and they're in a 3 versus 4 post plan.
It's all about Komi though. Has the rendezvous back online, looks to challenge. This is a great owl drone. Forces off the angle, and one of the scope weapons that will be finding value from the arms of the chamber is the nodding in agreement, perhaps Komi, but there's not too much that they're going to be happy with in what's happened in this round so far. T. James will have an answer for that. Finds a kill and puts them one up. Time constantly a threat here for them. Headshot through the edge, dropping on down is El Zandor, but now a 1 versus 2. Such low HP on both players. A snakebite here could be damning if they look to stick. Peeks out into the recon, continuing to drop low. So much util to contend with. Backs away from it in the end. That eventuality not considerable for them, and at the very least, Baker have their safe.
Fantastic work from them. Nice ultimate usage all in all. Has a, yep, they might have not got amazing kills, but I'll tell you something, they got the round, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, it does. In terms of economy, CMU still holding on. Baker also making good of previous investments, keeping a couple of those weapons through. Operator in the hands of NyQuil will remain, and that will be the main problem causer here that CMU can look to deploy. This time it will be a B hold, which allows the rest of those players to take up more passive angles, distribute the resources accordingly across the rest of the map. Baker have an ult of their own to work with the Seekers to spot out some of these positions, but Komi does challenge, as they have done many times on the lurk, and gets caught, isolated, and drops down.
Yeah, has one thing I have to comment on is the fact that Baker actually want to use ultimates a lot more in this map here.
Yeah.
Of the best of 3, which is obviously posed by they got that last round. As for this round, they still have the Seekers to invest, which could be a nice little incision, a nice little information point. The barrier finally destroyed, and here come the Seekers down.
Yeah, like a banker with wads of cash, plenty to invest, but what do you put your money on? We'll have to see. Looks like right now CMU are putting their money where their mouth is, because these weapons are being put to good use, finding lots of kills, and in fact all 5 players will drop before the execute even hits the main body of the site. 6-6, these teams inseparable after the first half of Icebox. It is CMU which currently lead the series, but well, Baker, if they find their 4th pistol round so far of the game, then they will be ahead in this one.
Well, if you're CMU, if there's any time to do it, has it. Any time to win your first pistol round, it's now. They've done well to get here on 6-6. I mean, no disrespect in that aspect. I just meant in terms of how Icebox tends to go. And right now, at this point in time, if they get the pistol, they're looking pretty comfy. NyQuil, though, is a bit top heavy on the kills department.
It certainly is, right? We look at players in double digits. There are only 2 of them, to be fair, across both teams, but the gap on the side there between NyQuil on CMU and the rest of their teammates is noticeable. Went from the fade over towards the chamber, was feeling confident and looked to make the most of it. From the gen position, the rendezvous comes through, which is slightly frustrating because by not holding that angle, the secondary peak couldn't be taken, but it won't matter. Chamber on the opposite side making good of that headhunter and collecting a first kill for them here.
Yeah, I like the initial spacing taken by Gan to go and challenge and maybe think about, well, make the
flank
defenders think about potentially a push. They'll need to think about this push coming from Tipsy. They've just maybe missed their time in there just because of that rendezvous, not wanting to destroy it and give information to their opponents. At this point in time, they're going to have to destroy it. They will do, and now they're on towards the site. That being CMU, a lovely shot from 001. Can they come up again? No, they can't. Gan shuts them down. A frag or Sage, and we're now into 3 versus 3.
We are an advantage, but it is a fickle one,
player
as is
standing.
his pistol rounds time and time again. Baker put themselves on the front foot. T. James sticking this one at least to half before potentially getting taken out, but hangs on by a thread and actually makes good of the kill. What is that? A ridiculous shot connects. Baker once more prove their prowess in the pistol round and find a 7th.
Just your reaction there, just reminded me, I'm kind of throwing it back to another game, I apologise.
then,
But
throw it back for us,
the Medusa game on Haven, where we saw that crazy flick with a ghost.
Yeah, I feel like this one is perhaps a little more running inaccuracy from T. James. I gotta be honest, didn't look completely stationary when that shot was hit, but right now Baker could do with a couple of magnetic bullets to the domes of these CMU players, because they are currently trailing in the series. Good for a pistol round, as they have been always. But we will have to see what the case is. NyQuil just sort of walking around with that one. Man, I love the little abilities and how you can do stupid stuff. I mean, we saw a griddy on the previous map.
Trap destroyed.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get like a cinematic POV of that, but perhaps it won't come out again. Oh,
Nah,
look at this. This is great.
Yeah. I think we should just do this with NyQuil for the rest of the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, give this round to NyQuil, right? How many times do we see a bonus not come to too much? Let's follow him around and see where he's off to. The grave. That would be it.
Oh, man. Just the commentator's curse coming through once again.
It is, isn't it? Right,
and something
premium.
we've not talked about, Baker now on the 4th and 8th economy round of this whole entire series.
Yeah, I mean, I heard a bit
One enemy
of commentator's tax there, and it seems like right now CMU are paying pistol round tax. An anti-eco round means that this is one that they can't, really challenge too well in. But a spike plant is big. It's the barrier orb, right? We're starting to see it now being used from the attacking perspective. It's a lot of value that can be derived. Once these weapons are in hand, that's a lot to try and shut down.
Yeah. Not only that, though, you look towards what's going down with these two teams, that flawless round is going to pay massive later on, potentially in this one, because when we think of what's got through, 3 Spectres, a Marshal and a Sheriff, all very competent weapons, and getting frags.
Yeah, by the same margin, right, none of these players have hedged their bets on making a more serious investment. Sometimes looking at some of the other teams we've seen recently in games and towards the higher levels of competitive play, there's usually at least one rifle that gets brought through, something other than a Marshal, of course, and that's what will give you a better opportunity on this occasion, and perhaps not one. That is just ridiculous. And he throws the spike out into the face of one, and if that wasn't worse enough, they find the kill to follow it up as well. A 2 from them, and well, who needs to see your enemies when you can just shoot in the dark? It's a shot in the dark, exactly, which would put CMU 3 to the good with the sight control theirs.
They've completely beat
One
their
enemy
opponents,
remaining.
and they're punishing every chance that they get. We're going to see T. James relocate themselves all the way back to the spawn.
I mean, not only that, you said on the previous round, oh, how valuable could the flawless be? From the bonus, like, yeah, it helps keeping a few weapons through, but in that instance, CMU making their gun round flawless, now every single player starts to build up credits. Looking towards the next, they'll be able to invest in that one as well, irrespective of the outcome. And, they start to speed things up. The spoiler opens up, wind in their sails, looking to get moving and close this out 2-0.
Well, let's see if the drag reduction system can work out in favour of CMU. They have hit the DRS detection zone, and they're certainly trying to catch up to their opponents here. The 1 second gap or the 1 round gap at this point in time is certainly looking to close very slowly here, as it looks as if it's just all opportunities left, right and centre. Although, speaking of opportunities, we're down to 2 versus 2, and there's one player all alone on the flank.
King should be hearing all of these footsteps, but the jitter in their aim perhaps leads to the idea that...
Oh, no way!
Are you kidding me? That their aim may not be trained on the players soon to peak. Flash drive in the face, holds mouse 1 and takes down both.
Hazard, you can't help but feel the effects dribble down in towards this round. That's going to be a sore one to take.
Yeah, I mean, we said about magnetic bullets. That is like neodymium bullets firing out of the Vandal there from King Complex. And also, like a very strong magnetic metal. You used to be able to buy it in a Claes Olsen here in the UK, but they shut down loads of their stores. And my weird friends used to just buy magnets and collect them together. That's the sort of kid I was.
Oh, okay. Is it like what was it? Zoids or something like that?
Oids. Yeah, I love those. Very interestingly shaped. My favourite way of describing anything that is that shape would be an oid. Yeah. But to spare you the rambling, it seems like right now the only force of attraction is CMU towards this A site, looking to plant that metallic spike into the ground, but not before Andy hits the deck first. Either way, teammates there to support, as CMU have done many times, and now 3 versus 1 will arise.
These players really don't like to take on the trademark here. They always are apprehensive to break it at first. 001 now moving up towards Belt. Gand, sorry. Is, yeah, give me a second, I'll explain in a second. Gand is ready to engage. 001 gets taken out from behind, and that'll be another round towards CMU. The reason why I said Grand, because the name is Gand. What?
Yeah, no, carry on.
I was going to say the reason why I said Grand, I didn't know if that's why you went, huh?
It wasn't, but carry on.
I was just going to say, I said Grand because for some reason I keep thinking of Grand Design because of Grand Season, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it was a grand performance from them in the first map. This one, not so much. The reason I went is because, I mean, I can't be the only one that just saw NyQuil perfectly track one through the wall as they were moving up towards Belt there.
Yeah, I never saw that.
I mean, run it back, boys. Run it back on the VOD there. That was a questionable one, but look, let's not challenge the competitive integrity here.
I'm only joking.
I didn't. What did you say?
I said cheats, but like it was a joke.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, that is what you could only assume, right? And yeah, right now, cheats perhaps not required.
Yeah, that was a moment because
it was a bit of a moment. Yeah, we've lasted this long, right, Kyra? Look, everything was fine until this point, but now we've hit podcast territory. We need to wrap things up in this round. CMU looking to close things out and level up that score. Viper's Pit, a great investment. Tipsy will challenge.
This right click, if it finds the Viper, could open everything up. Oh, okay. They won't find that. And now it is in a point of really hard. They're going to have to retake with a field of force. Not going to happen. The Viper gets taken out. Although a Viper on the other side walks through with a shotty. And I think that may have been a DC.
It's either a DC or T. James has run out of mousepad. The fact that an additional shot was fired perhaps leads me to believe that that was the outcome. But, I mean, we're yet to see. T. James actually hasn't left spawn yet. So, hopefully, no technical issues and we can get away with this one. Well, actually, I've seen a step forward, and they are still within the server, so you know, maybe something on the desk. Halloween pumpkin getting in the way of sorts. Jack-o'-lantern, I think, is the correct terminology.
It was trick-or-treaters. They got the kill, and they're like, "Oh, how do you go and see the trick-or-treaters?"
Yeah, go and fetch some candy to what's your favourite sweets or chocolate, Kyra?
Wait a minute. Tipsy gets 2. Oh, I was about to say this is looking good, but with that being said, we're down to 3 versus 2.
Last player standing.
Oh, that's lovely.
It really is. The only way that you can describe this defense right now is solid. Just like my favorite choice of chocolate Yorkie. Nice solid chunks of chocolate. And the solid casings of metal being fired from the watery gun of 1 is exactly what will now give Baker the lead. So, I mean, every now and then just keeping themselves in front. CMU trying to clamber back from that deficit which they felt coming out of, you know, both pistol rounds here. Baker getting off to a great start in every single half that we've seen from them so far and trying to push us towards that 3rd and final map.
Well, just like my favourite choice of confectionery, Mike and Nike jelly beans. This is getting juicy, Hazza. So this is now starting to think.
I don't know if they sell them in the UK, do they?
They do, and Morrison's they do. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And I was going to say, me and my friends refer to them as jelly beans on steroids.
Really? Are they that amped up?
Oh man, the
See,
sugar
when I
rush.
think of American confectionery, the first thing that comes to mind would be nerds. And I can tell you who's a massive nerd right now. Andy hitting a shot like that. A nice flick upwards onto the skull of Tipsy, keeping it within one player. Also, look at this flank coming through from the Sage. Gand with res in hand probably wants to try and pick up one of their teammates, but will be slowly making their way through to take King Complex, hunting for maybe more. I think, is that in the crosshairs of Sova?
No!
It is. One takes them out.
No!
Are you kidding me?
No! It gets worse! It actually gets worse! Oh no, Hazard.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a cursed night. This is already a cursed night on the B stream. We've been here before. It seems as if we've arrived at it again. It is spooky season and there's some spooky things happening in the server. As they peek in towards an op, a second peek comes through from the KO. They will catch that chamber off guard, but they go deep with the spike. Time getting low here, but they might get caught off guard by that Hunter's Fury. It's going to ping out, not getting the information they need. They will get it this time though, and they're going to get ready to go through. A nice dragon grenade, but from the top ropes, like their best Randy Orton cosplay, they will find the head and RKO right into the ground.
Yeah, that's one Halloween costume to be wearing, right? And it's a scary prospect now for CMU having to play that third map if it comes up. This is their last best opportunity to keep things in regulation, keep things ticking on over. The last full buy that they'll get, you know, if Baker can find match point here in a convincing enough fashion to derail any last embers of credits left in the coffers, and we will be coughing up that game on Pearl, not one we expected to see perhaps.
Nice shot from NECC. Takes out 0-0-1. No, they'll be 0-0-0, although Comey trying to do their own work there. They can't help but feel the aggressive Sage just not working out at the moment. I like the pick, I like the play, but that res could be even bigger for the later in this matchup. They'll find Tipsy here with the yellow drone, just getting a stray shot on towards them, but they're going to be able to escape in towards sight.
The dash also finds itself burnt through, so no more aggression from that area here for Baker. Seeker's coming through, however, and that will allow players to adjust accordingly to the push. TJ's from high up takes one kill and falls back. Now the retake can happen, waiting for the Seekers to come through, looking to follow them up as it tags on towards Andy. Alzandor instead will play them as the push begins to mount. Nike will also want to kill, keeping them within touching distance. Seems as if for most of this half, only a round or so separating the two teams, trading blows, punch for punch. A sparring match, looking to, you know, sometimes go towards the 12 rounds when we think about boxing, but that very 12th round for Baker University will be denied as CMU get back on the board.
Yeah, and NECC coming up again, 27 and 13 has it. A KD of 2, and I mean with a gap like that, that's huge.
It certainly is. Got to wonder what the ACS will have in store for us towards the end, and it is also NyQuil finding that first pick in this round, which helped CMU stay in contention. I think there's a bit of an oversight there from Gand, who hasn't been having the best of games, can't afford to play the way that they were previous on this role of the Sage instead of the Phoenix. Reconning towards mid, not finding much. Viper's Pit towards A, lots of big pieces, big players being thrown out almost immediately. King Complex trying to throw some away with the Ghost, but can't take out Gand, and that's going to be a heal back for them as well. Lots of aggression outside of B from both ends of the map. Baker trying to compress CMU as they continue to burst through.
Well, 0-0-1 in towards the kitchen here. Oh, Tipsy had an opportunity on towards Red, misses it out. The chamber though, will they miss out this time? Of course not, it's NyQuil. They'll send all the players to sleep here. With the Viper's Pit still up, it makes things a little awkward, especially with Comey coming in from the back lines. Alexander will be that first line of defence, but it's all the players set up for a crossfire. One peeks out, one will find Comey being Andy, and now it's up to a player with just a simple judge.
Simple it is, but more technically demanding would be the Sheriff if the shot could connect, but that's all theoretical at this point. inside the computer brain of Red, the shot is calculated from the Vandal. A simpler equation after all, as it is that bit more potent in the gunfight. And we find ourselves tied 11-11. CMU now have some money to fall back on, but the same can't be said for Baker. From leading in this game from the score of 9-11 and being on the brink of sealing things out, realization sets in that they could still concede this one at a scoreline of 2 rounds, as we've seen them traded back and forth time and time again.
No, let's see what they do. They're choosing to go towards B. The 001 with the operator comes up. We are going to get the power lift, but the Sova has to escape. No rendezvous, and we are actually seeing an investment of 2 ultimates. That second one being the Raze, which is going to come up massive here in terms of this man count.
Not only that, it's a nice ping from the Owl drone as the rotate comes back through, the kill being found, not taking the shortest of exits towards safety, and instead will be exiting the game almost entirely, at least for this round. Such a pivotal one in the way this game progresses. Both teams trying to put their best foot forward, making kill impacts, but still CMU win out the bulk of them. TJ able to trade, but still dropping to the ground. Gand yet again heard exactly what it was we were saying about him, took it to heart, and now we'll be aiming for those players' hearts and heads. In my mind, I'm thinking the chances of them winning this one is low, but my heart still perhaps pounding for Tipsy to clutch things out. Goes for the quick tap, but the tailwind gives away the complete game as to how this is being played. Barely any health left, not enough time. This is CMU making it to map and series point.
Hazard, they don't even get out with the rifle, which is even worse, because we look towards this next round, we look towards that buy, and it certainly will be pots and pans in these players' hands.
Yeah, it is, but by the same stroke of the brush, by the same margin, we're going to get effectively full weapons here. Comey has the tour de force to fall back on and will be working for it in this one. Actually, it is a full set of rifles, if you could call it that. King Complex opting for the Bulldog, not having the best of games so far, but a couple bursts to the head could give an injection, a burst, some kind of energy at which Baker can harvest to bring things back, claim this map, and maybe even at a push claim their second win so far of the split. CMU 6-0. The bulk of their games were 2-1 wins, a couple of 2-0s in there, and they want to try and take this one in similar fashion. The first 2 kills being found by them, and the site opened up.
Spike being planted here, only one off a res as well, if it is really needed here for that Sage. This King Complex could be distracting the players as they swing out. The trade works in favour, and that's going to be massive. The tour de force misses out as the flash drive comes through. It doesn't quite land, neither does the shot. The 001 will. It's now up to 1 player. It's Comey to do it all. They tap the spike, waiting for the player to potentially peek out from above, but the Hunter's Fury just denies anything. Oh, the Headhunter misses, but the head is found of that last remaining chamber. It is 2-0 for CMU.
And the woes and misery will continue for Baker in the fact that they've been unable to find a result here. A result in terms of, adding to their tally here and not conceding in terms of defeats. But I think a lot of credit has to be given to them. They pushed it all the way, nearly brought us to that 3rd map, but just didn't quite have the bottle to see this most pivotal one over the line. That 2nd map, their map pick coming into it, a difficult one always to try and take, but that is a result of how it turns out. And we find it 7-0 now. 7 weeks played, 7 results in the book for CMU, and looking to be the better team overall, I think, as well, it's fair to say.
Yeah, they certainly are, but Hazard, that is our week done here for NECC, and I think it's been quite a fruitful one, to be honest.
It certainly has, and well, it is spooky. The weather sometimes alludes to that pathetic fallacy. Where there is thunder, there is lightning. Where there's Hazard and Cairo, there's Infinosis and Mick. When we have this quick break, we will return with those 2 casters to bring you our second best of 3. That is all from us for tonight. We will catch you all next week.
back, everybody, to the NECC. We've got ourselves another game here for our B-Stream setup. Dallas, I noticed a notable lack of uniform on you. Maybe you didn't get the memo, but today is Halloween, the spookiest day of the year. And we've got all the Spook Fest for you. It's a big matchup for the second game. Texas A&M University Century Squad versus Redbird Varsity. We'll have to see how this game goes down, but both of these teams coming into this one 2-4. Seems like we may have an even matchup to come for this one.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I mean, both these squads are kind of in the lower areas of the Champion Lowlands division, no pun intended, but I mean, just across the board, they're looking to go ahead. They still have themselves in contention of becoming contenders on this playoff spot, but I mean, things just overall aren't looking too hot for them thus far, but still, this is a wait now. They can settle things down. They can ease things up a little bit and figure out what exactly these kinks are and what kind of leaks are really happening in the system, because, I mean, all things considered, when you face a team that's a lot closer to you, you're not facing FIU up there, you're not facing a UH Premier, these like top tier teams within your own division. You actually get to slow the game down, figure out what's going on here, and hopefully figure some of this stuff out. So I'm hoping to see games be much closer here today.
You can wiggle out some of the problems that you've been facing against some of those higher echelon teams, right? Where you can say, okay, this team should be an evenly matched matchup for us. Should expect to see either a quick 10-0 for our team or hopefully a 3-match full-on map game sequence. We'll have to see how that one necessarily pans out. Let's go ahead and highlight the players themselves. Let's pull up the rosters for these teams. We've got the Texas A&M side up first. It's Trix, Vandals, JW, Austin Frosty, and Nimsun. Fairly older roster across the board here, Dallas. 2 seniors, 2 juniors, and a single freshman. So it'll be interesting to see how Austin Frosty necessarily pans out for that one. But you'd love to see a little bit of diversity in that regard. For the opposing side of Redbird Varsity, things may be a little bit different. At least the names are at least different in my mind. And you'll love to see some very fun names in the books. Chili Man, Osix, Instruct, Elo Farmer, and Pomo on the board. And they are young. 2 freshmen and a sophomore, something that was notably absent from that Texas A&M side, a senior and a junior to kind of lead things out, and you're expecting that seniority that comes out from Texas A&M to maybe be the leeway that could give them a clinical edge. But that young blood, Dallas, they are a different kind of player. They have new mindsets, a fresh idea. Maybe that's what it takes to win this.
Yeah, but the one thing that's kind of holding them back is they don't have a year of the program behind them. They don't have these connections really developed just yet. They don't have this kind of team mentality under their wing. They're coming not only just fresh into the entire team scene of Valorant in a collegiate stage, they're also just new to college. There's a lot to figure out. I went through that stage through myself to go ahead and get accustomed to the school, go ahead and figure out what kind of groups you fit in. You got classes to figure out. You're living a whole new life now. It becomes much more difficult to balance all that together. Sure, we're kind of moving our way along this first semester, but things are still going through. People still really haven't figured things out. And even then, Redbird obviously hasn't really figured out what to do with their roster just yet. Things aren't looking hot for them, but still, there's a lot of time to get things together, not only just in this season, but next semester and even then every single year for the next 3 afterwards. So they got plenty of time, just need to take it slow, not really stress about it, and just take in as much as possible.
You got to keep in mind as well, Dallas, this is the Champions Divisions for Lowland side, right? These are teams that respectively are belonging of where they are, and the fact that they've already garnered 2 wins for themselves in this division is showcasing that they at least belong in this level at a somewhat of a tempo. Just a couple of those teams kind of outclassing them and them struggling up against, but maybe it comes down to a map differential, just kind of getting map diffed on some maps they don't feel comfortable on, and if that is the case for either of these sides, well, the map bans are going to be very important. Let's go ahead and take a look at those real fast. We'll pull those up for you. It was very interesting to see Bind be the first one off the board and Icebox to join it, maybe giving me the question or maybe the idea that we won't see those standard map picks to go through, and that was mostly the case for the first 2 selections, them being Pearl and Breeze, which was fairly big of a shocker, but having Haven, having Fracture, and finally going off the board and Ascent being that last one, at least something is still standard, something is still true, but we are seeing a somewhat of a different map selection in the fact that Pearl will be our first map picked by that Texas A&M side, followed by Redbird Varsity picking up Breeze.
I'm not going to say I'm already kind of intrigued by the likes of Texas A&M and what they're doing with their kind of whole map picks. They look for these bigger maps that lurks are really prominent on. You can get anywhere you really want to be. They're knocking out these aggressive maps. More importantly, you got to look at both sides of the coin. They don't like those really aggressive maps on Bind where you have yourself, yours over here and there. You got Raises blasting in on the site, these huge chokeholds that are really easy to cut off with these Viper mollies or whatever the case may be. They don't like that aggression. They don't like that one-dimensional push. So they don't like maps to just say, okay, you push a site and that's all there really is to it. If you want to get more intricate, it comes down to the selection. It comes down to team comps. It comes down to everybody just being on the same page. And honestly, they just seem like they could all do their own thing. And that's what I'm excited to see. Whether or not on Pearl specifically, where this map is huge, you can actually go through lurks. You can literally play your own separate game, play on your lonesome, every single individual player just kind of going where they want to, and they still find an impact. So long as that spike carrier gets at least one back and gets onto his side, you can make sure to get plenty of rounds on the attacking side.
We've mentioned how the changes to Fracture Dallas could kind of breed a lot of different play styles, new kind of ideas, and just kind of change the overall pacing of the collegiate scene as a whole as they start to find a little bit more strategies that work. Because pros being obviously more likely to play with those changes makes things a little easier for both sides in some ways, harder in others. And we did notice that, actually. We got, what, Fracture 2 times in a row, 2 weeks in a row, 3 weeks in a row, I think, up to this point. It was very impressive to see collegiate teams pick this one up. I think this will be the first time you and I don't actually have a Fracture map guaranteed to be played here. And I think it's going to be interesting that Pearl is going to be that first one on that chopping block. Newest map. Gotta figure out what you want to do. Gotta be comfortable on it first and foremost. It looks like the agent selection has fairly been locked in already. For that Texas A&M side, they do have that fade, the KO to follow through Chamber, Raze, and Viper. And for the opposing side, it looks like there's some variation on that one. They'll be picking up the Astro for that smoke, and of course that Cosmic Divide that'll be so influential, especially when we're trying to lock down that B and A side to split things up for that first round of defense. The Sage of the Barrier Orb can almost do the exact same thing. A lot of lockdown potential in sightline denial for that side. It's going to be very interesting how Redbird Varsity employ that.
Yeah, the crazy thing to me is looking at Texas A&M and what they're doing. I mean, you got to keep in mind this is going to be their map pick. This is what they're trying to really lay out for themselves, or TAMU. And I mean, what they're trying to lay out for themselves is obviously this level of aggression, which is kind of the thing that rubs me a little bit wrong, or a little bit oddly, knowing that even then, looking in the past, looking at what they've done thus far and looking how they lay themselves out, this kind of same exact composition is something that you would see on Bind. So, I mean, they're going to have a completely different play style to employ with this exact composition, with this setup of agents, what they can really accomplish. And I want to see how they bring that to life, because it's not something you see too often. I mean, they look to go for something crazy here. They look to go ahead and utilize that KO for some early information, where usually you would see maybe that fake kind of filling in that slot. But I think those Prowlers are really going to be the biggest shining light on this attacking side. And more importantly, on defense, to let them know where that push is coming from.
The first pistol round will maybe give us an inkling about how the rest of this game may go down. But you'll have to keep in mind a lot of util costs for both of these sides, especially considering how open this map can truly be, despite it looking like just a maze, a just congested region of hallways and corridors galore. It still requires a lot of sightline denial, especially on this B site for this very long alley you have to pass through. You do have the pillar here in the center that you can hide behind. That's where Nim currently is lying in wait. And it's just all about trying to give yourself a little bit of extra space. Texas A&M have done a great job of that, already finding first blood, but it's a pistol round where anything can happen. The headhunter for the chamber in hand for Redbird Varsity, switching to a ghost as well should it be necessitated. So much on the board for them, and Texas A&M are really respecting that playstyle. Look at how slow Flix is trying to get around this corner, clears out the trademark that was in place down below, now sends out the 0 point to make sure they can suppress and gather a little bit of information. Denied of the headhunter. Texas A&M now take up first and second and third.
One enemy remaining.
Already huge exchanges here across the board. Already, Tim, you're looking outstanding thus far. River looking to go ahead and get a little bit of exchange. When you only have one player alive, especially being a controller, you're not really looking to invest many of these stars. Knowing that Pomo, you don't have him available. More importantly, if you did have any, they're each individually so darn expensive you can't go for this. So you go for a single push. You know that plenty of players are going ahead and stacking themselves on top of each other, and you make sure to get around on the board if you're TAMU. So a great start for them on the board, looking outstanding thus far, at least getting themselves up on that site. A flawless manner as well. You have to look at the level of aggression here towards that B area. How they're going to push down long, how they're going to get aggressive, how they're going to make that push, and even how they're going to cover themselves with how wide open that's going to be, because you know Chambers going to be locking that down coming up here soon.
Keep in mind as well, with that first round going so dominantly in favor of Texas A&M, we've seen more and more teams semi-forced to round 2 despite losing that first. That's not even going to be questioned if the side of Redbird Varsity absolutely hold back as much as humanly possible. Honestly, even util could be too pricey to expend. You didn't get any extra bonuses for taking down a single player. The end of the second round, you're scraping the bottom of the barrel quite literally, hoping that that class can get a couple taps at that long range. Chiliman was actually holding over to the extreme before stay rendezvous back over the back of B. Now holding in now, back ball. And then we'll go and extend themselves fairly quickly with their boost pack. Instead, they'll be quickly cleaned up and traded out in return. Only Pomo was able to find themselves that first blood for the side there, Redbird Varsity. A little bit better than they did in that first round, but still danger's not just done. Texas A&M have put down that spike, forced the time constraint now into the laps of Redbird Varsity, and they're still struggling to get the weapons in hand. Sheriff, thankfully, at least good for one. Fragged back there by Trix. Osix will go and pick it up instead, hoping to give their Sims a little bit of spice to the situation as well, but that one's denied just as quickly. Just Pomo left up top, and they will be cut down by that Bulldog I mentioned previously. Texas A&M with another dominant round. Only 2 weapons dropped, not the worst case scenario.
Yeah, most definitely not. I mean, look at those Bulldogs still kind of being in their hands. Look at the way they're kind of laying things out. Those Spectres to work with as well. They can really get diverse across the map, really look for these chokeholds to start setting themselves up on. But, I mean, there's just not much else considering you have these rifles that you're going to be stacked up against now. You have to find these angles. You have to swing these corners aggressively. You have to talk about speed being your main key on these rounds when you're looking at a deficit in terms of the guns that you're working with and the amount of money that you have to really suffice and substitute some kind of play that you can really bring to life here. So 2 half armors. It's a good look here for Tamu, knowing that they're looking for an exchange, knowing they're looking for those 1-shot kills, so they can definitely manage with a Sheriff or a Bulldog or even a Spectre. That's a 2-shot headshot, even with full. So, I mean, they just have to make sure to close that gap as fast as possible. And moving through the middle of the map is going to be their best advocate here, but they're looking for some plays, but it's not going to open itself up with all these ice walls coming in.
Tamu's in a rough spot, though, still needing to try to figure out how they necessarily want to engage up through halls at the current moment. They'll go and say, okay, maybe Art is the better place for us to enforce our will and start to expedite towards that site. However, JWL's not done just yet with a necessarily hall door. A little bit of a berth made there by the barrier orb, not completely surrounding, and they'll find the right gap to find that first blood. Unfortunately for them, their teammate of Nim gets clapped right back. A wallbang through that box inside Art makes things a little bit more difficult for Tamu to try and figure out where they want to extend towards. I think the right idea for them to start to play a little bit slower back, move that spike maybe over towards A main instead, and we see an inkling of that idea coming out from them, but I think they may start to pivot back over towards the B side because they're pushing in through halls as of the current moment. Pretty aggressive push trying to be employed by them, and it's all being denied by 1 man. Assistance by Osik, but Chili Man is able to find 2 all by their lonesome. Quickly sprinting now the 2 remaining players of Tamu on over towards the B site, and they'll be able to get that spike down, Dallas, but then they have to survive the 4 players remaining who should have very solid rifles for this round.
Yeah, it all comes down to really what kind of crosses they can get when you even then look at the players still alive. Not the best thing to work with across the board. You know the couple are coming right through that tunnel because you can just hear that connect. You can hear all those footsteps just marching right on through. And Ostic looking to be the first one to swing out. Actually, the first one to get just completely choked off, which is actually pretty good all things considered. You rip 2 of those guns out, but there's not much more you can do. You realize the race, the chamber, I mean, even then, the Astra, you got so much on the field available to your own wits, and going forward, you get yourself around on the board. So it's good so far for this 2-1 kind of standoff. We know it's to be expected. We're not going anything crazy. We didn't see a force. We didn't see that get cut off. We're seeing nothing out of the ordinary here. So we're looking, just playing to the game, work with the money we got, see if we can force something out in the next one and really force these rounds to go in our direction if you're Redbird. But if this thing doesn't really go in their direction, the next one's going to look a lot worse.
Redbird's going to have the bigger question up in the air now, considering that they know that Tamu is going to be bringing out the full rifles. They're going to bring out every little bit of piece that they can to try and bring themselves success in the round. And we saw necessarily how they'll play against proper rifles the last round. Fairly slow up through mid, take control of this courtyard, start to swing through halls, maybe over towards Arch. Also be able to apply a little bit of pressure in an early way over towards the A side. And because of that pressure, not just employed by that Tamu side, but by Redbird more specifically, 2 more players are caught in a crossfire. You took another one down towards Art. You only have 2 players remaining for Redbird. The questions that we need to ask yourself about how to adapt to a new rifle play of Tamu is just not working out. JWL catches Pomo, who just tried to swing over, do the best Stu impersonation through the smoke. Doesn't seem to work out. Chili Man apparently knows exactly where they're lying. He's able to get a little bit of tag damage through that smoke, but it doesn't complete the job, and it allows for Frosty to get the exact location, having heard those shots just go through.
Yeah, big setup here. I mean, obviously a little bit of a read coming through now. I mean, Tamu, they're expected to go ahead and say, look, we need to push in the middle, and Redbird needs to make that adjustment to say they're going to move in the middle. We need to have a setup there. That's where they start to make their first stand. And we did a good job during that budget round, but now when we see full rifles across the board, it wasn't nearly as good of a hold as what we really wanted. So let's make these adjustments as kind of accordingly. Let's see if we can scatter across the map a little bit more, get this utility to actually hold things down, and kind of spread ourselves to an extent that actually starts to warrant a little more. You can already see a little bit of a slow approach towards that A site, a single swing coming out towards the middle of the map, which is going to be very deadly if it's a Sage, if anybody else. But your Chamber's going to be the one to really get to that first gunfight, take the shot, but not really hit it.
just not really hit it. It's just not what you want to see at this current point. Chili Man just managing to escape with their life, just barely though, as shots were singing past their head. Now left with no armor though, and you're looking at a really rough spot as your teammate of Instruct is cleanly cut down by Osty Frosty. A great job by, once again, for Tamu to just find that opening kill and start to try to cascade the point ever further in their favor. Unfortunately though, Chili Man is not done just yet. Finally actually hits themselves a shot with that sniper, able to connect, dealing things down to an even 4-on-4. Ostic has the Marshall, hoping for that one-shot body shot potential, and because Vandal's already low, they will manage to find it, though Vandal have already taken down another teammate. Louch able to find themselves tricks through the Viper's Pit. A really bad spot for Tamu to be sitting in, especially considering the Viper's Pit truly the only thing they have remaining. They're going to try to pressure through that back hall. There'll be another player off the board. Great job by Redbird Varsity to allow for them to step towards the site and then pick them apart slowly but surely as they overextend past the comfort zone that was that Viper Pit around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, making the adjustments were necessary, getting themselves some relativity in this game, and even then looking better and making these adjustments and looking to find these angles and kind of close in on, especially towards that B site. You've seen that Redbird thus far haven't made the best adjustments. They're working for these retake scenarios a lot. They're not really adjusting for the actual site. And I think they said with how big Pearl is, we can't overextend. Let's hold our angles and see where they're going to come from, but don't really push out. Don't try to fight right off the get-go on spawn. Let's use all this information we have. We have this fade that we can work off of. We have a Sage that can slow things down. We have a chamber that they're always going to be scared of, and maybe a Boombot here in the earlier stages. Don't do anything at all. Wait for them to show their face. Wait for them to start moving towards the side. Wait till you hear footsteps, then go ahead and decide to fight, because we can't let these lurks really start to take us away, as you already see that Vandals kind of taking advantage of that, of at least one player even peeking or considering it.
You gotta play a little bit smarter. I agree with exactly what you're saying, and right now for Tamu, they're at least able to make things a bit even, but they're having to enforce a lot to do so. They had to use the Nightfall, they also have the Twitter Force used in the round, and all of that is just meaningless in the face here of Lelouch, who's able to now find a third kill for the round, and they get a fourth. JWL will fall, and Vandal will get the refrag, but it's too little too late. You're now stuck in a 1v3, able to close out now to the 1v2, a 3K here for Vandal, but it will require an ace to win the round, and with 38 seconds remaining. Yes, there's still plenty of time, but Vandal is playing this one very slow, understanding that every little movement could be your undoing, and that's exactly the case. Pomo hiding around the corner. The second you peek towards that A site, your head clearly cut down from your shoulders.
Yeah, big sense thus far, though, for Redbird to get themselves right back into a tie game, making this look like we just started this entire thing all over again, except for it's a little more one-sided in terms of the arsenal, considering you have that operator with full armor across the board, of Vandals and Phantoms galore against everybody else, and sure, not too much of an actual savings account in the back end, but hey, it's enough to make sure you can have maybe a safety net if something falls through, that even if you do get that strain going, you get a win streak under your wing, or even then, get an exchange of rounds. Instruct's doing just fine. Doesn't really have the most frags on the board, but honestly, he's kind of acting as a little bit of a piggy bank for the rest of the squad, and that's going to pay dividends here later, considering if your chamber starts to go off, you're going to want to have that money stashed away somewhere, because Chambers can be investing it every single time. So a little bit of utility already funneled there towards that B site. Looking to go ahead and choke things up, looking to kind of spread things out and get some player influence and maybe get themselves to be a little more sporadic. But when you go ahead and swing off of absolutely nothing and you realize what's there, you have to use an ultimate just as an exchange one headhunter shot.
It's actually not a bad idea for Timbo to swing over towards Art. When you're fighting Art over towards that A-side link, you're engaging in a distance that's at least indicative of a one-shot kill with a Sheriff, maybe a little bit of assistance from Classics to finish off with a body shot instead. And Timbo is just doing their best to try and survive in that spot, but a showstopper right after that first frag they gained, and then just eating Vandal shot after Vandal shot, and then getting a taste of your own medicine with a Sheriff back for single tap. Yeah, Tamu just not finding the success they necessarily were wanting here for the round. Redbird Varsity looking very down all over again, which is the anticipated result considering that they were going into an eco for the side of Tamu. It's just JWL left standing with Spike in hand, so possibly some damage to be done here by planting down the Spike, but you're not even going to be allowed to step out of Link. You're going to be cut down by Pomo, and another round one by Redbird Varsity to try and secure themselves that lead.
Yeah, big stances already. I mean, looking good on the board, getting themselves one more kind of a round guaranteed to them to some extent, but knowing that even then they don't have these ultimates underway, knowing that they invested that showstopper the last round on a eco. from Tamu. I mean, that's good to force out, more importantly, these Rays, the ones that can actually get kills. Because sure, a Cause of Divide that'll split things off, a Nightfall that'll scare you away a little bit, a Tour de Force that kind of has the same exact impact. But overall, knowing that one of those are now funneled out, you can't really use it for that retake. You can't clear a corner you were unsure about beforehand. It's almost just kind of a guaranteed feat you can really work off of. Consider that now this A site, full aggression coming through, the Viper Wall to go down, and the Cause of Divide to go ahead and crit a little bit of the stall.
All about creating that buffer, that timing, Dallas. And outside the Cosby Divine, I mentioned it before, it's very useful over on the A site, especially on the attack, to make it a little bit easier to step towards the objective. However, use the exact opposite manner now that it's on Redbird Varsity for the defense. It's all about creating that buffer even further, and the barrier orb just solidifies that. It's time sunk away right now of the side of Tamu, and they need all of the time that they can get. It is just ticking away. Father Time being that sixth man on the field, and Redbird Varsity are fiending to let them push towards that side. Once the barrier goes down, it'll be all pressure, all game right now for Tamu. It will be a Nightfall pop by Redbird instead, and those tendrils marking and decaying everyone to the side of Tamu. They're all in the same position. Only one player on that flank over towards B. Nim engages towards site first. They're able to find Osik and clear them out fairly quickly, but Pomo now hiding inside Cubby has the angle to maybe catch a player retreating over towards that A main side, but Shleeman's able to find one kill before falling back to Vandal. Instruct inside link has a little bit of distance, at least good for one. Lash able to find another, and Pomo off the board once again. Sadly dealt with in good time. It's Vandal in the 1v1, and Lash managing to find the kill instead. Tamu has not found that little bit of give necessary to overcome Redbird in these last few rounds. It has been all blue in that kill feed for the majority, and it has been a constant win for them on the defense.
I mean, it's good for them to go ahead and get themselves right back onto this. I mean, all things considered, I mean, we saw the Ultimates invested. We saw only one player standing towards the end. That's a good exchange here for Tamu to realize that, I mean, okay, the game's finally going ahead, looking a little bit better, more likely for us, but what will it take to get over that line? What will it take for us to actually secure another round? And I can go ahead and tell you, looking at that leaderboard, killing the Laos is going to be a really good starting point. I mean, because that player isn't really overextending. They're not getting crazy with it. And even then, it starts to really warrant itself, all things considered, when you say, okay, that showstopper earlier, maybe they don't really need it. The Vandals kind of putting in work for them. They're able to get these kills. They're staying alive, saving that money, picking up guns for everybody else, really making these exchanges across the board that says, honestly, so long as I'm doing what I'm doing, there is no consequences at all. I can swing when I need to swing. I can go and get in fights with whatever players I want to. Go ahead and swing onto my face. Let me get a good look at you before you get put 6 feet under.
Slow and steady all over again for the side of Tamu, realizing that those quick and expedited pushes they've been trying to employ just haven't really been working out. And even when they play a little bit slower in regards to having a flanking player that's all by their lonesome, going for the 1v1s and isolating individuals, they just can't make it back towards the site fast enough. They need to pray for those 1v1s. You can see that going down right now for Tamu, all the way over towards that B-long position. They're trying to prime themselves to deal with the chamber one-on-one, but a little bit too scared to peek, and I think it's because Tamu are aware that a sniper is more likely than not in the hands right now of Redbird Varsity, and they are fearful of that one-shot potential coming back their direction. Lash hiding inside Art, always having the ability to have that hasty getaway, but that is not being allowed as Tamu with Osty Frosty able to find themselves a bit of a wall bang kill. That does give them that man advantage, but you've still got to actually get through this back hall, get through this alleyway, and Instruct is there to meet you. Already taking down JWL. Trix tries to engage a little bit more aggressively, but there is a double duo in that position. Osik may find the frag back, but once again, Tamu back to back, overcoming those refrags, and now has a man advantage for themselves, pushing out towards that alley side, but Link is not going to be the proving ground right now for Tamu, as Pomo goes off for another 2K.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, Redbird able to go ahead and hold things down. I mean, 2 rounds under their belt, looking to make it just one more, as Vandal doesn't really have too much space to work with. Doesn't really have spike control either, which is the most important thing. You can't really bring around to life if you don't have a place to plant, really set up for a post plant, really set up in these cross angles. So, once again, doubling up now the score for Redbird here, looking outstanding, having that resurrection, not really having to force out the Tour de Force yet, because it's not really considered. You don't need that operator to really come in towards the rear end. You got so many players that are excelling with these other types of guns that you don't want a second player on that operator, so you can pop your ultimate in the meantime. It's just nothing but precautionary. It's nothing but safety measures. It's nothing but safety nets, more importantly, just in case things fall through and you say, okay, maybe I got to hit a couple quick scopes here right off the get-go. if things really go south. But that's not the case thus far. I mean, look at these rounds again and again. Tamu is stuck in this constant revolving cycle of a buy round, then an eco, then a buy round, and then eco that comes around when losing a lot of rounds back to back. You finally have an ultimate to work with. The Nightfall, it'll get you on a site, but where's the post-plant potential? That's the thing they're worried about the most, and something they have to really start considering of how much they're going to be conservative with their utility going into that.
Chili Man is not just ready, though, with the operator in hand. Should they lose this round and they don't want to expend yet another big hefty cost, 4,900, they'll have the ability for that Tour de Force as well. Tricks doing their best little trick right here. Hopefully it's not a treat for the side of Tamu if you're a Redbird Varsity fan, but doesn't look like anyone is actually engaging them in their current position, still trying to buy their time. And unfortunately, Nam may have overextended past their welcome launch once again, able to use that Vandal to great success. But Tamu have already said, well, looks like the A site's not necessarily ours for the tanking, as we just couldn't really gain enough pressure over towards Art. Let's put down a smoke, allow for us to kind of engage all the way over towards B ramp behind that short wall, and then start to crawl our way in, Dallas, so to say, slowly but surely down that B main. A wall there to maybe give a little bit of pressure, and a missed shot by Chili Man. That has been a big problem there right now for the side of Redbird Varsity. It looks like it will continue to be the case. 18 seconds now ticking away. Tamu must get this spike down and on the site as soon as possible. Red time ticking away. Vandal beginning to plant shots going through. It will be denied there by Ostic. Shire was doing the exact same thing. It was Chili Man with the headhunter. They'll find so many kills in Redbird. Varsity will pick them apart at the seams. A flawless round for them as they destroyed Tamu's every approach.
Yeah, situations like that are just unfortunate across the board. I mean, you know, when you can really dwindle it down to a certain term, I mean, considering that even then Tamu kind of realizes what's at stake here, what they just kind of encountered, and that something else needs to be done. As I mentioned, it's those post-plant scenarios. It's getting onto that side. It's finding some potency in these matches on the attacking side, where you really get this momentum to start rolling into your favor. Because on the defense here in Pearl, with how scattered this map is, with how large it is, there's not much you can do, quite honestly. It is very, very difficult to find yourself a solid defense with how sporadic this map is, how many kind of nooks and crannies you can squeeze through. And knowing that Redbird, they are just running this, and it's not even their map selection, knowing you're going onto their home territory next, you got to figure something out quick, because this defense is really all you got.
That's a big problem as well now heading into the timeout. Redbird Varsity are in such a dominant position. Not only have they already guaranteed that they'll go even at half, at least at halftime's point, they're also now going above and beyond. And Tamu have been losing such a successive spree of rounds. They take the first, they take the second, Redbird gets a third, they find a fourth fairly quickly, and it's just been Tamu on this major downturn, a downward spiral. They have not been able to find themselves a round win within 6 rounds in a row. Giving a team a 6-round berth right all back-to-back, stringing them all together, is not just a major deficit to your side, considering the fact that you're now 4 rounds between, a huge buffer between you, but mentally it's got to be exhausting. A timeout only drains you even further if you're not properly utilizing it, and you've got to be able to find a way to get impactful first picks. Tamu have been very good about first ones. They almost always find themselves that first kill. The problem is winning the fights afterwards. Chili Man and Lelouch, they go for an early swing, only allows them to find themselves a kill instead. Ostic from within Link is able to take down one more as they start to swing over towards the alley side, but a Prowler to follow them doesn't engage and doesn't find enough distance to really tag anyone down. It's Tamu with the man advantage and now Spike for the post plant.
And even then you get those top frags on the side of Redbird already down and dusted. So, I mean, you're not worried about that too much. You just have to win these gunfights. You've got to set up these crosses. You can't isolate yourself too much. And if you do, you got to guarantee to win these fights. Already there, JWO towards the back. Goes ahead, has Aussie Frosty as a little bit of backup. So that's a good stance thus far. Comes down to the 1v2 scenario coming out for Aussie. And you got to check every single corner. That is the problem with these kinds of rounds, with these clutches that you have to get your hands on. You look for exchanges, you got to get somewhere else on the board. You got to know where somebody may be, and even then, if you don't even check a cranny around an edge on the top of the map towards the back, where nobody would ever sit even on the defensive side, you're not really going to run like that, because that's exactly where that kill comes from. That's where you receive some shots, and you go ahead and give Tamu their first round after a strand of 6 in a row here for Redbird.
It's all about the methodical play style of Redbird Varsity, and once they overextend, you start to find a little bit of oomph. You start to find them in a bit of momentum. Instruct, maybe the bottom frag player right now for Redbird Varsity. Why are they engaging all the way through doors? Why are they the player to aggress into Tamu's side? They're doing it all over again right now here in this round, trying to create space for the launch, so it makes a little bit more sense here in this scenario, but that didn't even give you the impact you were wanting. The Showstopper comes up with nothing, and all you got for yourself is a little bit of map control. That can be influential, that can be impactful, but the rest of your team is getting picked apart, torn apart at the seams. Louch off the board, 3 players remaining for Redbird Varsity. Palmo's only able to find 1 kill, but they're being refragged back by JWL. Osset can't even hit the shot necessary to Vandal, and will bite the tour de force shot because of it. 1v4. Completely pushing the wrong objective. Chili Man is just going to have to pray that all of them funnel in and don't fire back, because this seems like a way too difficult time to overcome.
And that's mostly not going to happen. I mean, you look at Tamu, obviously we're in the Champions Division. They have a little more sense than that. They're going to see that green border around his face. They're going to set up in these corners. They're not going to open themselves up to anything, and even if it does, they're going to look for an immediate exchange, because Chili Man does not have the time to set up any kind of other crossfire. You don't have anything to really work with when Vandal's also kind of matching it towards that corner, and also has a KO behind them to really suppress that and swing onto you from. So there it is, going ahead, finding some relativity in this matchup, looking good, also waking up on the board and getting themselves to a nearly even half. I mean, 7-5, considering that we saw 6 in a row come out from Redbird. That is an outstanding half to be thankful for. You're going to go ahead and owe it all to those pistol rounds earlier, really giving yourself that leeway.
And you got to keep in mind as well, Dallas, Pearl is a very one-sided map. How many times do we see a Pearl that has ever gone 6-6 at halftime? It's almost never. It's such an impossibility. You usually see one team winning by a huge dominant lead, or maybe a little bit being gathered towards the end as one side starts to clean up the mistakes that they were making. And I think that latter portion is what we're seeing right now. Tamu finding the last 2, finding themselves a little bit more leeway. Now they head into this next half. They take the 2 pistols because they were fairly good. I think they were dominant, in fact, for the first 2 rounds here of this game. I think if they take these 2 now on the defense, able to play and kind of placate space by themselves, they take it, they'll now be tied 7-7. But the problem is they've already lost first blood, and Chili Man has quickly used that rendezvous to great success to leave their 1 player all the way back over inside of Indict, all the way over towards top of B ramp. But that means Spike, that means 4 other players are already ready to send themselves over towards the A site, and they're going to send their lone Fade in through Art because they don't necessarily have the util to initiate like they would in a normal round.
Yeah, big spots here. I mean, on the board already, a little bit of exchanges, especially in damage, but now actually coming through with 2 kills for Tam. And more importantly, this is what they need to get for these rounds. They got to find these kills, but they're just not really getting them already. I mean, 3 for 1 across the board. Redbird getting themselves on the side. They say, you got the pistol rounds in the last half. We get the ones right here. We don't need that safety net. That's what's going to tip us right over the edge to make sure to secure this map and get it under our belt. When Vandal has nothing but a shorty to work with, there's not too much you can do. You see these ghost shots rain right between your eyes, and next thing you know, you're waking up to another round where you see the Redbird has 8. They have much better guns to work with now, and you're questioning whether or not you really need to be forcing here because things are not looking good. You start following suit in this.
We've seen that force kind of come through recently. I mentioned it in that first half, and this is another scenario. It wasn't a flawless like we saw Tamu do for that first half, but still a very good round for Redbird Varsity. I think Tamu, being on the defense and being on the bad end of that situation, will say, okay, at best, a shorty in the hands of Nim. They'll already be playing really close as they are that duelist up in your face, and with that raise, they're just going to hold a corner, possibly over towards doors, maybe have them be over towards Link on A. Just allow Redbird Varsity to take space and cut them down and punish them accordingly. And that would work should you see Redbird Varsity play slow, in through mid, in through place, and take control of those inner hallways and alleys. That's completely what they circumvented. They said, no, we'll take control of site, we'll aggress in our own manner. They found 2 kills right off the bat. Nim is in a good spot to maybe find a frag back, but takes too much damage and has a hasty retreat backwards. Still surviving for the time being, but not a spot you want to be in. Tether employed up into heaven, but it does not seem to find its target. Nim will finally fall, but they do manage to find 1 kill. And you do see Osty Frosty tag another one before they go down. That does leave Redbird Varsity with 2 players less and 2 guns less theoretically, but I still think they exit that round very positive, and they may even decide to pick up the little bit of loss that they had for that round because they're on the attack. They can close that distance fast.
Yeah, I mean, not even then. I mean, look at Louch already going in and trying to compensate for that. Has those blast packs in the back pocket, is going with the shorty, and the full armor still saying, I'm committing to this. It's not a half armor kind of situation where I'm scared of what's going to happen. If I just go in with the full confidence, at least get one of these players, I get a different gun to work with. That's one more player off that side. That's an overwhelming presence my team can work off of, and that's going to be another round possibly secure. But we already see the team, they're kind of meeting them on that ideology. They're rushing. They're meeting at a war of attrition right towards A main. And honestly, Redbird, they come out on top there. They've gotten themselves a kills. It's a 3v3, and every single one of these players will, I mean, not every single one, but at least 2 out of 3 of them are going to have guns to work with now, really creating that equilibrium.
Well, that equilibrium eventually has to kind of fall one way or the other, Dallas. And right now, for Tamu being on the defensive, they've at least done a good job of denying Redbird Varsity of getting that plant down. Bit of an exchange between Chiliman and Vandal, but unfortunately the doppelganger will fall there for the side of Redbird Varsity. Tamu gets the upper hand for now, and another one quickly following suit as one by one trickling into that line of sight of that Hun Hunter, and that's exactly where you don't want to be. Information marked away here for Pomo. They have to just pray that nobody's going to engage towards them, but those tendrils just showcasing exactly where they've sprinted off towards, meandering backwards here over towards that plaza side. That's not going to matter. JWL catches them as they try to swing back way to the door of place, and Tamu finds themselves another round much needed, and I think we're looking at a scenario where they can say, hey, we can get rifles under our belt. We didn't really lose too much. We'll buy out again, force it up, and we got that sniper in Vandal's hands. I think we're primed and ready for the next round.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, you know that if you went around like this, Tamu are going to be looking really bad for another round, and you can get yourself a guaranteed 11th, knowing that they are going to be forcing up these guns. When you see some rifles, if, say, a whiffed operator shot rains out, and you're like, okay, they obviously bought something a little bit iffy, a little bit of expensive, and if we can take that out of their hands, I mean, even then, just kind of leave it to rot and disintegrate here on the field and just go into the next one with these rifles and really force them into that combat, they're not going to have anything to work with. They don't even know a sacrifice of that armor is being made right now. So honestly, if you see Redbird make these adjustments, okay, maybe they snuffed out a little bit. We can get alert towards the middle of the map. Maybe a free player somewhere, which Chamber's trying to take care of. Sage is sitting back there towards spawn. Maybe you're looking at a lurk around that trademark, which honestly, I don't know how I feel about. But, I mean, if you get yourself some presence in the middle of the map and can really fight off of that, maybe close these corners, and just even then you don't need those headshots anymore for a couple of these guys, you should be looking fine and dandy for Redbird here. And I think they're somewhat aware of that with kind of how slow they're playing. They know that Tamu wants something here. They know they're a little desperate, so they're just kind of going ahead and let them set the pace of this game.
You see initially Redbird taking advantage of the poor construction work here on the map of Pearl. Let's flush out the player inside Art, and they're sending 2 players quickly to aggress. Chiliman and Lelouch. Lelouch is the player to extend first. They find first kill. They'll extend past the initial peek over towards that left side, and they'll have for Chiliman to find that second player to engage. Unfortunately, the actual push that's trying to watch their flank and play a little bit slower just isn't working out for them. It'll have to rely on Lelouch to kind of pick up that pace where Pomo could not necessarily get the job done. They'll send 2 more players over towards that A main side, and they'll leave the player of Lounge actually on site itself. Only 2 more players are left for Tamu, and Construct's in a perfect spot. That little bit of a lackluster and slower playstyle we've seen for them is actually giving them a big go-ahead in the round, considering that it was Tamu expecting all players to be on site, expecting them to be in one single position to be dealt with, and that's exactly the opposite of the case for Redbird. They were primed, they were ready, they had themselves a backup plan and a backup to that backup plan, and now they're just looking to remove the sniper out of Vandal's hands, and they'll do exactly that. Despite Lelouch being at what felt like 2 HP, considering all the damage they had taken in the round, they still are the player to extend to that kill, and they'll drop the sniper.
Yeah, and that's a big sacrifice you're taking over towards that A side. I mean, when you have a chamber station there, not by themselves, but with an operator, knowing how small it is, you don't have very much room to rendezvous from. You don't have an actual spot of safety towards the back of the map to really take shelter in, and that's why you have to overextend for that space to where you go onto site as that second measure. You hit that first shot before you've even touched site, and that second kill comes through on the site where you have the number of advantage guaranteed at that point. Without the trade potential, you can double down on that. But when you've already lost the potential here, knowing that's an eco round once more, Lelouch going crazy once more, just kind of pushing through the map, nading every single corner with no regard for their own life, they eventually lose it, but they definitely did some damage in the meantime.
You're on an attacking side now with a 2-man advantage, and you essentially have taken that A site entirely for control. If you're pushing the A site and you have not seen the chamber yet, Dallas, what is your first thought process? Well, they're on B. They were holding B main. They were locking down that long sight line. They have a headhunter, they have a sniper, they have something along those lines. you can just engage quickly. You've already found 4. It's just this one player left standing, and now you have perfect intel. Though you lose Chili Man in the process, guess what you've gained? An exact position. Only 2 angles at which they can come from. Should they extend backwards, you have to watch only 3 alleyways. And you've already sent Undyne all the way back over towards spawn. He's looking in through the slight little gap in the window. There's Instruct to lead the way. I mentioned it so many times, a bit of a slower performance in that first half, maybe even a little lackluster. They've come out of their own skin here a little bit. They found 3 in that last round alone. They went from 5 and 10 now to 8 and 10. They're looking much better, and they're really helping the team out where necessary.
Yeah, I mean, already, just regardless of individual performance, you got to look at what they're doing collectively across the board. I mean, every single one of these players, Louch obviously looking outstanding, Palmo just looking absolutely disgusting. Just there's a little bit of assistance, knowing that controller player is doing that and not your initiators. But I mean, even then, they don't really have to worry about their initiators. They worry about intel. That Fade isn't doing too much to them. I mean, that Haunt isn't giving them all the information in the world. It's getting shot down immediately every single time, which is to be expected out of most Fade Haunts to get thrown down. But that's enough to let you know, okay, somebody's there in that area. Somebody's right towards the little art right there in the middle of the map. Somebody's around that corner towards pushing on that A side. Somebody's on the A side. We can, if it's a Vandal, get that audible to let us know if it's on the right or the left side. But regardless, you get yourself an exchange across the board. Both Fades managing to get a kill in this round, but only one Fade sitting towards the end. That's the one that was on the attacking side, but we see Osset getting picked off there. Not much to work with as Nim does get that kill. And it causes the buy going down maybe to go ahead and kind of divvy that out, but it's not going to work. You have to find a different approach with that duel set still alive because that's your only potential to getting onto a side.
The problem right now lies for the side of Redbird Varsity. A tour de force is popped. You still don't necessarily know where that chamber is lying in wait for you. They're now back over to the B site. They started to move through that defender spot a little bit, maybe pivoting over towards A, but the lack of an actual push and engagement out of A main kind of gave Tamu the little bit of security to send them back over towards B. That's where they're currently lying against Chili Man, all by their lonesome. Maybe a little bit of assistance from their Viper, currently sitting in alley, now moving over towards Cubby. Could be where we see them stay for the time being, but Redbird Varsity running now down to 20 seconds. Only have a resurrection to work with. No one's nearby to get rezzed either. They'll play this one a man down. A Showstopper could also be employed now that they've lost that tour de force, as Louch found a nice wallbang kill there to Vandal's head. JWL will fall just as quickly. The player I mentioned initially being an alley towards Cubby goes down. You've now gone from a man disadvantage to a man advantage within 5 seconds left, and you got spiked down. Manila Louch had to do that with a huge problem on their back. They're now carrying the team, backpacking them through this round of the squalor that it has been. Frosty Frosted, the only player left standing. That only deal with Pablo had initially planted down that spike. Bit of damage done to the player of Instruct, who's now having to move backwards through B main. Very scary behind that barrier orb. Once again, Louch hanging down below will bait the teammate, and that was the right idea. No dogging on them. A 4K for Louch as they will feast the way up for Redbird Varsity to reach 12.
Yeah, huge stance here, match point, and then going ahead, carrying things on once again for Tamu's map pick, and that's a really concerning thought, knowing that even then, the next one you're going on to is the home field of Redbird. I mean, their map pick, Breeze. So, I mean, look at the stance, look at what they're doing. You got to wake up here right now, and you need to make sure to find these exchanges. Considering the guns, you got either a sacrifice of an actual weaponry or armor somewhere, and that's not what you want to be looking at. So this Showstopper, this Viper's Pit, all of it needs to be employed to some extent. And with that Viper's Pit not going down immediately somewhere on a site to make sure you can funnel these players up somewhere is a concern in its own right.
Once again, Tamu leaving their chamber all the way over towards the B site. Still trying to make sure nobody can push through B main, but look how much has been used by Redbird Varsity. Even if they weren't to push this site, Tamu have to secure themselves a bit of dominance, find a position to work from, pivot from another angle, and it all relies on finding these frags, and they don't necessarily have the guns to do so. Thankfully, the Spectre is good for tricks, maybe a treat for them instead, but it still only evens the odds. As Redbird Varsity had already found 2 kills by that point, it's only a bit of a refrag. Barrier Orb goes down, a Nightfall will be popped in return by Tamu, but Vandal falls all over again. Instruct has been playing out of their minds in this second half, exactly where you need them. They're all about that team play style, and then now move to a wonderful position over towards Garden, where they have the best cutoff angle right now for the player of JWL, and they just let Osix and Louch just clean up house of the rest of Redbird Varsity, as it will be a very good game for them here on the map of Pearl. Tamu's map pick, Dallas. Tamu's map. They take it 13-6. That is a huge way to secure a victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge lead that we saw them kind of maintain and kind of accumulate over the course of the match. And even then at halftime, we saw them go ahead and have a little bit of a comeback there. Timmy looked good. They woke up for a second. They said, all right, things, we can't let it get out of control. And it seems like they kind of used up the rest of their gas just to catch them in that first half. Once their defensive side came around, wasn't really much they could do. Even then, they had a lot more intel to work off initially. But I mean, when you talk about the oppression that we saw to Lelouch, when we look at what Tamu was doing, I mean, just kind of looking to counteract that. And more importantly, when you see Redbird's aggression, how well they were doing, I mean, instead of just seeing what Pearl and what kind of dominance they had there, I'm just more thankful that Tamu didn't get that bind pick to come out, because with the level of aggression like what we just witnessed, it's going to be a huge problem. And even more so on Breeze, where you see this map is so wide open, you have all these options, but if you're not hitting your shots like a couple of these players are on that Redbird squad, I think they're really set for a map like this, knowing that you're going to swing right into the open field. It comes down to these 1v1s. It comes down to these long-range engagements. And if you're not winning those and at least hitting your shots or feeling warmed up by now, your life is going to feel much worse.
Think about how Lelouch is going to be doing on the map with Breeze. If they play a Raze again, or they switch to a Jet or another kind of duelist, the ability for them to close space on that B side, take control of back B, and then still nail those shots all the way over towards Arches, they will be an absolute force to be reckoned with, and they already were on the map of Pearl. Your best man for the side of Tamu, yes, was absolutely going off. He was 18 and 10 by the time the rest of the team was sitting at 6-7 kills. Yeah. They were doing exceptionally well for themselves, but you have to have the rest of the team backing you up. Maybe this isn't your map that you necessarily are comfortable with, but you picked it, so it should be. You have that understanding. You're going to need this break much more than the casters or the viewers do, because you guys got to talk things through. You got to find a mutual understanding about how you're going to adjust for the second map, because Breeze is not going to be a breeze if you play like you did there. So think things through, talk things out. We're going to take a quick break like previously mentioned before, and we'll get right back to the big show, and we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, here to NECC. We're now moving on to the second map of this series against the likes of Texas A&M Century and the likes of Redbird University. Already outstanding squads, outstanding division that we're working with in the Champion Lowlands, but regardless, not the best standings out of these two teams, which they're fighting obviously to get one better, but it seems like Redbird's kind of winning on the cut here because they went ahead, went out that first map of Pearl that we saw in a 13-6 fashion, which was Texas A&M's selection, keep in mind, and we're going to keep the train rolling here on Breeze.
When you're talking about a map that is not your pick, and I know that's the collegiate special, win your opponent's map pick, lose yours, whatever it may be, But this is a side where you're talking about a champions division. You don't really see that kind of thing occur. It's at least much less likely. And now heading over to a map like Breeze, where neither of the maps we're going to be seeing for the guaranteed first 2 maps are that collegiate, like handshake, the gentleman's agreement sort of maps. It's a very different game. Breeze is not a map where you see kind of the unexpected occur. When a team's been dominant, they're going to continue to be dominant, especially if they pick the map. I know I could probably say the same thing about Pearl, but Pearl's a little bit too new to kind of give that same kind of inference, to kind of give that same level of confidence of saying, hey, they're still going to be dominant because they picked it. It's just not the case. It's too new. It's too in the water. It's too dangerous of a map to kind of test in case you aren't 100%. And in the collegiate scene, that can kind of be what it comes down to, though. But we've got ourselves picking up here for the next setup. Texas A&M, I've already locked in that Sova, the KO. Looks like Vanda will go on over to that chamber as well. We do have Nim on the Jet. JW out on that Viper for the opposing side for Redbird. The Louch will be picking off that Raze, instead be going over towards the Jet. Instruct off the Sage, now over towards Sova. Shiliman will go back to that chamber. Pomo will no longer be Astra, will be Viper instead. Much needed for this map. And then Osik will be the KO that you need to see.
To go ahead and elaborate off that point that you were mentioning, talking about these teams, talking about a little bit of an element of comfort on these maps, you got to consider them in Texas A&M. What they were doing is they felt more comfortable on that map. They're the ones who selected it, a newer map, keep in mind, to feel that level of confidence, go in there and say, we're going to win this. This is a newer map. Obviously, we figured ourselves out. We know the composition. We know the layout of the map. We know how we feel on it. And we feel good enough to go ahead in a map where we're already kind of on this really close line we're riding on right now, is an even score line of actual record of 2-4 against Redbird. If we lose this game, we could possibly fall out of playoffs completely, and we're going to have to go ahead and find a way to claw ourselves back in if UTD start to go ahead and step themselves up. And then a 13-6 happens. If that was a map that Redbird didn't feel comfortable enough to select on their own merit, think about something like Breeze, to where momentum starts to carry a huge influence across the field, because as we mentioned, you're seeing a lot of small character models here on this map. You're going for very long lineups. You're really having to hit your shots and feel good here to really get things going. And when you look at a 13-6 lineup, when you look at the KD, more importantly, especially of Lelouch in that last game, this is going to be problematic unless you just look outstanding and really step up to the plate right here, right now in this pistol round.
Pearl is a huge map, Dallas.
Yep.
It's massive. But the actual total space at which you can walk around, the actual playable space which you can go within, is so much smaller, it feels like, than a map like Breeze, where everything is wide open. Mid's wide open towards Pillar, B side's wide open, A side's wide open, both spawns are wide open. The only tight like you have is trying to deal with the players inside Hot, trying to move in through Cave, trying to move in through that cannon side. All of that is just land that needs to be proven from both sides, and they're trying to progress early towards Cave. It is a bonus there for the side of Redbird Varsity, who did a much better job to find the opening kills. Steve Frosty to find themselves too, but they're still positioning well. They're taking advantage of that open map. They're taking advantage of the fact they don't need every player to find those kills, because they were just playing gunning better in the first map. Looking to continue that here for the second. And because of that, they just got them on layaway for that first one. Clearance aisle as they cleaned out the rest of the players.
And even then, I mean, you got to look at the Louch once more. Already going ahead, having an introduction here on this map, looking to go crazy. Push out a tube, said, "What? You know what? Why not? Let's go ahead and get a triple kill." I'm gonna go ahead and cut out and see. You know, I'll give everybody else have their own spotlight, get a little bit of the piece of the pie here, and get themselves some own money. But that wasn't the case. Already, huge shots running through. You know the Marshall's going to be a hot selection on this second round coming through, and even then, you got Louch looking to hold things really close, because you have that backup towards the left side. They are executing off each other, looking to push up. They're looking to keep this thing darn near, if not perfectly flawless. And especially if you can do that and go with the same kind of execution this next round, it's going to be that much better. So it all comes down to Nim. Doesn't have much to do. Can't really check that right way. It's a 50-50, and you end up losing that. But more importantly, you've lost 2 rounds here in a row now. It's time to wake up, step up to the plate, get these rifles to work with, full buy across the board, and get yourself maybe something to work with here.
I mean, you're talking about a flawless round 2 on top of the back of that, and, well, yes, I would say if you have Spectres on the attack, usually I'd say, okay, well, you can close that space yourself, and it would be mostly fine. But a huge and open map like Breeze, that's not the case. And look at the playstyle that Redbird Varsity were employing in round 1 and round 2. They just gunned. They went into the face, a very candid styled attitude against Tamu. And because of that, they were just picking them apart at the seams. It was like, even when they had equal counterpart weapons at the pistol round, they still were arguably winning it by a pretty dominant manner. that was especially the case in round 2, and it looks like Redbird are trying to at least try to keep the spacing the same, probably a little bit slower. I'm a little shocked by that considering the weapons they have at hand, but they're being cheeky, and that's the right idea. It's also up first to try to go for that first duel after Chili Man had failed. They fail against Nim, and because of that now it'll be up to the secondary players to do so. Louch now the only player to find themselves a kill, but they have to go from pillars now through doors and find a little bit of open space. The Spectre does not work in the hands of Pomo, but at least Louch has picked up that Vandal from the player they got before, but it will not last very long as JWL gets a wallbang secured frag to at least gain and maintain TaMu, find that third round that they need, the first one for themselves, and they only lost one rifle. Pretty good for them, and Vandal has headhunter shots they can use in this round. Not the worst case scenario.
It's most definitely not. I mean, even then, all things considered, TaMu, they had themselves a little bit of a retaliation factor here. They have something to work with. They had this KO going ahead with the null command to where they can push onto this B site. And, I mean, going ahead, looking through, working with other teams, even if you're not pushing onto that B site, if you're running KO and you have a null command, you can sit right in that corner, tucked up against that B site that's off of sight and still watch towards the middle if a possible flank is coming through and have a full effective suppression on that site. That's how large that one ultimate is for you to manipulate. But instead it looks like they're going to go for a very upfront mid approach, look to cut things through, look to fight from the middle of the map. You already see Austin with that ultimate go ahead and be shut down, but that's because Redbird are having an outstanding hold, able to hit every single shot almost, and you've only lost one player with some sight control now. This is huge for you.
Pomo does eventually fall, though. Vandal had back of B and was able to find the back of their head. Very slow. Exactly what you want to see from the push by TaMu, because they were at a huge man disadvantage. Now things have moved up just a little bit further, and Instruct trickles into Trix, and because of that, Trix will manage to at least find the kill, but 22 HP remains. It's not the best position to work from. Lots of audio being made by the sniper in hand on the side of Redbird, and because of that, Vandal's long and very convoluted flank in through Hall to just nets themselves a very victorious frag onto their counterpart. It is down to the 1v2 with Redbird on the bad end of this losing situation. Push over to Pillar. They'll now have to deal with Trix. They'll now go for the defuse. They maybe can stick it up to half here, but the rifle hands of Vandal will be easily able to secure themselves that final kill, as it will fall to TaMu for 2 in a row. Something they struggled to do on that first map of Pearl, finally getting themselves out of a rut, maybe gaining that confidence that they definitely need to survive here in Breeze.
Yeah, most definitely already go ahead, get themselves an even game. And I mean, you talk about that confidence, that's something they're going to need because, I mean, they can find a way to rally around it right here, right now. When you look at Redbird and what they got to deal with, obviously not the best weaponry. They're looking to go ahead with these kind of alternating rounds with this lose streak kind of going against them. And with the way things kind of laid out for them on that third, not looking too good in a round where everything was even. I mean, it was close as you could get. You got a couple players, and it came down to a 1v2, but you need to do a little bit better than that. Your impact player has to be live, has to do something more. And talk about that impact player. Louch has a Blade Storm, so this could go ahead and give yourself that kill effect, or even that first plug you need in the middle of the map if it lines up correctly. And there you go. Trix is already sniffed out. You know a player's there. If you get aggressive enough to hit that, like Chili Man, you're not worried.
My goodness, that was what you needed. We saw a bit of a tumultuous period of time for Redbird in that third round where the rifles came out by TaMu, and despite them finding first kill there for Louch to pick up a rifle, they weren't able to do much past that fact. They need more than one player to step up, and the Headhunter, exactly what you want to see from Chili Man. They're now at least able to pick up that rifle and then still have the Blade Storm in that back pocket, but once you give up that space towards doors, once you give that space in pillars, that is going to be where you see TaMu step up. Pomo hits another nasty shot. But unfortunately, 2 nasty shots doesn't equal a round win. Dallas and TaMu will secure themselves another W. Pretty expected, but we did see some pretty cool highlights from Redbird Varsity.
Yeah, we saw some great shots out of them. They're looking like they're not really slowing down anytime soon. They're keeping themselves relevant. They're making sure to keep these rounds expensive for TaMu, which is the most important thing. Knowing you have all these ultimates to work off of right now for them, and they're not even really on an eco, they're looking to invest something, and that's what you need. You need to put them into these corners. You need to make sure they're going ahead, utilizing these safety nets. And, I mean, the more you got to work with and the more luxury you give yourself, the longer your downfall is going to occur, even if you ever do inevitably find that. So, I mean, that's what it's coming down, is setting up these back ends, setting up these fail safes, and finding a way to make sure that even if things don't look too good, you have a get-out-of-jail-free card, which is greater because that's... Let's be real. On Breeze, that's going to be the gun to go to.
Yeah, that long-range supremacy needs to be pretty absolute, so to say. There goes the Hunter's Fury by Trix, and I think they do get a little bit of damage there on the Louch, but not really much to go off of past that point. Instruct, though, inside Nest. They do see that Cloudburst gets sent past over towards pillars to cut down sight lines, maybe over towards doors. but you still got to actually survive on the side that's being pursued. It's Pomo who falls. A very influential frag for the rest of Tamu to try and continue to capsize the boat that is the defense now, Redbird Varsity. Osik, though, is able to find themselves their own pristine target. That's the head of Nim. Ossie Frosty in the back of sight. Look at the Viper, pretty darn close by of JWL that can really lock down the position there with the Viper's pit, but they're already down to 1 HP. It will not take much to secure themselves the win, but Ossie Frosty finds themselves victorious there for the 1v1. The Lash will manage to drop them down, needing now to be stabilized, but no one's nearby with JWL falling to the wayside. Just now down to the 1v1. Trix has to find themselves a huge treat. They manage to take down one more. Shots missing, singing past their head. Cannot be missing in that scenario. They pop out the owl drone, and the Louch says, no, 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 don't be too hasty. I'll find myself the classic right click as Redbird Varsity secure themselves a round win.
Because in these 1v2 situations, if you got a gun, that's the only thing you can rely on. I mean, if you got a dart, throw it out. I mean, if you got them, grill them. But, I mean, these Soviet drones, that's not something allowed here, Chief. I mean, that's something to back up another teammate. You can't really back yourself up if you're not able to shoot out of it. If it doesn't have turrets get into it shooting bullets, and that's not the case here. 3-3 on the board there. A lot of ultimates invested in that last round coming out of AMU. And then knowing that, I mean, going forward, you get yourself a Viper's Pit or a post plant, even then a retake maybe, just choking down these sites already, because you can see that Viper's on B by themselves, which is what we're going to see out of the majority of teams doing on Breeze. It's not every single team unless they have a Cypher, but even then, a follow-up, a null command for a retake, tour de force for a hold, and even then, Redbird, they're probably not going to use a single one of these for a round like this when they know they won the last, and they're holding on to a lot of these guns still.
Yeah, and the guns are an important factor for Tamu. They know that they're in a bad scenario when it comes to the eco, and that's been the problem for both sides this early in the game, it being so back and forth up to this point. But there's a reason why Chamber and Jet have been ruining the meta, so to say, the go-to standard of your agent selection for the longest time. The Bladestorm, you don't need to bring a rifle to a round. You can use it in a save, or at least to kind of equalize the eco. The Tour de Force, the exact same thing. That's what we see Tamu trying to work with. They didn't pop the Bladestorm. They probably should have to maybe save a little bit of an extra buy as JWL was down to 100 credits at the end of the round, but it doesn't seem to matter anyways. Nim's off the board. It looks like they'll extend with a lot of information, hoping that the Viper's Pit will not be enough to cut sightlines. They're going to extend over towards it. Trix finds the upper hand on Pomo, and that sets themselves up quite nicely, but the no command popped instead by Osik will give them the confidence seemingly necessary to push to sight, but it still falls short, being taken down in return. Cloudburst to try and restabilize them up. Seemingly a bait. The Louch, though, still gets the kill. They get shot through the Cloudburst instead. It's now down 2. Chili Man does have a sniper, but they can't hit the shots. The same problem they ran into on the map of Pearl Dallas. This cannot be allowed to continue. Chili Man needs to step up big. Vandal still with the Tour de Force. They'll swing their body, but Chili Man does not fire the shot. A huge shortcoming for the side of Redbird Varsity as Tamu will find another round win.
Yeah, massive. I mean, Chili had so many opportunities there, and I'm not going to go ahead and put all the stress on that one player, but I mean, you have to hit those shots, whether it comes down to being in a retake situation. You get a Vandal to pick up, you have no Tour de Force to go up against at that stage, and you don't have a real crossfire going through. But even then, right now, you have a moment of redemption as well. You have that Tour de Force of your own to employ now. The rest of your team needs it to go off here, and if you're going to start hitting your shots, this would be a great time to start doing it, all things considered. You got to set up on these sites. You got to hit those areas. You know, you get these lock-offs. And even then, when you know it's going towards A, looking at that Viper bubble being thrown off over the top, you know that that's going to be a really good way for that slow field to really choke up these players, considering that they now see that barrel. You didn't get that first shot off, but they did get that information to say, okay, Chamber's up top of Nest. We don't need to be making this push right here.
Vandal's in a great spot to make sure that your lone Jet cannot leave very far, but Louch just hitting the shots. Chili Man maybe not, but your Jet sure as heck is, Dallas, and that's what you need to see. It's an even position, though. They did lose their KO on Cyber at Varsity. Not 2 phases the current point. It will be a null command pop, and that drops the Tour de Force out of Chili Man's hands. He can hit shots of the Classic, though. Where does that come from? Where do you go from there? It's now down to the 1v1, technically on site. Palmer will have a little bit of assistance by their Chamber up top, and Chili Man, a position of dominance, lops the head off Nim's shoulders, and it will be Redbird Varsity looking feisty in an eco round, thanks to the back of the Louch and Chili Man netting themselves very important picks inside tube.
Yeah, I mean, it all came into that alone. I mean, that Tour de Force didn't really take a single shot, didn't find a single kill because that suppression came through for the retake. It was just a great hold, the intimidation factor, don't let them come up through 2, and even then that's where all the players are kind of forcing themselves. We saw that split towards 2 and towards main, instead of actually going through the middle of the map and looking to force out those double doors, because when you know you're on the eco, a player's probably going to be holding that angle either with a frenzy or a sheriff or whatnot. And even then, with that information and that hunch kind of being quite honest, you still don't find those kills and expect those players to be coming in for a retake, and you just don't hit those shots, which is really unfortunate. But that's a huge round for Redbird, all things considered. They get themselves around. They spend nearly nothing in order to get it for themselves. And as a follow-up, they say, we're right back into home plate. We're just running things about. We get ourselves some utility to work off of. We got good guns. Do we want to push up, though? Are we hitting these shots? That's what it comes down to. If VALORANT didn't hit that initial one, honestly, it's still a question up in the air.
Yeah, take a couple steps back, maybe try again at a later point in time. And it looks like, for the most part, Tamu will try to extend themselves back over towards A and maybe start to employ through Tube if necessary. We do see their KO maybe looking for that right idea. But they're still trying to maintain control for JWL inside of Pillar. It's not the bad idea for Tamu, and when you have a round like that last round, Dallas, you're coming off the back of that one where a player who just wasn't as hot as they should have been, of Chili Man, who just didn't find the shots necessary despite having multiple opportunities for it. They need a good round, and that last round was exactly it. Icing on the cake, fired up, and the Lounge has been hot the entire matchup so far. Redbird Varsity, I wouldn't have used the tour de force in that last round, but they trusted in each other, they trusted in the playstyle, they trusted in the ability of a man who was struggling to pop off to then pop off. They're already able to have the Lounge open for one and make it two. This player seems nigh insurmountable right now. There goes the tailwind. Unfortunately, the rifle doesn't come up in time, and they'll fall short because of it. Nail with the Bladestorm able to find one more. Nasty Frosty assists to find a second. It is now full control of the objective for Tamu, but Hunter's Fury goes down. It'll deny the plant. Red time goes through. They will be popped away there by the 0 point, but it's still just enough time to buy a little bit of extra success, but it does force now Pomo to the 1v2. JWL, low, but not necessarily out for the fight. Snakebite is sent their direction, and Pomo will just walk straight through it, knowing that they're vulnerable for the time period. They'll try to play a little bit slower, but both players inside Pyramid, but Pomo has no idea to know that. They get spotted once. JWL does not hit enough shots to scare Pomo away for the time being. Flash goes out, and, well, the Carol Pop Flash is significantly weakened in recent time, but still, Pomo has to push, and it's not going to matter. Two players will meet them at the door. They swing over towards Crate, and it'll be a round win by Tamu to reach 5.
Good enough to manage to finish things out. Get yourself now a lead to work with. I mean, Tamu, they're keeping themselves relevant here. They are doing a darn good job of that. All things considered, in that last map where I felt really concerned of what they were capable of, they're only one round shy of that. And if they get themselves now that pistol round that comes up in that next half, they're equal to what amount of rounds we saw in Pearl, which was their own pick. So obviously, we're seeing a little bit of dichotomy here. I mean, these two squads looking a little bit rough on the map selections of their own right, but maybe then again, Redbird, I mean, this map is pretty difficult on the defense, if we're going to be real. You have to look for this aggression. It doesn't really allow as much as it does on Pearl, which, speaking of aggression, we're going to see a lot of with these eco guns in the hands of these Redbird players that just can't hit those shots with them.
Keep in mind, too, Dallas, as well. You got a 0 point that gets sent out there for the side of Redbird Varsity, and it caught all 5, if not just 4, for the side of Tamu's push. You're trying to sprint back to the objective to try to play for the post plan, but it's too little too late, especially for Lelouch, who had the Bladestorm. That was your catalyst to try to bring your team back into the fight, much like how Chili Man was before. But if that gets shut down, much like it did, without really much behind it, you're now looking at a scenario where Pomu is once again left all by themselves. Likely a rifle is in their hands, but it's only a Phantom at this range. It's not going to have that potential you necessarily want it to see. It will not be that catalyst. They'll move up towards ropes to gain control over towards that sniper's nest, and they're just going to say, I'll hold on to this one for the time being. You guys will play against it. You guys will take this round. I'll give that one up. But apparently I know things, Dallas. Apparently Pomo just knows, despite I literally have no idea how you would see that. Still picks up the kill through the Cloudburst, and it will be a round win nonetheless by Tamu, but they do save a rifle. A little bit of extra cash to hold on to.
Yeah, and even then already getting themselves that 6-round threshold that they need to guarantee themselves an even half, which is good looking for them. I mean, considering that last game, this is all they got. I mean, they still have a chance to possibly get choked off, but that's not what you want. I mean, I think they're going to continue this trend along. They get themselves at least one more round in this half. When you look at the economy, when you look at the fact that Redbird has almost nothing to work with, you get your either self nothing or you get both rounds here. And that's really what it comes down to. This is what the economy really tosses up for because, I mean, you get yourself something here. Redbirds start heating up. They want to fight for that half, and that's what they find. They find the E1 across the board. With these ultimates, that's going to be the biggest contributing factor in these kinds of rounds to make sure you can secure this round specifically. You want to make sure that Viper's Pit is there for that post plant. It's set up. You see all that goop there up in the air. You can't really do too much about it. And you have that spike and you hear that tick going off. You have a Hunter's Fury for the post plant as well. You have a null command to get onto site. You have all the necessary resources and they're all used at the right time. First one's only on yet. No real pressure right now. Just get yourself some picks and you concern yourself with the semantics later.
Well, the antics are, well, kind of working out so far with the set of Tamu, but job's not necessarily done. They'll finally deal with Destructu as kind of a nuisance over there towards that elbow side. Still, job's not done. You still got to run it down if the son of Redbird Varsity. Only 3 players, and they're all pushing from the exact same angle. That's the exact opposite of what you want to see. Nam will swing out from the back of B site, able to take one more straight to the afterlife, and it's not loving it. They're not liking it whatsoever. That Mickey D's angle is not working out, so Redbird Varsity will say, we'll hold on for the time being. We want to save the operator, save that rifle that's in their opposing team's hands, and unfortunately, the Louch takes a bad turn, does not move over towards Tube, and because of that, they'll find themselves in the bad end of a Vandal, and their teammate of Osik is inevitably doomed to join them right after the bat of only finding one single consolation kill. It's a bad round for Redbird Varsity, and it makes matters worse. They don't really have a lot of money to work with this last round of this first half, where Tamu have already guaranteed a 7-4 performance, if not an 8-4, should things continue to go in their way.
I mean, big sense here on the board. Give themselves at least 7, still 2 ultimates to work with. They didn't have to employ anything else there. So, I mean, keep in mind that entire game plan I laid it out for them in that last round. They still have 2/3 of that available, just off pure power that they reinforced that last round, and just the amount of aggression that just looks so smooth for them in their approach already. I mean, they're backing up once more, getting on the side, getting aggressive. You know, you don't have the best weaponry against you, really hitting those shots on site. So you're, okay, a Phantom, but it's going to be backed by half armor. Okay, maybe a Guardian is going to have full armor, but it's a Guardian, and it's not good for a retake. A Vandal maybe, half armor, once again by Chili Man. It's not much here, and especially if you're Sova. You want to sit in the back, you want to wait for that audible to go through, you want to wait for that call to be made, and then you can go and peek your head out. But that's not the case. Trix wants to get some blood on his hands. He wants to get down and dirty, and he's going to get at least one. When the trade comes out, Austin Frosty gets another, and Tamu find themselves 8 here for this half to go into the next one, looking much better, showing that a third map is looking a lot more possible.
Chili Man's vision is exceptionally good for the side of Redbird Varsity. We saw them flick over to attack the player moving towards Cannon, aware there was another player sitting inside that back nest over towards B main. There was a lot there. Osik was trying to back them up from the flank, and once Chili Man does get killed, Osik will collect that rifle, but you can also note something very important due to that, and the fact that Osik dies fairly quickly afterwards. There wasn't much communication there for the man of Chili Man. They didn't call out a player towards Cannon. They did not call out there was 2 men, and Osik was only trying to play for the player inside nest, despite having initially looked like they were playing for the player in Cannon. They needed to be a little bit more aware. I feel like it's a shortcoming for information, but at least they now get to play the attack. They don't have to be so sparse across the map. They can use that man advantage, that numerical advantage that they have by sending every single player towards the same objective. But Tamu, they look good in their attack, so maybe Redbird will do just the same, but Tamu is already close to the gates of success for already having reached that 8-point margin. Alouch quickly extending towards the site Dallas, but look who it is, Tamu to find first blood.
Yeah, huge sense thus far. Already looking to go ahead and get a couple kills with the Headhunter, Ghost, whatever it is. It's a gun. It can shoot bullets, so it can get kills as well. And Redbird is making sure to do exactly that. Already making sure to get themselves some good exchanges on the board, but oh man, Tamu, they are waking up here. They want this pistol round. They're probably going to find it unless Osik can just go ahead and nail every single shot, and that's just not the case. A 4K for Vandal. That is already half, more than half of that ultimate now available to work with in this third round. If you do see that force going ahead and following suit, maybe a little bit of a cherry on top for Vandal specifically if they can find that, because they only need 3. So that's an outstanding look for them just to go ahead and get off the get-go for this half. I mean, it's better than a Blaze Storm. You know, guarantee some kills there. I mean, considering that Vandal is definitely hitting their shot, they are the menace on the attacking side, and they weren't even in their home spot yet. Now they're on defense. Now they have a Marshal in their hands. And I think if you go ahead and give them those kills, your game is going to get a lot worse. So Redbird had to find a way to maneuver around this map, play off that Viper, find themselves some sufficient cover, and manipulate that fact, because that's something they just haven't done too much at all across the board.
It's not the worst case scenario for the side of Redbird, but I have to agree, things are starting to get dire, especially now coming into the second round of the half. You lose this one, which is the expected result, all things considered, and it's going to be double digits for Tamu, which is a point at which we always like to say that's the beginning of the end. That first team to reach it numerically, statistically, is going to finish the job, especially when there's a huge 6-round buffer if that was the case. But Redbird at 4, they're actually going full send. They think they still have a really good shot. Unfortunately, so does the player of JWL. They find themselves first blood with the Bulldog. Vandal inside hallway, starting to extend forward, clears out Cubby with that Headhunter, but Stinger in the hands of Pomo still managing to find the kill instead. They start to aggress a little bit too quickly, but Tamu cannot capsize that back of B site. Fragment good for 1. Alausha Stinger for a second, and Osick finally finds themselves the victories the small ones needed to cement their name in that kill feed like they were incapable of doing for that 2K in the end of that last round to save it. They'll find themselves victory in the second, and the force actually works out downs for Redbird Varsity.
Yeah, it most simply does. I mean, able to go ahead and make that exchange, get that choke off round, and this is going to be big for Redbird, especially in those rounds when you make sure to shut down this momentum, that force, that money that could have gone somewhere else. And go ahead and say, well, we can't really invest in it anymore. That round didn't go in our direction. We see that, I mean, they're not getting the most frags on the board, but last one you need to do is be giving themselves a little bit of target practice where we have no armor, where we're free shots, where they can start to feel themselves a little bit more so and find that relevance inside this matchup. And even then, Redbird, keep in mind, they still found a disgusting thrifty round earlier in that first half. So they had the capability to be discussing here. They just got to really live to that potential.
Potential can be everything, but sometimes some teams fall, I guess, victim to the weight on their shoulders, the expectation that is there for their normal playstyle. Maybe could be the case here for Redbird Varsity leaving a man down, but it's actually Vandal who misses the much-needed shots. Flight coming through, and Struct now has that intel. Frosty go a right click with that classic, could be all needed to finish the job to Pomo, but Pomo still finds that kill. It'd also be a snakebite sent over towards Arches, and problem is, it doesn't clear out the total of it. And they'll be able to sneak past for the time being. Tricks fall short. Pomo knowing possibly their snakebite was incorrectly placed and will still be watching the exact same angle. Nim, the last player left standing, and, well, they have a solid weapon in their hands, and maybe they'll play for an exit frag, and I think they'll be allowed to it, but Strut still on the draw. Finds themselves a kill, and Osick goes, I need that rifle, but can't manage to escape with it in time.
Yeah, I mean, big sense thus far. Good exchanges across the board. Redbird getting themselves some relevancy and having a Viper's Pit to work off of. But, I mean, Tamu have done just exactly that as well. It comes down to whether or not we're going to use those proactively, reactively, whatever it comes down to. Because the Viper's Pit has been actually the one ultimate we haven't seen really employed at all here throughout the entirety of the series. And Pearl, we had those Vipers prominent there, but they didn't really want to use those Vipers Pit. And even then now on Breeze, where you can go ahead and lock this map up, where, I mean, even then you can close off the distance and make sure to get the distance that much closer and say they can't really snipe or shoot Vandals through something they can't see right. Sure, I mean, they will try, but they're not really going to take that just to give away free information. That's something that, honestly, Tamu don't really want to do all that much. Now on the defense, they're hitting their shots. You see, I mean, Vandal in the back just going absolutely off. Last thing you want to do is cut this guy off from his sight lines and his prey and say, honestly, let's leave it as open as possible and just let him do his thing.
You gotta have to let the dogs kind of growl out. You gotta let them play into their dog houses, so to say. And when a player's dominating a site, that's their dog house. That's where they're kindled in, and you gotta let them come to you. And I think that's what we're seeing right now for the side of Redbird Varsity. When they feel comfortable on B, they're gonna keep hitting it. And when they start to change things up ever so slightly for how they aggress, look what happens. The presence not there through Arches, and because of that, nasty shot. Sitting on double stack of back of B site, catches a player moving in towards mid. Osick, though, the plot flash. They blinded themselves in the process. Because of that, they're not able to find anything through the smoke as well. Alaush able to find that first influential kill, but they're caught out extended too far. Pomo with the Viper's Pit, but it is just adding up, and there is no chance they're surviving. 2 shots available for Chili Man. The first misses, the second will tag, but now their life should feasibly be forfeit, and that will exactly be the case. 8 HP to your name, not much expected, and Tamu will finally reach that double digits despite the very good rounds by Redbird to try to catch up.
Yeah, big sense, get themselves some relevancy again. And once again, I mean, already Tamu to get themselves 10, as you mentioned, that double-digit round. But I always like to go ahead and say it's a little bit of a 50-50. Is the double-digit a checkpoint or a chokehold? I mean, it comes down to whether or not these teams can really execute, utilize what they have, and find a way to reach that finish line, get over it. And Redbird, sure, it's an eco round for them, not much to work with. you're probably going to be looking at 11 here for the likes of Tamu, which is outstanding for them. Even with those ultimates, they just don't need to use them on a round like this. You use them for that last. Look for a way to get these exchanges. Just try to nail the hammer down and get as close to a flawless round in a situation like this where you know Redbird doesn't really have that Blade Storm that's going to go off, because we haven't really seen it look nearly as good as to be expected. No Tour de Force to work with as well, and Lelouch hasn't really looked nearly as disgusting as what we saw on Pearl not being on that raise. But Chiliman with a nice little injury frag there to go ahead and create a catalyst for something bigger.
We mentioned catalysts, we mentioned standout players needing to use certain pieces of their kit like that Headhunter or Bladestorm now in the hands of Lelouch to give that birth of space towards their side, and unfortunately it's not working out more for Chiliman. Also, there where the Sheriff does manage to find one, but gets shut down so quickly afterwards, it just becomes even more of a problem. Lelouch, though, through doors, great position, makes one, now makes a second, a right-click kill. Rifle can be picked up. Frosty, though, doesn't engage necessarily as quickly as they should, and they had the drop on the Lelouch, but they failed to find the kill. 71 HP remains none for their counterpart as Redbird Varsity find themselves a win. Could it be the catalyst? Could that be the checkpoint? Or will it only be the stopping point? I think you're absolutely right, Dallas. This game is all but over.
Yeah, I mean, it gets to these points, and especially considering when you look at the switch up as a round like that, where you look at the maybe 2 to 3 transition, what we see usually at the sort of halves where money's robbed away. You look at a weird eco round as in exchange for what we just saw. And I mean, Tamu's doing exactly this stat. I mean, they have nothing to play off of. They're working for the Tour de Force. They're working off the Bladestorm. They're going to make sure to use and employ all of that, which is a really weird thing considering that they don't have the full armors to back it up. They don't have all these resources. They don't have the full utility to play off of. And definitely don't have enough players really scattered about with these resources to manipulate the fact of. So already maybe a good exchange to come through and to force out when you see JWL within sniffing distance of a single player. But honestly, Lelouch doesn't even care. Rushes on the site, gets picked off as well. You know somebody else is there. That wasn't the target you were going for, but hey, you'll take it.
Yeah, but this is just a calling, a horn for the player Vandal, who moved back through those arches, is now able to find themselves a kill. Shot sung back their direction, but look who's still alive. Vandal as a missed opportunity once again by Redbird Varsity to snuff out another player with that sniper. This is such a big problem for them as well. They need these clutch shots to connect, and it wasn't actually Chiliman this time around that missed the shot. It was actually a different player. That just cannot be allowed to continue to occur. Vandal will set themselves up there for the rendezvous if they were to get in a bit of a rusty spot. They do miss that shot once again. Some of the problems that plague Redbird seemingly can plague Tamu as well. They'll also send out the 0 point, but nobody gets tagged on the other side. Bit too far for it to reach Vandal. A Bladestorm also is in hand for their Jet of Nim. Tamu in a very dominant spot. Redbird are saying, we want this site so much, we are willing to go.
Oh my God.
Possible. Because of that, Frosty gets a great angle to Osik, who tried to entry in off the back of that no command. Chiliman will plop him a nice shot by Frosty, and they all just ended up falling to one man's hands. A 4K to the round, and Tamu deny and complete the impossible of another Thrifty round win. I think the 5th we've seen on this map alone, it feels like.
Yeah, and even then, I'm just more conflicted internally by why Redbird wanted that site so much. I mean, there wasn't really a game plan they had. They had no over-invested utility there until they finally pulled the trigger at the end and said, we fought for this site for so long, just throw everything out there, maybe we get it. If you are indecisive and don't know, don't pull that trigger. Fight for more map control. Try to go somewhere else. Spread out your resources. Be better with that allocation, because there was so much funneled through that you just saw that entire round where Redbird could have had and sparked, I mean, a kindle for what could have been a huge comeback of a closure of a series. Seemingly just go ahead and give up one more free win to Tamu and say, look, we can get ourselves now a 3rd map because we want to go to Ascent. Let's just give him this map pick once more. I mean, I'm still trying to figure it out myself, but hey, maybe they got something under their wing for this one to say, maybe we got a Thrifty of our own to bring up.
I think there's any round you can kind of point to, Dallas, and say, well, this is where it's all started for Redbird Varsity to just give the map away to Tamu. That's the round you look at. That last round was 100% it. And yes, you can say Nim had the coverage towards elbow, so should Redbird start to apply pressure through Hall instead to have a crossfire into the deep sights of B, they would have been taken out, but that's a Blade Storm, and not always has Nim been able to pop off with that. I think it would have been a better chance for you to at least start to capitulate in that direction, but just wasn't the case. Though JD Rel here in this round does find first blood, it is fragged back by Redbird, maybe keeping things a little bit more even. Tricks extends, maybe thinking they haven't pushed over towards pillars just yet, but with that intel, Nim is starting to regress as well. Honeyman Brit stacks, a reload is there. Util dumped out, and that's just more information for Nim to work off of. Easily able to clap back and find that refrag instead. And even 3-on-3. Look at how close they are on site, though. Vandal was in the face of Chiliman. Missed too many Headhunter shots, and Chiliman will punish them in accordance. Frosty blinded up the pop flash, sends out a 0 point very accurately despite being flashed. An impressive stance to work from. Nim's able to take down Chiliman in the back of Pyramids, and well, now you've got another 0 point sent out. This one for the side there, Redbird. Ostic and Instruct come up big in a much-needed round win by Redbird Varsity to find themselves a round win, finally, when it should have been 2 in a row, to be frank.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they went ahead. They found a way to bite back. They said that round wasn't going to go ahead and haunt us too much. We're going to make sure to just, once again, kind of double down and do what we've done in the past. Just win these rounds out, win them by force, win the gunfights, and even then, just kind of play off these trades. And you can even see that kind of working out to their favor. Almost taking a little bit of a sacrifice in the gun and the riflery, but Trick says, you know what? I'm not going to do that same thing. I'm going to get my rifle. I'm going to get my armor. I'm going to do whatever I can. Maybe a little bit of the last second switch up there, but a Viper's Pit employed, which is huge here. Finally, something to create a funnel in the map. Maybe go for a little bit of a 50-50, but after that success in that last round of Redbird Varsity on this A site, they say, you know what? That's a wasted Viper's Pit because we're running it right back on this right side of the map. And sure, we get a Hunter's Fury trying to stall us out, and especially getting some good damage off. But regardless, we're making sure to hold things down, and I mean, we're getting some damage off as well.
Yeah, Spiky does officially go down eventually for Redbird, despite all the trials and tribulations they have felt.
Oh my
amazing
God.
duo there for the Snakebite and Shock Dart. The Shock Dart finds 2 kills because of it. And though Redbird saying, hey, we had trials and tribulations, we still can hold the post plant. No, you can't! Not only do you get absolutely torn asunder on sight, but you had Frosty working the flank the whole darn time. Tamu knew exactly what the game plan was, and they read you like a book. An amazing set piece for them, proper teamwork and coordination, and I am seeing no glimpse of the team that was Tamu in the map of Pearl. They look at home here for this map. Maybe that warm breeze is exactly what they were needing, despite Pearl being pretty much the same climate, it feels like, just bar into water.
It's one of those crazy situations where we say, okay, there's no gentleman agreement maps. I mean, no handshakes given out here, saying we're going to go for somewhere different. We're going to do that on the third map, but here, you know what? We're going to be nice this time around. If Redbird wanted to go ahead and say, or Texas A&M wanted to give us a free map for the first one, we'll do the same thing. We'll give them Breeze. We'll go ahead and choose a map we're not nearly as comfortable with because we know we'll get that first one. We can go ahead and draw this thing out. But already, I mean, we're just looking at capitalization off of this map, and even then the angles, more importantly, towards the middle. A huge push coming through, an operator there towards back. Vandal having that in hand and finding some good kills. This is now evened up and surprisingly looking plausible.
Chiliman needing a much big impact for the round and finds it in a pretty good way as Vandal was once again in a spot where they have been very dominant from on top of that stack as they have found, I think we've seen at least 4 kills from Vandal in that exact position this entire game. Chiliman will use that space that has been acquiesced with the side of Tamu, the collective operator, and use it to clear out the last 2 remaining players from the back of B site, 1 towards Arches and 1 towards that attacker spawn all the way inside of the main. A good round by Redbird Varsity, especially considering the fact that they are needing these. This is do or die situation. They've got to find 3 in a row, and that is only to force OT, not even a win, as Texas A&M just have to wait for you to make mistakes, wait for you to overextend, wait for you to fall into their ultimates as they're going to slowly get all of those charged up. They just need 1 good round, while you need 3 in a row. Perfect.
I mean, the big stance that we're looking at so far is just more of a team effort, as you kind of alluded to earlier, mentioned. We're seeing that now in the later stages. In this last round, I mean, of what we can see of on the verge of map point here for Texas A&M, consider that, I mean, the layup they got. All their players, any of them that are actually negative, it's only about 1 or 2 kills of a difference. It's not 4, 5, 6 what we saw in Pearl. They're keeping themselves, make sure to trade themselves out. And sure, it's not the most positive thing in the world, but it's close enough to say, thank God, it's doable. I mean, these players that are stepping up, that are being ahead, Vandal, for example, is able to make sure to win rounds off trades like that. But now in situations where you have a Viper's Pit of your own, you found that last one, you have so many ultimates in your back pocket out of Redbird, you have to divvy these out. You have to do it evenly. You have to go ahead and get this crossfire. And now with these ultimates raining down, just playing for the post plant, you got to play for time. You have to play the spike. And you see these last two players trying to do that. Obviously in short with the operator in hand, getting desperate, trying to go for that shot, sees him for a second, wants to get that kill, can't manage it. And Texas A&M bring us to a map 3. We're going to the lovely land of Ascent next.
Defenders win.
I'm confused about what Redbird we're trying to go for in that
I am
post-plant
too.
situation, Dallas.
I am too.
You have an operator, and you're priming the operator in Deep Cave towards attacker spawn. So why are you priming the Viper's Pit as well? Why are you completely denying sightlines for your sniper player when they don't have to be worrying about being the first player to go down? They've got men in front of them to distract, to pull away sightlines, to pull away crosshairs. You are baiting away the easy opportunities for you, and you're just saying, well, here's a Viper's Pit. This is good for us. And it was off the back of me going to point out the fact that they did something very smart. They made Chili Man plant Spike. They put him there instead of having their Viper in their Jet of Lelouch up close and personal, because they realized they have a really good set piece on that A side. The Snake Bite and Shock Dart. That in tandem got them a double kill the round before, or 2 rounds before. It was a gorgeous play, completely caught Redbird unaware. They didn't want to fall victim to it again. Yeah, they took a little bit of damage on the Snake Bite, but the Rendezvous gets you out of there before the Shock Dart can even be sent, and you're still going to survive to play for the later stages of the round. And despite that, despite all of that gorgeous kind of understanding of, hey, we need to avoid this. This is really good by them, but we have the ability to counter it. You still don't set yourself up for success. And I said, you got to play near perfect, because that's what Tamu was looking like towards the end. They did give up a couple rounds, but those were off mistakes. Not because you were winning those in a deserved fashion. They made those mistakes, and you guys made too many in that last round, despite what looked good. It cost you it. They go on, and now it's a third map.
Yeah, and it wasn't just that round alone. I think, honestly, I mean, considering Redbird, this was their map pick, we were expecting them to come out strong. Their first half didn't look outstanding by any means, and they found themselves on 8-4. We were expecting them to look good. We were expecting them to wake up on the attacking side. And honestly, I mean, their shots were looking good. They were staying relevant in that department. Their setups, sure, they weren't as diverse as you need to be on Breeze to kind of keep the opposition on their toes, especially considering that you need to make sure that Vandals kind of spread himself out everywhere, getting a little bit crazy, because that's the one player you want getting sporadic. That's the one player you want to be a little bit over antsy, to say that I'm tasting blood. I want to run off this rush right now. I want to overheat. But if I can take 30 people down with me, who cares? I've done my job. That kind of mentality, you can make them feel they always have to be in a fight. They didn't spread themselves out enough to do that. You set up a rendezvous in 2 spots, right? I mean, in the middle of the map, and then you can just back and forth, kill, kill, kill. No real problem. We saw that funnel out of Redbird, which I'm really shocked to see. All things considered, they even then, that one round when we saw them, they won the eco, had themselves a guaranteed round in the next, and said, no, we want B site so bad, we're going to use a null command, we're going to just wait things out. That player that dies, instead of giving up 2 guns and going to the opposite side of the map, where we've seen that now Vandal has missed 4 tour de force shots, say, let's just use and suppress that. It's basically already gone. You are over investing here. You can't do that. And on Ascent, sure, Breeze is your map pick, and you found a little bit of leeway there just in that comfort zone in your home territory. Ascent will not treat you the same. This is a map where it's not about how well you play, it's about how much you mess up. And something as small as that will screw you over for probably 5 rounds at minimum.
Yeah, we've seen a great map from the likes there, Redbird University in map 1. We saw a very poor performance from them, I would say, in a lot of those rounds in the map of Breeze. And then it was the total opposite story for Tamu. Poor map 1, great map 2. So either we head into this third map, Dallas, and we're going to see just the best, both teams playing at the absolute peak that they could be, or we're going to see the most mid-tier gameplay possible, as they've already done their best on the maps that they had picked. Either way, I think this one's going to be extremely close. I don't think there's going to be one team that goes over the top. Tamu got dealt a little bit of their minutes on map 1, and they came back into map 2, and now it's the same thing for Redbird Varsity. They got dealt so hard in map 2. They're going to have to readjust things, and they're going to do it, especially when you're at this high of a division, especially when you're playing this well, and they need to get out of that 2-4 score line. They need to make sure they bring themselves up to at least 3-4. They're trying to stay way ahead of that competition. They do not want to be the team that goes 2-5 by the end of this one. But either way, we would take a break before that map gets underway. It'll give them a little bit more talking points as well, a little bit more to diversify their strategies heading into the map of Ascent, and we'll see you guys when that map gets underway in a few short minutes. Well, it's the final trick or treat for either of these sides, and both of them are hoping to add a little bit of spice, so to say, to the scenario that is this final map of Ascent. It is that gentleman's agreement map we're so expected to see so many times. Well, considering how the last two maps, which are substandard, I would say, Dallas, in comparison to what we're used to seeing, considering how both of those went, obviously, in either directions, counterparts to each other in terms of results, I have to think, I've said it before, it's either going to be a really good game, or it's going to be these teams struggling to get that upper hand, because they've already shown all they've got. It's going to be hard to bring out something new.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot here on the board, even then, I mean, all things considered, regardless, so we can go ahead and talk about these competitions, because, I mean, these teams, it doesn't matter how mid or how, you know, asleep at the wheel, whatever it is, they at least know what they're doing when it comes down to this map. They know what they want to do. It just comes down to whether or not they can actually bring that idea and that thought process into reality. So already look at the compositions. We get the likes of an Omen versus an Astra, which can be very interesting for me. We can look at it, I mean, the likes of the Initiators. We don't see a fade on the side of Redbird. We see them going ahead and opting for that typical KO Sova and having that Jet as a little bit of a follow-up compared to Nim's Raze. I'm kind of intrigued, considering that, I mean, it would look like this would be the complete opposite with how well we saw Texas A&M perform with a relatively similar kind of composition on Breeze, and with how well we saw Redbird play with that Raze on Pearl. It seems like a huge switch up here across the board, but hey, I mean, the power plays, the amount of speed that they took to get themselves these selections, they have to have an idea. Let's just see whether or not they can actually bring it to life.
We see the Astra are back into play much like we did on that first map of Pearl, so maybe that's going to be the biggest end-all be-all, but I am very shocked to see the Lounge still on that Jet, maybe feeling like they did exceptionally well on Breeze despite the loss going against them. And have to see, it's an even frag both ways, 2 for 2, tit for tat, and there's only 3 players remaining for each. Pick the maps. Door switch being pulled, allowing for a hasty retreat from the side of Redbird Varsity, and Struck giving them the leeway to do so, fragging back the player back over towards Garden, so now their side getting the upper hand for the time being. Palmo, bit aggressive up on top of Raptors, actually takes down JWL's approach in towards sight. There goes Osty Frosty, able to find one from Arch's side. Does have that frenzy in hand, the 0 point, gathering a lot of intel, but it was pretty well known both players were on site, and that's where they'll be staying as they make their hasty retreat now after the back of that victory, finding the last 2 players very quickly.
Yeah, huge first run here on the board for Redbird. I mean, talking about making it swift, making it sweet, and making it very easy to just transition to the next, considering the many guns they're going ahead and buying up on. Amo has to go crazy in a map like this. Usually, in any kind of scene I will witness, it's either the Duelist or an Astra that goes off in situations like these. Oddly enough, Astra also had that same kind of influence when it came around to Split, when that was still a map in the game. So I'm curious to see whether Palmo can actually live up to the expectations, considering that, I mean, you're seeing that full Bulldog come through, and that's going to be something that's also going to have to carry over into that third round. This is going to have a much better possibility to really have that impact, especially considering those headshots are going to be massive on these crosses.
Headhunter shots coming from top of mid, sorry, bottom of mid, and unfortunately, bottom of the barrel right there for Vandal, missing too many, will be taken back the other direction. And JWL goes there with a shorty, but forced backwards, thankfully not taking any damage so far, but a great whirlpool actually employed there by the side of Redbird. Keeps them at bay for their retreat for the time being. They'll actually able to find themselves another kill, extending past their teammates. The other player now sitting inside Pizza, the last one remaining for TAMU. Louch at 11 HP, just hoping the right click will finally connect. It only needed like, what, 6 damage total, and it just still took forever to find it. But that is the Louch finding themselves ultimately the victor in that round to close things out. It is a 2-0 start for Redbird Varsity, which we're not that foreign to, considering they've had really good starts so far in this game.
Yeah, they most definitely had. I mean, they've gotten themselves the aggression, and especially on this attacking side, especially when they start on the attacking side, they've looked good on that. So when they start on defense, they have to really start to rely on, which is what they saw on Breeze. That's where things that really look so good for them. They can't set the pace of the game. They can't really get themselves that lead to work off of. They can't find themselves that luxury to say, if another pistol round doesn't go in our direction, we don't have the time to make these adjustments on defense, because it seems like that's not nearly what they're as strong at. So already, it's a look to do that right here, right now, maybe get somewhat of a default going on, but instead, no, it's just a full force right there going on to the A site, coming right through me with that Sova drone to give themselves that intel.
Trying to quickly break through the choke point as of the current point that's being held by TAMU. Looks like Nam will be that forebearer of the defense. Going to turn there for the pop flash. Well, that pop flash has been somewhat nerfed in terms of how quickly it goes off. It does not seem to be that much of a barrier against TMU. So it'll be a Louch comes up big. They'll find themselves two very influential frags. Now give them a man advantage towards the back of this site. Post plant should go through fairly quickly. Instruct aware that there could be a player swinging back over towards the attacker spawn, calling it out for their team to be aware of that possibility. But in fact, no one there. One towards door, that's JWL, and well, there was one of Vandal up on top of Raptors, but Louch secures their third kill of the round just moments before Instruct clears out that player of JWL side door.
Yeah, good stand so far. Able to go ahead and get themselves another round to work off of. That is a massive influence to be working off of right here. This is the first time in this entire series we've seen a 3-0 start, and it's on the half that we see Redbird looking absolutely disgusting across the entirety of this series, and especially when they start on it. So to make sure to get 3-0, this isn't just a way. This isn't just a curtain call. This isn't just a demolishment. Already just at the right when the buzzer hits, right when that gun goes off, right when you hear the dinner bell ring, they are ready to eat, and they are there sitting at the table already just kind of making themselves at home. So once again, they have to do that on site, and it's not going to be nearly as difficult in a situation like this. You see the sheriffs in hand, you see the aggression, you know these players are going to be swinging out a little bit. So what do? You feed it over to Pomo, who already has that cost of divide to work with. That's two ultimates on the board, even in a round where you don't really need them.
I don't know if you know boxing very well, Dallas, but once that bell rings, certain fighters play differently. Some go for a round one victory. They call themselves R1 fighters, R4 boxers, R6 boxers. Just whatever round they typically try to strive for to survive and or win for. Right now, Redbird are just round oneers. They want to send every round as if it's the final chance they get. They're sending everything through those gates, through those choke points, and just frantically playing as if every round is their last. They're absolutely the most aggressive we've seen them, even from Pearl standards, where they were very aggressive throughout the game. This is even more than what we've seen. They feel at home in a sense, and I think that's something that they need to be at home in. They need to feel comfort in the most comfortable map for most teams. A hand-gentleman agreement map, a handshake map like this map can be. And right now for TAMU, it's all about the recovery. They're going to lose this round. They're going to play for an exit here. There's no time for them to truly go for this post-plant scenario. They're just going to try and play for a player to try to escape backwards. A paint shell will be tossed, but it's moments too late. They didn't have the gun up for the next fight, and because of that, it is just easy pickings for the rest of Redbird Varsity. Lose one, lose a second, Louch there for the final, and it is just Redbird Varsity not just winning these rounds, but dominating map control.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Louch moving in through bottom mid, taking control of defender spawn. They're everywhere, and there's no safety net for TMU to work with.
Is the situations like these, I mean, just across the board, they're looking outstanding for Redbird. They found themselves so much money that across the board, if you looked at the beginning of this round before these purchases went through, 2 of the players had 9K to work with. And even then, I mean, almost you're looking at 3 because Pomo has that 750 to work with. And I mean, that's a lot, all things considered. I mean, sure, it was a little bit of an exchange. You saw that gun being carried over, not a purchase coming through for anything, but I mean, in situations like that, an ultimate play off of a Blaze Storm still, that's something you're not really wanting on these buy rounds because it's not something that can really accent what you already have available. But hey, a cause and divide, that's going to be more than enough. Even with a null command available to TAMU, that's going to be a great little counter to say, okay, sure, a flash may come out of it. But if we just know that we can play for the counter flash on this wall that I've set up, it's huge. Making it huge. There it is. A massive collapse from Vandal.
You just don't expect the scenario, everything to be in your hands for Redbird Varsity to just squeak through as quickly as it starts. The Louch trying to be once again that catalyst we've mentioned so many times there. Blade Storm up and their head off their shoulder. Trix comes up big, tries to play away from the spot, but just can't do it. The only thing big for them is their head hitbox, as it's an easy cleanup there with that shot. Austin Frosty good for one, falls quickly there, but the man's a chilly man. They get a little overzealous though, and they kind of stay in the same position. That allows for an easy cleanup. The Louch has literally 1 HP and is attempting to swing a 2-man front there towards defender's spawn. And well, Texas A&M off the back of that very influential collab at the beginning by the hands of Vandal. Who else but Vandal allows for them to secure a victory finally after a 4-round spree by Redbird.
Is it just me, or did it have a little bit of PTSD for that last map, considering that Redbird trying to overinvest onto a site, not really kind of getting an idea of where they should be maneuvering themselves, and overinvesting into one particular aspect of the opposing side? We saw that influence on that operator, on Vandal, trying to shut down this player, get that operator out of their hands. When you had an entire map to work off of, you have an A site that's wide open, you know that player that's disgusting, the one that shut you down on your map pick, is now here. Instead of trying to face that monster, maybe go ahead and snuff him out. putting themselves into a post-plant scenario for a retake where they can't have that relevancy, where they can't look good, they can't swing corners with an operator. So it's situations like that, scenarios like these, where you start to question and say, what exactly is going on inside their head? And honestly, we're not really sure just yet, but there's plenty more rounds to start figuring it out.
Yeah, with the back of Redbird finding 4 in a row at the start, they're not necessarily scrapping the bottom of the wallet, so to say, for Eco heading into this round. They're still going to be sitting primed and pretty. TMU, despite a good round win, are still going to be in a spot where they lose this, they're going to start to struggle again for credits. They're going to start to struggle to pick whatever weapon they can off the floorboard and scrounge up where they can between the couch cushions. And this is the time where TAMU needs to step up to win this round. They cannot let things start to cascade ever further in the favor of Redbird Varsity. It's just a matter of time for that momentum game to kind of fall forward. Constant Divine does go down. Look at the aggressive though by Vandal trying to re-swing past it. Shock Dart sent as well, and it will tag down their Fate. He's not that far. Sorry, not their Fate. Their Astra is not that far behind. It's just all about trying to play a little bit smarter than the opposing side. With Redbird already a man down, it's just a matter of time for it. Prowlers could be sent around, but it was a Nightfall queued up instead by the Century side. That will give a ton of information, marking down those players. The Tendrils could give away a lot for them. It even gives away Chili Man, who just gets absolutely destroyed by that operator. Instruct's good for 2. That's very important. They get refragged back. Boost pack sent around the corner. That allows for Nim to try to clear out Lelouch. It's down to a 1v2, and it is easily dealt with by one player only of that 2-man squad. Texas A&M secure themselves a second round win. Now only half the round differential.
3 out of 4 players marked by that Nightfall. 3 out of 4 players going ahead, feeling the impact of a decay, cowering behind corners, being marked for prowlers, having those strands and being hunted there for a little bit. A post-plant situation that's just kind of set up on the site directly, not really spreading across the map, not looking for influence, not really setting up towards main too much, bringing that impact, looking for post-plants, looking to invest that utility and get the most out of that. Redbird in these executions to get onto site, they've looked outstanding, but it comes down once again to both these squads. What I've noticed just across the board, every single map, post plans aren't looking nearly as strategic as what the initial push is. And I think right here, right now, when you see this kind of change up, this little shift, moving towards the middle of the map, looking at catwalk, looking to spread themselves out, these teams know what they need. They know what they want, but they're just doing it on the wrong side of the coin. So right here, a good little first shot off from Nim. Nice little boom bot to follow things up. And a shot coming out from Vandal. You have some good execution across the map. You do get a little bit of exchange, but you've invested your X button for it. And even then, you've lost another in the meantime. 3v3 is your end result, and Spike still hasn't gone down yet.
When you put yourself still into an even man advantage, the question is who technically has the upper hand. And I would say Texas A&M should still be in a good position. They've got the operator still in the hands of Vandal, who has not even been touched, so to say, here in terms of damage. They've got JWL, who's very secure on that A site. They know where Spike is. They know where all 3 players of Redbird Varsity are. They are inside guard, and they are inside towards Tree. Chili Man, though, does open the odds a little bit further for Redbird. Switch has been pulled. Chili Man just barely survives with their life in line. They'll retreat back over towards the Arch's side. Shock Dart sent that way as well to make sure there is a little bit of time. The Prowler sent instead. Vandal cuts down Chili Man, who just extends and pushes the exact angle that is known to be where the Vandal will be coming from. Not the right idea all over again. The River Varsity still in a good spot to work with. Pomo down below inside Hell. Trick should have been felled there just the same by the player of Instruct, but Instruct cannot connect the shots. Tricks will stick the diffuser. Pros don't fake. They're going to make sure they're known to be the pro. They will find it and secure it and get the last kill to make sure that rifle stays dominantly in their hands, and even collect the operator to make sure damage is truly done by the end of it.
A big round, a big retaliation coming out from TAMU. Just look at it once again. We see the 2 pistol rounds. I mean, honestly, all things considered, you see the ratio, you see the rounds. These full rifle rounds are going over to the advantage of TAMU at this point. And they have won more full buy rounds than we've seen Redbird. Sure, they had the advantage, but you got to consider one round was a pistol round. The next round was a force. They had a guaranteed gun advantage. Ever since then, sure, you saw a little bit of capitalization off that. Maybe a little bit when the strategies were still looking fresh. But I mean, you're seeing TAMU make these adjustments, find some relativity, not really invest too much in the meantime. I mean, they've only used a Nightfall in this game and a showstopper to find a little bit of exchange and some, maybe a free kill. They're not really playing this for information. They're giving this side up. They know that Redbird look weak on this post plant, and even then when it comes around to these retakes, they know it's absolutely just free real estate as so long as you hit those shots, which Redbird is seemingly beating them to the chase on, and JWL isn't having a retaliation of a lifetime.
I mean, you were able to find 2 kills, and that was very needed for the side there of Tamu, but still, when you've got a player that cannot be picked up, that's a lot of information that Frosty can actually give if the Cosmic Divide was not completely cutting off that angle. Unfortunately, that happens to be the case. Audio can get the way the plant is going forward, and Vandal does not miss those prime shots, something that they were struggling with initially in game 1 and 2, map 1 and 2, so to say. Prowler sent around the corner, Louch just absolutely pinned. Out sent over as well, and, well, Tricks just cannot pull any more tricks out of their bag. Vandal, though, around the flank with that Headhunter, and the Louch just barely peeking around the edge of that Radiant crate will fall in the end. This has gotten a little better for Redbird Varsity, Dallas. Just a little bit closer, but by all accounts, it is only coming down to a 1v1 in the ends of this, but it still just feels in control for Tamu. It still feels like these rounds are ultimately theirs.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much going in their direction right here, right now, and everything. You see them just kind of capitalizing off of that, just spreading out the love. Vandal going for that Tour de Force play. You see Aussie Frosty with the actual operator in hand. They're saying, why not? They're getting comfortable. When you see them kind of messing around like this and showing that let's start experimenting with guns, we're getting into such a point where we can actually just hold down angles and we know we win those fights. That's where you start to look a little bit concerned. And even then, it's going to be enough of a curveball for Redbird to not really make these adjustments on the fly for. They don't have the best weaponry in the world. They're not going to expect this double operator setup. They're not going to know where to swing because they say one side or the other, we're going to run into that. And even down the middle, Aussie Frosty is still showing their dominance, showing their presence. They're able to go ahead and get one until an exchange is finally made and a shot is finally missed.
You were able to find shots like that, knowing you have a Marshall as well. You start opening things up, but look at the map control. I mentioned it before for Redbird Varsity in the post-plant scenarios, Dallas, where they were able to find really good positioning despite them being in a good spot initially, and knowing they had a main advantage as well, sending Louch on a bit of a prowl. The same thing can be said now for TAMU. They're playing a much smarter game. They're taking control of positions. Nim all the way over in Courtyard, catching 2 players in the flank on Walkway. Now Louch feeling pressured, but seemingly still confident to go and pop the Bladestorm and make sure that that's ready and available. Nim not spotted there with the updraft. They're spotted finally now. Another one spotted as well, but just missing the shots needed to Vandal. Vandal does not miss a much-needed second or third, and it'll actually be Austin Frosty with that secondary sniper, the actual operator, not the Tour de Force, to secure themselves the final shot there. The Bladestorm wielded Louch, who had unfortunately missed the last of their blades.
Yeah, I mean, already just good exchanges here. We're just going ahead taking the lead now. 5 rounds in a row to exchange, and every single one of those being full buy rounds across the board. Sure, a couple ecos scattered here and there for Redbird, where they've actually looked pretty darn good managing to go a couple of these kills. But I mean, once again, it comes around to these situations. They know how to get on the side. They know how to spread themselves across the map. They know how to find these kills when they have the element of surprise. But when it comes down to holding down a singular spot, dedicating themselves, their lives to an area to hold down and make themselves at home in, it doesn't seem like they're doing very well in that. And I think, and honestly, it's maybe a reason of why they were so good in Pearl, because they just love being sporadic. They love getting crazy. But when you know you have a one-dimensional move onto a site and you have to stay there, they're too antsy to really stay in that spot.
I mean, they're at least able to find themselves an evening frag. They do lose Louch, though, which is a huge blow to the overall net worth, so to say, of Redbird Varsity, considering that Louch has been their go-to man so consistently. Notice the player they've left lingering around inside B main, that's Pomo, and they're able to deal themselves a nice blow there onto the B side. But Pomo, a bit overzealous, gets a little too greedy, and once again, the problem we see from Redbird Varsity of the kind of over-expenditure of themselves, the overextension, they go into the direct line of sight of one more player, and they go down very quickly. Clearing a bit of util over towards Pizza, though. Notice now that Redbird is pivoting back over towards Link, back over towards that attacker spawn, and possibly starting to expedite a rush onto the A objective through arches. They do still have plenty of time if they wanted to go through Walkway instead to maybe have a double-pronged push, but I think they'll stick 2 together in tandem side by side, making sure that if one goes down, there'll at least be a second to follow suit. Ossic showing their best skills with the blade to make sure at least they'll know something's going on. Recon drone up front, maybe taking a page out of R6's book by droning ahead first and foremost. But the drone doesn't go far enough, and Vandal will easily destroy Ossic where they lie. That spike also on the ground. Back is spotted there for the remaining player of Instruct, but Instruct needs to start putting down that spike. Do they have the time? I think they'll be very similarly close to getting it down, and that will be the case. Just 1 second in between. Their timing, very impactful, but Austin Frosty is very good on that B site. Looks like they'll continue it here on A for the post plan as Texas A&M find themselves another victory, and they'll reach that halfway mark.
able to go ahead and manage 6. Once again, it was by the grit of their teeth, so darn close in these 1v1, 1v2s, whatever it may be. Not an overwhelming presence in that round, but I mean, just Tamu getting these rounds is really what it comes down to. We're seeing them again and again and again and again and again. Now with 6 stranded in a row, an entire even half guaranteed for them. And the fact they only need 2 more for this half, I mean, they just need 1 more to make sure it's an advantage. 2 more to double the score of their opposition going into this defense where we already knew that Redbird doesn't have the best resume. And whether it comes to Pearl, whether it comes to Breeze, no matter what the map may be, it doesn't look too hot. And Tamu's saying, honestly, we can use that to our advantage. The more of a cushion we create right now, the easier we can take things out. I mean, the more leeway we have to really figure things out and kind of mess around for a little bit, to kind of get them on their toes and kind of be extremely confused of what all is going on. But there we go, some aggression on the site. Doesn't work out because JUL is there to save your life.
NBRL in a very good spot, unfortunately. Can't save Nim twice, but still in a good spot up in Raptors. Shots connect to 1, looking for the second, but can't necessarily prime their target just yet. Palma will eventually fall in due time, though, with a great fragment tossed by Asti Frosty. And it does look like another scenario where Varsity are going to be looking at the bad in this situation. How did Ostic not find the kill initially on the Vandal? Has to flick back, though. It wouldn't have mattered anyways. That Stinger was running low on ammo, and Asti Frosty's rifle was fully cocked and loaded. A great round once again by the side of Tamu. They are looking near flawless once that round 5 hit. Vandal had 3 kills going into round 5. And since that point is sitting at 13 kills, trusted enough that every single inning of the round, they are guaranteeing that operator is picked back up so they can have it for another.
Yeah, it's just an absolute problem. I mean, just kind of presented in front of us. I mean, considering that what Tamu's doing again and again, they're just hammering down their lead. They make sure to carry on with it. I mean, the kills across the board aren't even really one-sided. They're kind of even, just on everybody. Just from a top-to-bottom perspective. 2 players looking good. The other 3 kind of being there playing their supporting roles. But, I mean, I think it's just kind of really the IGL situation right now. Just the ideology, the kind of execution, these post plants, the way you scatter it across the map. For Redbird, I'm assuming their IGL is either an initiator or a duelist. And that's really where you start to see these kind of lackluster post plants, where these controllers, these sentinels, they have to step into the plate. They have to start creating the map pressure. They have to do that off utility alone. When you've already invested so much, it makes your job very difficult because you don't have nearly as much resources for that side of the plan because you invested so much right off the get-go. But still, speaking of investment, you've got a lot of ultimates to work with right now. A Null Command, a Hunter's Fury, Cause a Divide, a Nightfall. Emu, if I'm them, I'm playing for a retake here 100%.
Absolutely. They just need to prime themselves, ready up for the time to come. And looks like there's going to be a bit of a bait over towards the B site. This Cosmic Divide is actually placed in a way that's indicative it could be A or B. It's mostly for that B side, but it's a bit of a distraction play for them. That's why it would be considered towards A. It works for at least the time being, but unfortunately, Redbird Varsity is still just not getting the best end of the situation they're priming themselves for. Palma with an equalizing frag to make it a 3-on-3. Name of the boost pack showstopper goes out. They'd also pop the Nightfall on B, but it doesn't seem to matter. Nim comes out tremendously. 3 kills to their name. It is a post-plant scenario for the side of Redbird, but when you've got 3 players that are just in the prime of their life, you are suppressed, you are going nowhere. What are you to do? Palmo only good for 1 more, and that will be it. Silence and suppressed, much like the majority of that KO kit does to you. Tamu, 8-4 by the time of halfway, and look at the dominant spree they found it in.
Yeah. It's just 8 in a row. It's something like that. It's a number that just seems unfathomable. I mean, if you see that, sure, we already see the 4 rounds in exchange. We saw that. It's kind of the start. And even then in a game, if you see that right off the get-go and you see those 4 rounds in exchange, you're saying, okay, look, it's not that bad. Redbird are kind of waking up. They're getting themselves into this matchup. They're making sure they don't go into the next half with absolutely 0. But when you see that being the initial spark, you see that flint and steel creating a little bit of light, and then you're just going 8 rounds back to back to back to back with absolutely nothing there, with no real hope for that besides just a couple of clutch situations where you're saying one of us has to win these 1v2s, these 1v3s. You shouldn't be getting to that position, period. That's the biggest consideration. And when they keep on finding themselves in these shoes and trying to clutch up in them, that's the problem they have to start fixing. And it's something that's very, very difficult to overcome. So now, once again, a pistol round on their way. A little bit of redemption possibly under their wing. But nope, once again, Texas A&M able to go ahead and get themselves a first frag and a second as well, guaranteeing numbers over to their side.
We've seen Redbird realize their mistakes. You saw it on the map of Breeze where they realized, hey, we don't want that set piece TMU to come back at us. But the problem is, when they adjust that set piece, they don't think too far ahead. They understand what went wrong, but they don't have the strategy built up for it. They don't have the set piece that TMU has had so consistently for it seems like every possibility to occur. Look at this for Vandal, though, toying with their food, and Pomo is off the board. Looks like it'll be the player of JW able to join fairly quickly. Oh, there's a bit of a consolation kill for the side of Redbird Varsity. Both players down below in hell for the side of Century. Vandal's trying to give a little bit of assistance to him as well, and it will, in fact, go in favor of the side of Tamu, as ultimately it's just cleaned out by Oski Frosty with that Frenzy, which is so good up in that up-close and personal scenario. That is the kind of round you want to see to start things off, and with the bonus almost guaranteed to be coming right afterwards, you could see a 10-0 kind of start right now with the side of TMU Century, as it has been quite literally 9 rounds up to this point in a row by the side of Tamu, with Redbird basically feeling like they're not even involved, despite the fact that these rounds have been very close.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot here that's lining up for, I mean, the side of TMU. Obviously, they had themselves a force once more. They won that last round. They had themselves a huge number differential just going ahead, playing to their favor right off the get-go. You can see them able to go ahead and have these plans laid out, even on a round that isn't really favorable for them. Lalouch, surprisingly, doesn't die in a situation like this, but even though when you look at a round right now, you can't swing out of a smoke. I don't care how much of a lead you're in. You can't run into a site blind because you just can't take your shots there.
We've seen bonuses work for Redbird Varsity. It worked on the map there of Breeze in the second half. The problem is, Redbird Varsity haven't been able to close up past that point. They do win a second after this. That's what they did on the map of Breeze. But past that is where the trouble still starts to add up. Tamu have looked in control. They have set pieces. They have this just in-depth book behind them. And I haven't seen much of that from Redbird Varsity. They're coming to this next round, though, very well equipped. And Odin, at the hands there of Instruct, they brought it around a little bit there in that first half. I think they brought it in round 4. They didn't bring it after that. They lost it in round 5. And since that point, they just did not find any success. They were trying to play true to their instincts, rifles only to work with. It's mainstay rifles for sure. And even despite all of that, TMU is still coming out victorious. Bit of an expenditure of life there by JWL, who goes into the line of sights of Lalouch. A second player as well, Nim will join them. And look at how the assistance of Redbird Varsity is coming through. Lalouch now has the confidence to push forward. They got Chiliman right by it, and they also have their Astra Pommel right there to go into the fight. It is just devastation against Tamu as Redbird find themselves another victory strung back together.
Yeah, able to go ahead and give themselves a little bit of follow-up to be expected, knowing the main Tamu was kind of on the rear end after that round where they, I mean, that secondary round, that's still a little bit questionable in the back of my mind, but, I mean, regardless, you're giving Redbird an opportunity to take here, and the last thing you need to do, after snuffed out for so many rounds, that one round alone gave them a little spark of hope. It gave them a light, a rally point, and this could be that one round, as we mentioned in that last map. That was that round where they kind of swung out, they overinvested towards that B side. That one round where you swung out of the smoke on a secondary could be the exact round to call back towards if you lost this entire series, considering we are now on the deciding map. And Redbird are getting themselves money, they're getting spams, they're getting Odins, and they're just running them through walls. And because bullets go burr, they do damage, and you really have no trade-off of a reason why not to shoot.
That's an interesting decision, though, by Tamu. They use the no command, so they're able to restabilize the player at hand. That's JWL to do so. But again, not putting themselves in the best spot. They'll get fragged back fairly quickly. Ostic will fall. Their doppelganger of Osti Frosty will find the kill. Osti's not in a great spot, though, as they're stuck behind the triple stack. They're able to take down Chiliman. Vandal with another spot. Pop Flash with a classic combo. Tamu, despite getting obliterated by Instruct with that Odin, not enough. And Dallas, if you're Instruct right there, you did everything possible, and your team still couldn't clutch up. Where's your mental at? How are you feeling after a loss like that? It cannot be good.
Yeah, I mean, you're obviously a little disappointed, but if you got to break it down and kind of be on the reasonable side of things, you said, okay, I sprayed through a wall, and then once they pass that spray through the wall, I sprayed to the left. I mean, there's always, let's kind of be honest with ourselves here. But I mean, regardless, I'm still on the same page of you with that. I mean, you got to say, all right, I went ahead and took out 3 players. This is now a 4v2, and they win it out. That's something they didn't do during the entirety. That is 1 player for every 2 on our side. That is a circumstance. They didn't win for 8 rounds straight on a side where they usually have the advantage in a post plan. If we can't pull off that same thing, what does that say about us? What are we going to be able to accomplish in this half? We can't let that happen again because we've created such a safety net, such a large luxury, such a large gap, double the rounds. And we can't let that just fall right from under us, be swept out from underneath us, right and underneath our nose. So Redbird, they do get themselves once again an initial kill. And we were trying to figure out a positioning here on the map. They're now sitting at double digits. Will this be the chokehold? Will this be the checkpoint? It comes out of whether or not these other 4 players can really scrap it together.
They do not have the ability to place a smoke as the Omen was the first player to be dropped. That means Instruct has free line of sight towards that B main. That is just the wrong idea to work with, but they don't have that control. They don't have the smokes to work with, so they just have to play with what they're left, and it's not much. Instruct with a great shot there to cut down 1 player. Though 1 did squeak by, let's keep that in mind that Austy Frosty has managed to make their way over towards the market. Osik, who is bottom of the leaderboard for the side of Redbird Varsity, has transitioned now over towards Small Staircase on the B objective. Looks like they're priming a hot for over the top, and that will in fact be the case. But Osik is very rare of where it's going to go to, and will clear it out pretty much instantaneously. Nim sends a paint shield over the top, and once that Cosmic Smoke goes through, that's actually a great jumper for the Tamu side. Osik onside, short stack, and there goes Chili Man for that 3K. Just nowhere to work from, nowhere to go, and Redbird Varsity had a very nice round to close things out. Is that 10 start, the first team to reach double digits, like we've said before, the gateway that kind of keeps them stuck, keeps them in a buffer, or is it the one that's going to be end-all be-all? They're going to close things out. It looks like it's going to be Redbird Varsity with a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, without it's kind of back and forth, you already see the 1-for-2 kind of ratio already let on the board, and that's going to go ahead and reign true if we don't see somewhat of a differential, if we don't see a third team, if we don't see an extra round save to create that cushion underneath yourself, knowing that, okay, let's take a round, let's stack a round, more importantly, and say we can follow things up, because we don't want to force up again and again and again when we don't have the resources to really fund that expenditure. So a tour de force for both sides, a little bit of a matchup there towards the middle of the map. No shots really made yet, no shots hit, but I mean, we did hear one go ahead and be taken at minimum, but already you need to figure out what can be done here, because on the attacking side, there's not much you can do. Chili Man, meanwhile, just chill towards the back. Wait for players to swing you. Same thing will allow. You're going to find 2 players. That's ultimate use, maybe for a round that you would like for a post plant, maybe now use to go ahead and say, now it has to be in a clutch.
Last player standing.
Well, Osik holding steadfast on that B site and just waiting for 2 more to come into their line of sight. They're loving sight, so to say, and it's another scenario where they don't really have the kit necessary to cut down sight lines. Tamu even tried to go from a different route, so to say, but Osik read it ahead, wasn't playing over towards Defender Spawn's gateway, and instead was playing up on that market platform. Right idea, good situation, but now once again Tamu just lost too much to overcome it. Just Vandal all by themselves. That tour de force in hand. 2 shots have already been shot, and no one has been at the other end of it, which has been the problem child right now for the Vandal side. Vandal with another shot missing over towards that puppy doorway leading towards tree. 2 players, no, make it 3, sorry, actually guarding the spike that's dropped inside B main. Lelouch cuts down. Vandal is the only remaining player, and look at that. A flawless round for Redbird Varsity. Now this is. It does definitely look like they're making a comeback, but that was obviously pretty much a save round beside there, Tamu.
Yeah, and I think purely off those results alone, they have 2 more rounds of buys. That is, if they even do lose these next 2 rounds. I mean, they're just really hammering down their lead. They're making sure to show that, I mean, they're biting back in a almost more aggressive manner than what we saw Tamu do. And they're doing this on the defense. Redbird is waking up. They finally know how to play this defense, and it's on the one map where Tamu didn't really expect it, to be quite honest. You have these ultimates to play off of. You have a null command. You have a nightfall, and they're really good for taking sites. And you have the money to do it. If you're going to do it, though, you need to make sure to spread them out a little bit. You have a showstopper now as well. You have every single stage of a take on site and a hold accounted for right here, right now. I want to see if Tamu can actually go ahead and have the comms put together, though, to divvy those out, to allocate them in a certain manner, to really have that impact for the entirety of a round and take control of this map.
Lots of those ultimates you previously mentioned being utilized. They have that showstopper in hand. That's in the hands of Nim. They also pop that Nightfall and the No Command, still currently out in play. Sentry look like they are fully expending everything they have to hit themselves that 11th round. And you mentioned it before, the credits overflowing for Redbird Varsity. They should still be able to buy out should this one go for the worst, but it's still a full 5-on-5. The front on board both sides looking to go here for the post plant scenario. Door has been unfortunately destroyed. And Louch has a great angle to try and go here for the post-plant, trapping those 2 players on site. Tether in play, Louch can't extend as far as they necessarily would want to for the time being, but look at Vandal all the way on the flank, pushing now towards Tree, but Promo needing to find the kill instead. Even for both sides of the feed until Redbird can collect for 3 in a row, instruct for those final 2. And they just played that round in a very dominant manner, even getting stabilized there for Osix so that they can ensure that they will be there for the next round. This is the type of scenario you want to see for Redbird Varsity Dallas. Despite Tamu having a really good spree of rounds in that first half, we've talked about it a ton of times. They're ending those in 1v1s. They're having to buy 4 rifles minimum, if not a sniper on top of it, every single round. Their credits were never truly overflowing. That's not the case for Redbird Varsity. They're overflowing with credits right now. They are padding those wallets as much as they possibly can.
Which is just kind of the crazy thing to really think about. I mean, when you saw the introduction of Redbird, and even then, during those first 3-4 rounds, where, I mean, they have put together, you're thinking, okay, well, they look unstoppable. It doesn't matter. Redbird is having that strain of 4 to 5 rounds right here, right now. As you mentioned, pockets are overflowing, and even then, they're not investing anything to get there. They're just buying up and they're playing the game. They don't have to press a special button to make sure they have some fighting efforts left. They're just playing the game in its vanilla state, and it's working out for them almost perfectly. Kills across the board, no real thrifty potential looking so far. I mean, you're not finding these initial bloods, you're not getting these rifles into your hand, you're not creating those trade spots here on the map. You're not getting that pressure towards sight. Redbird, they're just kind of giving it to you. They're saying, okay, I'll back up. You fight for map control because we know the way you're doing it, the way you're swinging. We're getting the reads anyways. What are you going to do? You're going to overexpose yourself, and we're going to know exactly how to accustom for that.
Interesting idea from Louch to extend, able to find 1. They had a better chance, though, off the back of that shock dart. But Instruct, realizing that Louch was not able to find the first kill, they know the second's there. They'll actually watch their opposing teammates flank in a really smart manner and just secured Redbird Varsity a huge dominant lead. Not only 1 player now remaining for Louch's 3rd kill in the round there into Vandal, and they're working in through Market. Don't know how they managed to squeak past the line of sights, though. A Redbird Varsity's defense, it does not look like they're going to survive for too much longer. They will escape with at least 1 kill, but it's a consolation kill, Dallas. There's not much to work off of. And look at what we see. That 10 mark for the side of Tamu that they managed to gain 5 rounds ago was their gate. They were now being gate kept by the side of Redbird Varsity, who have now reached that point in a major 4-round spree and have looked dominant throughout the entirety of that.
It's one of those situations where I talk about, I mean, we see it on this exact round. I mean, I want to say during the majority of my time when I talk about this chokehold checkpoint kind of scenario, we see the checkpoint more times than not, but this is a prime scenario of the chokehold. You see a team hitting 10, you see them over-investing, kind of overheating themselves to say, well, we hit 10, we're in that final countdown. That final countdown can last a heck of a lot longer than really expected if you can't win a single round for 5 in a row. Where you're thinking, okay, it only takes 3 to win, but still, if you got somebody that close on your tail, it's taking them about 5. And they are looking, they are a lot more hungry for it. They have a much bigger reason to step up to make sure not only to compensate for where you're starting to feel comfortable, but knowing that they can take advantage of that and pass you within a mere second. It's the tortoise in the hare kind of scenario. You see your opposition falling asleep a little bit, saying, we're in a good lead, we're looking good, we invested just to get to this checkpoint. That's not the end. That's not the finish line, so you can't treat it like that. And that's what we see Redbird kind of taking advantage of here. Tamu, their approaches on the site aren't looking nearly as strong as they need to be. Already, they've lost their duelists now. You have to work off of your initiators, and that's not a possibility anymore. Redbird does go ahead and finally take a couple players here to really make an exchange. 3 players alive here for the post plant. You have a null command to work off of. You can create a suppression field, shut down this blade storm, and have no concerns under the sun. But will that actually be employed as a question? And there it goes.
Very smart. Reading that situation ahead of the play there in Dallas. Lull into her false sense of security, though. That was what Tamu got unfortunately put into, and now they're saying we're not necessarily out of the count just yet. Maybe they've woken up that it has finally reached 10. The reality has settled upon them. Shot sprung out by the Louch just doesn't find enough of its target. They lose their 1v1, and because of that, Pomo is forced to fight a very unfair engagement. They needed that first fight to go in the Louch's favor, and that is a huge problem. Once again, dropped to the laps to Redbird Varsity, but keep in mind, they have been packing their pockets for quite a while. They'll still be able to fully buy out for this round. It's not necessarily the worst case scenario, but it's going to be a battle of back and forth ultimately here in the end. And that was what? Only one ultimate, I think, expended in that round for Tamu, and it was the no command towards the latter half. That is a very good situation to go through. A round scraped finally back in your favor, and it only took one single ultimate to do so. And you came out in a fairly dominant manner, and that's right where you want to work it.
Yeah, and we're looking at this from the perspective, though, keep in mind, of Tamu losing like 5 rounds in a row. That's good for them to say they finally got a round with one where they had 3 players alive and they had to invest in ultimate. Think about what a no command could do for you right here, right now to get onto a side. This is typically where you want to invest these ultimates of these initiators. It's getting onto a side, supporting your duelist who isn't really firing off on all cylinders right here, right now. But you do have a Nightfall to go ahead and assist for that. You hear the Odin raining fire in. And honestly, in a lot of situations, you say, we don't push this. We turn around, that's an Odin. But instead, hey, they want this site once more, and they are willing to fight right at the gates of hell for it.
They are that guy right now, Dallas. They are extending, and unfortunately, it looks like the lead is starting to extend more in Redbird Varsity's favor until finally, look at JWL. What an aggressive stance, catches both players just sleeping, lulled in that false sense of security we mentioned before. Now Redbird Varsity at the bad end of that scenario. Just the louch. I mentioned previously, they were the player that had to step up in that last round, missed the shot, and now they get to maybe try to avenge things back. 11 shots in the clip. A reload needs to go through. The Hot will be destroyed fairly quickly. 6 shots now remaining. This could be a problem. He's going to go and trade back out for the Vandal that was already in play back before. A wall bang could finish off JW, who's quite low, but it won't even be necessary as Trix gets that Odin that was brought out just before by Instruct and secures themselves now match point and series point for Tamu, who have had a very tumultuous second half, but still have managed to make that lead ever closer to their favor and are knocking at the gates of victory.
2-2. We've seen this kind of story before. We've seen these rounds being traded out pretty easily, considering that we saw one round go for 2, one round then go for 4. Redbird, they said 2 rounds. Honestly, if you do that math once more and kind of add up the same ratio, that gives us 8 rounds of leeway. But hey, that doesn't allow us really the space of the game to do that. This is not CSGO. This is Valorant. It is 1st to 12 or 1st to 13 if you're looking to actually close things out and get yourself a win. And honestly, I don't think they want those 2 rounds. They have a cause of divide to work with. Then create that space up. These rounds are still looking extremely close. 2 players surviving in that last one. Omen having like 1 shot to their name on the entirety of that round to work with. And even then, Chili Man is looking to get that first blood. And Lalaush has an operator as well and has Nim possibly kind of trapped away. So these are 2 good kills to go ahead and start things off, considering that you have no trades for Tamu at all so far.
Yeah, keep in mind, Tamu's strategy for the last 2 rounds they've won has been to just pop everybody inside of the actual position of B main. That's what they did last round at least. And then late in the round, send 1 or 2 in towards market, which they did 2 rounds prior when they felt that they weren't really given that space inside B main. They tried to play too early, I think, towards that link side, towards Courtyard to gain control. Because of that, not only have they given up 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th blood, they dropped Spike directly in line inside of Redbird Varsity, and every one of them was starting to prime towards Courtyard. And even the player who wasn't, aka Instruct, they were just waiting inside B main's entrance, waiting for the last player to peek them. And, well, they peeked them first, and they find a flawless round win for Redbird Varsity, which is something I don't think we've gotten to say for Tamu so far. I don't think they've had any flawless victories in this map, which is such a shocking thing to say considering they went on a 10-round spree, or 9-round spree, sorry, in that first half.
Look at it right now. Every single bit of the effort just kind of burning up in flames right now. You've just invested all those ultimates, all those potentials, all those plays, all those rounds, all that effort now to get yourself to a guaranteed overtime where you're saying, all right, we get ourselves that checkpoint. We get 5,000 credits every single round. We never have to worry about economy again, but you have to worry about now going back over to that side where you saw that they couldn't really find themselves around. Redbird couldn't get themselves a post plan. Tamu can't really hold things down too well right now to get themselves on the side. It seems like they're both excelling in the exact thing the opposing side can't really nail on the head so far. And knowing that Redbird, they have themselves money. They have a setup. They have the defense. They have Tamu respecting them right now because they're popping a tour de force on the attacking side, looking to use that as a catalyst for a round to compensate for the lack of armor, the lack of utility, the lack of, guns in their hands as we're spectating Aussie Frosty. The top frag for Tamu with nothing but a Bulldog in hand. This has to find a switch up, and there it is. A huge first blood. That's what they needed.
Yeah, that's the tour force dropped out of Redbird Varsity's hands, but also the final round, no matter what, these ultimates, use it or lose it. They still have a Cosmic Divide available for Redbird Varsity. Once they extend, once they know Spike is out and in the open, that's when they're going to pop it. I think that's what they're waiting on as the current point. They do not have the information on B site, despite there being an aggression being employed, so they don't necessarily know what to do just yet. Frag netted over on A, though. Cosmic Divide put in play by the back of Hamo. They'll use it just before they fall. Very important as well. Shots connected by Lelouch. They know Spike is on this A site. They're running out of the man count that they need to find and secure this kill. Vandal here for the staying. There goes the no. Does not find enough success, a 0 point, I should say. Because of that, they'll allow for Lelouch to extend over the top for a kill. Great flick there to Nim. Secures a second. He shoots at his own teammate, not necessarily sure. Goes for the extension. Lelouch will guarantee. Oh, tie. But by the time of Redbird Varsity, I'm struggling to speak off the back of an amazing play. We're going to OT Dallas.
I mean, that's only to be expected, though. I mean, out of what Redbird's put into this entire half has just gotten into their direction. And it's not even off the back of them just stringing those rounds in a row. It's to show that they were getting in Tamu's head, that Tamu couldn't really step up to the plate. They couldn't hold down these sites. It has been a very difficult road for them. And if they didn't give themselves that much luxury in that first half, Redbird would have taken this game, I feel, this map, by a mile. So now we're in the situation once more is, can these adjustments be made? Can Redbird now win a post plan? Can Tamu actually play for the retake and get themselves that same level of aggression onto a site of what they're missing in that second half? There are so many unanswered questions that I feel that there is a reason this game hasn't come to a conclusion yet, because we need a definitive answer of who's going to find themselves that comfort zone on these sites first.
I mentioned it before, this last map was either going to be peak for both teams or an ultimate mid-off, and despite the scoreline being so stringent in between for both sides, with a 9-round in a row spree there from Tamu in that very first round of the second half, and Redbird having to climb back, this has been peak gameplay. Honestly, I think both of these teams have been playing with their lives on the line. And Redbird Varsity managing to secure at least an OT position. They've already managed to unfortunately secure themselves a man disadvantage as well, Dallas. Pop flash available for Frosty. They'll pop it on out over toward that market arch. But nobody's anywhere close enough to be able to be blinded by it. It looks like they're just trying to play for a position of dominance over towards B main. Not sure what Trix is doing, and unfortunately, there are no more tricks to pull out their sleeve. They will fall fairly quickly, and Tamu will acquiesce that man advantage back down to an even affair.
A big stand so far. 1 for 1 on the board, though. It's still a long way to go just across the board for each and every single one of these players. You don't have ultimates anymore inside this kind of overtime situation. It's very, very difficult to get those in these OT scenarios if you don't farm out those orbs first on both sides of the field and look to dedicate it towards a specific player.
Left.
And we don't really see any of these looking outstanding. We don't see any of these players looking to invest those. I mean, an ult command would be great, don't get me wrong, but there's a long way to go in order to even get that. Nim, Tamu, great setup. Doesn't even need to really play for the retake if Redbird's just swinging right into their crosshair, getting them around with 3 players alive and finding themselves that first round. Just essentially repeating history once more.
Great scenario for Tamu to be in now. Once again at match point and series point, but Dallas, let's remember that, well, they've given that away already before to Redbird Varsity in a couple round sprees, and Redbird has been very strong. Definitely their best half has been on the defense. It's been the scenario for both of these sides throughout this game, and I think it's just going to come down to a matter of who can find the victory on the attack first. Tamu priming themselves forward here. Just look at the difference here in the scoreboard as well. Lelouch has to pull everything out of the bag. 30 and 17. The second best player in the game being Frosty, but at least Frosty has a lot of assistance. Very fluid across the board. They know what they're doing in terms of util, but defensively and attacking-wise, it's a whole nother story. They've got to find at least an even footing between them. They cannot be so different.
And they're not. If we really take into account what we've seen in this game thus far, it just seems like a lack of aggression on one side or the other. And it seems to be on the side to be expected. I mean, it would kind of play into the favor of Tamu, where you're saying, okay, well, their initial take on the site was looking outstanding on the attacking side, or on the for a retake. Why can't that same ideology be employed right here, right now? Well, once again, it comes down to that situation I mentioned earlier. Over allocation, over investment, too many kills lining up, too much aggression on site, just tunnel vision, essentially. Just saying, if we get that spike down, that's all it is. It's just a relay race. If we hit that finish line, we just win it out. No, you have to lap You have to hit that finish line, but that's not a finish line, it's a cone. You got to turn right back around and go right back to square one. It's a process you have to repeat again and again and again and again. It's a race of stamina, holding these things out, looking for that initial spot, looking for that crack and pouring water in it, and finally able to go ahead, get a little bit of information, but Lelouch just seems to be too good to give up this space.
I mean, they're spotted, they're known, and yet still come out such a dominant way. 0 point going and sent out there, but it's just JWL left standing. They're trying to find Chili Man, who they obviously see pressuring them from the flank over towards door, but not going to matter. That battle of attrition you mentioned will continue onwards, trickle by trickle, and it looks like it'll be another stance where the attack has to win. Tamu struggling in that last round, Redbird struggling the round before, and it's just going to be the same old for quite a while, it feels like, at this point. I wonder what the NECC record is for this Infinite OT to keep going forward. I know for a fact I've done 5 rounds of OT here for the NECC, but I don't know. If there's any game where I think it could go over, above, and beyond that, Dallas, it would be this game, just to be frank, as both sides are struggling on the attack. It's just coming down to a battle of individual players coming out of their shell, playing better than they usually do, which is very hard to do considering just how strong each of these players already is by themselves.
Yeah, and that's really what it dwindles down to, right? I mean, you can go ahead and mark my words on this, and I'm okay with being wrong, but what I feel is this game will not come down to a 1v1, a 1v2 situation. It'll come down to an absolute just mow through, where one player will get a strain of 3, 4 kills all together, and just make sure to be that catalyst for that round, and a side that we don't really expect them to win generally, that a lineup or a force through a smoke of like what we saw Redbird do on, or excuse me, Timu do on their second round of the attacking side after they already kind of had themselves a good look. Something like that is going to be the reason that this game is won for the opposing side, because I think both these teams, they just lit up. They're a little bit too, I wouldn't say stubborn in their ideologies. They seem very, very definitive on what they do. They don't make the adjustments accordingly, and here we go right now. 1, 2, count up for JWL. Able to go ahead, not even worrying about the post-plant scenario at all when you already have spike control, and that spike has been given up completely right there in A. You have to run through these gates and find plenty of kills while doing it.
Is that, I mean, absolute trigger discipline by JWF up on stack. Also, correct crosshair placement was not just going to spray through the cloudburst, realizing that their position's not known. There was not any intel sent out by Redbird Varsity to tell them, no, don't fire at the cloudburst and pray for the shot, bang. Don't go for anything else and catch the player stepping out from arches. JWF will eventually fall by the hand of the destruct. There's just really not enough time to go for this plant. It's going to be very stressed to go for it, and Vandal will finally kind of stop the damage that Redbird will bring to the table, but ultimately it's still Tamu coming out strong with 2 players still remaining. An interesting idea by Redbird Varsity to play a lot slower than they have been before, and mostly a very one-directional push, just straight through the arches side. And I think that was one of the closest we've seen them taking on the attack.
Which, I mean, it just goes ahead and follows suit, though. You do see these adjustments, but you see the same concept overall. You see a full-man push coming right through one area, and honestly, it hasn't worked. You see, once again, Tamu winning on this defense, whether it comes down to the before the plant goes down or in a post-plant, no matter what it is, you see Tamu winning these defenses, spreading themselves out, getting a little bit smarter with it, kind of going somewhere different with the placement. And, I mean, they just have to do that now on the attacking side. Spread themselves out a little bit. Don't go one-dimensional. Figure out what isn't working for your opposition and find a way to utilize that to your own favor. And here we go. A lap-around play. Something different. Using the spawn. Tamu has discovered there is more map than what we have really realized for the past 27 rounds, and that we are now living it to the fullest extent.
I mentioned that before in the second half of that first half, the latter half of the first half. Tamu did a much better job on map control. Looking like they finally understood the map is more than just one directional, more than just a unilateral way to play it. That wraparound has worked. They did lose 1 player in the process, but they were able to sniff out the player inside Winery just afterwards. They have a man advantage now going into the post-plant, and it looks like Tamu are trying to at least make you eat your words about this being a single-player game. I would agree with you. They're trying to bite both of us on the flank. 3 players left for Redbird Varsity. A fragment to keep them at bay. Time is ticking. Father Time is essentially filling out the roster of Tamu as of the current moment. Biding their time, waiting for the precipice of action. There goes Chili. He opens things up and turns the wrong way. The Audicubul's teammate makes them turn. Frosty comes up big, and you called it, Dallas. A single player needing the 2K, needing the 3K, needing more. All that it takes to win that attack, and Tamu does it finally to secure themselves a big win, and they did it in a way that no one expected by actually changing things up, which it felt like for a while neither of these teams were capable of.
It was just one curveball you had to take, and that could have been done at any point in time during those regular rounds. You don't have to worry about overtime. You don't have to worry about the back and forth. You don't have to worry about going right back to your tried and true ways, just hammering down that back and forth again and again and again, like it's almost just blacksmithing, engraved in your head, branded in the back of your brain. It is those kinds of adjustments that have to be made. And I saw just both these squads being pretty darn stubborn to do that. And I mean, in no disrespect to them. I mean, I'm going to be real. If my squad, or I mean, if I ever went into a lobby, went into a 1v1 with them, I would lose 10 times out of 10 to every single one of them. This isn't me bashing. This is just a more of a mental thing, an actual strategic layout that you need to contend in this challenger circuit. There are so many teams that are hungry. They have entire books that go from A through Z, and then they start going in numbers by that point because they just look to layer themselves up. They have negative numbers as well. They are everywhere on the spectrum when you look at this division. And when you're going ahead and losing in the same department again, if I can label it down and say your post plant's a little bit weak, your aggression on the site's looking a little bit one-dimensional, that's because I have the luxury of seeing where everybody is 24/7. These teams, though, they don't have that luxury, and they can nail it just as easy as I can because their IGLs are adjusted to this, playing in series and other circuits outside of this. They have seen this 10 times over. They made these adjustments at least 8 times over, and they've won at least all those games, you know, half of the time. I mean, regardless, though, it shows they've made these adjustments. They've fielded these teams before, and they've played them like it's the back of their hand. You have to find a way to make your ideas, your entire reality shift on a moment's notice if you're really going to be climbing up the leaderboard here.
You can feel the minds behind that Tamu side kind of rearing out throughout the entire game. You didn't find it on Pearl, but to be frank, Pearl is the newest map, and I've said it before, it just isn't where it needs to be for the collegiate scene. There's the coaching staff that's there, so different in comparison to what you see in pro scene and semi-pro. They're dedicating everything to it. Your coach you're seeing for a collegiate scene is also taking 10 course things. They've got a 15-hour semester they've also got to deal with. They've got 10 other teams they're also handling at the same time. They're proving themselves in a different way, and you're just a kind of a catalyst for them to put their name out there a little bit further. And I thought Tamu's strat book was really good on the map of Breeze. I mentioned it before. That set piece they had was gorgeous to be able to play the snakebite followed by a shock dart. We saw their way that they broke down plays for Vandal on that B side. We saw that the way that they placed Vandal not just only on the B side for the defense, but also were able to bring them back and forth and had amazing rendezvous placements on Ascent as well. There was so much there for Tamu that I think was just a bit above and beyond what Redbird Varsity were bringing to the table in terms of strats. But Redbird Varsity was staying into that because they were just straight gunners. They were a very solid team when it came to gunning. They were an extremely good team when it came to creating space and taking advantage of that space. The problem came down to the fact that Tamu ran out of strats in Ascent, which is an odd thing to say. But when you're going through 9 rounds in a row of a win, you start to get a little bit overzealous, and then when that starts to fall through your fingertips, you panic. You start to forget things. You start to say, well, maybe our coach should have told us to pull page 8, line 7 of our strat book and pull that out instead. No, you're focusing on recovering what you just had and trying to get back that boon, that big energy behind you. Tamu, very well-deserved victory. Got that strat book, pat it out a little bit further if you did run out. Keep things calm and collected. Both sides were really struggling to collect themselves in much-needed rounds. This game was unbelievably close, but it ultimately goes to the victor of Tamu, which is a very good win, Dallas.
Yeah, huge for them. Able to go ahead, create a little bit more of a leeway there from that line that we do see with the likes of UTD down there at the bottom of the barrel. And even then, I want to say the other one, I'm not even going to throw that one out there. Regardless, though, I mean, that is the squad you have to worry about. That is what UT's job is. They're trying to go ahead, climb themselves back up, get over that line, be within playoff contention, and there's only a couple weeks left to do that. We're a little bit over halfway through the season. You don't have too much leeway right here, right now. And it's not just here within the regular season. It's not you just trying to make a name for yourself, not you just trying to go ahead and say, ew, that line down there between the green and the red, stay away from that. You got to look at greater heights. You got to look at the teams at the top. Those are the ones you're trying to be hungry for, the ones you're trying to beat, the ones you are praying on their downfall. And sometimes you're hoping you're a kindle to that flame. You are the start of the end for them to where, I mean, that inevitable little switch up comes through and you can have yourself a miracle run. There's a lot of work that it takes to get there, and I think these teams are capable of it. It's just going to take a lot more studying than actual gunning because, I mean, as we mentioned, they're hitting their shots players on an individual basis were stepping up here and there. Sure, a couple were falling asleep at the wheel every now and then, but I mean, overall, it was pretty impressive. It just comes down to studying these maps, getting comfortable, and not only realizing that there's one side to an attack or there's just one hole that comes down to defense. You have to find a way to employ every single feel across the map at every single moment on every single round, whether it comes down to the first or second half.
Yeah, I love the point you make about thinking about what's coming up next. Don't just think about that line between the red and the green. You kind of like have to think more than just one round ahead in Valorant. You also have to think about more than just 1 week ahead as well. What are you bringing out this week? Now you got to think about what you're changing next week, because you're on VOD work, you're on stream. That is precedent. They have you in the books. You are in 4K. Don't think we do 4K, but you are in high definition. Your strats are known. They are going to read you like a book, quite literally, because this level of play here for the NECC, this division, everyone's writing everything down, right? Your coach, anyone behind the scenes, the players themselves should be VOD reviewing every last minute detail of not just their own mistakes, the enemy's mistakes, and what every other team is going to be bringing to the table. So while it is quite nice to be broadcast to everybody to watch, it also has its major negatives. And it's just something you got to think about, change things up almost in their totality in a lot of ways, and just be that unpredictable team, that curveball, which ultimately gave Tamu that win in the end for that final round in OT. Either way, think ahead to the next week, and also think ahead to tomorrow and every other day, because we are out here for the night. We've got more coming up with the rest of the week: Rainbow Six Siege, Rocket League, League of Legends, everything in between, and more Valorant to be brought back next week on Monday. So stay tuned for that. But before that happens, we're going to send you guys out for the night. Thank you guys very much for watching. We appreciate your support, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.